we should be live. You can, maybe someone can check on
Alrighty.
Can check my channel to make sure we're live.
Like this.
Yeah, let me know what you see.
Currently on. Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're live.
Okay, and you can see a palafin. You can.
I sure can.
Can you hear music?
Yeah, I can.
It's probably pretty low, ideally.
Yep, I can hear.
Okay.
I can hear everything, I think.
All right, this looks good. Now, how do I share the stream? I think I could just copy that link I posted
I would think so.
in here. And Eli's gonna join later. Sweet. All right. Why do we want Annihilate? Or is that Primeape you're talking about, D-Ray? I'm sure you're talking about Primeape, right? Okay, this is like way too professional, but I think we got this. How's everything going? So yeah, you just finished a PPL game.
Yeah, just finished up a PPL game. Not publicized yet, so
Yep.
no spoilers.
Of course. Yep.
But yeah, that's that whole thing's been a fun sort of last SV season for me. How are you doing, man? It's been a bit since we've been in a call together.
Yeah, it's been a while. No, I'm doing well. It's making sure everything well is everything's doing well here, and it's making sure like my team is doing well as well for SPL, because we are about to finish week 2. Today would be the last day of week 2, and then after today it's gonna be going into week 3. So yeah, we're already like in the thick of things. So we're trying to stay 2 weeks ahead between what you guys see and what's actually happened behind the scenes. Sometimes we've gone 1 week, and that's fine going 1 week, but it's just a little bit harder to get the videos edited and all that. If people want to have some more creative choices with the videos and such, then I think it's a little bit easier to be 2 weeks ahead. And I like to try to keep that in my leagues if possible.
Gives a nice little buffer zone for any delays that might happen.
Yep, for sure. Now, if you guys, just the people watching, does everything sound good? Is music sounds fine? Our audio level's good? I think everything looks good from my side, so I think we should be fine.
Yeah, it's all sounding all right on my end, I think.
All right, great. And yes, any of the coaches can join. Call, I already let them know that in advance. We'll give a little bit of time for people to join in, and yeah, we'll get this started. Maybe like another minute or two. But I'm excited for the season. Excited for this. But AIM is where is? He's in an island in the Caribbean. Is it Barbados? Maybe it's Barbados. I forget where he is. I'm sure someone in the chat knows where he is, or if he hasn't told anyone, well, now you know where he is. But
who's in Barbados?
AIM.
Oh, so he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why
he's somewhere around the world.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, if he went to space, that would be pretty awesome.
that big Pokemon jet set life.
That's in the future. Maybe with the Pokemon Champion stonks, he'll be able to get up to space.
Yeah. Booking a seat on the next shuttle with various like politicians and royalty, and AIM's like, I'm Pokemon.
I don't know if you want me to be a king. That would be I could be king of the shuckles. I think I can like barely handle that.
Yeah.
I've been having some issues with the shuckles actually, but I'm just trying to
SPL owners and founders legitimately using the "Don't you know who I am" line.
Don't you? That's funny. Yeah. How's it going, Glenn? Hope everything's going all right. Yeah, we got the. I think we're calling it the D League. Unfortunately, I didn't work in with the advanced GG people to call it the Pokemon A League. Though A League sounds, I mean, that sounds good, but it also seems generic, like A League. But
if ever there was a reason to give Shuckle like a pre-evolution, it's for this league specifically.
Ooh, baby Shuckle. I mean, I'm looking for the Mega Evolution. I'm still not finished with my
oh, so true.
Legends playthrough, but I mean, I'm gonna say I have a feeling that there's not gonna be a Mega Shuckle, but I also felt very confident there wasn't going to. And I guess it's been a week. It's not. I'm still trying to avoid spoilers, but I was like playing, and I'm streaming through the game. So if you guys want to watch, I like kind of stream it whenever. But I was like, there's no way there's a Mega Pyroar. And then I see this monstrosity show up on the last stream that I saw. So yeah, that was, you never know. Maybe there is Mega Shuckle. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be something that isn't released. Like there was one of the Megas that I ran into that I was like, I swear I didn't see this on any of the leaks or anything.
Yeah. How far?
I saw a lot of the like Mega leaks, but that one surprised me.
Have you played through, or have you played Legends yet?
Yeah, so I got to the end of the main story.
Okay.
I think like yesterday.
Oh, nice. It looks like yeah. So I am. I think I'm rank B at the moment, and like.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm about to face the guy to get the rank A, assumingly. Like, that's all I have to do is face as one person. So I faced one person beforehand, and then I think I just have to face the guy, and I should be rank A, but I don't know if there's anything in the story that changes that up.
Oh, no spoilers from me.
No spoilers.
There's some interesting stuff to come.
Oh, I imagine. I mean, I didn't expect the... I thought going up to rank A was going to be... Tawny was going to be my opponent, but... I mean, maybe that's... Maybe something happens, but... She just seems a little sus. I don't know if that's justified or not, but she just seems a little sus.
There's always a possibility.
We'll see.
It is fun to like get into a new Mons game and run into people who are major or semi-major NPCs and just be like, from our history of playing Mons games, just like, okay, right, which one of these is going to be evil?
Yes. Because it has to come eventually, right? There's going to be someone that's going to be evil.
Someone's going to be.
You think negative speed nature? I mean, that would be pretty amazing for Shuckle. Make it maybe you do like Deoxys defense and Deoxys attack or something. Like the Mega just goes like all out offensive, kind of like Mega Diancie.
Yeah, that would be fun. Just like not have to bother with the whole power trick shenanigans on Shuckle. Just like have it.
It just exactly just be it, and just give it all the speed. I mean, his HP is so low that it doesn't even matter what the defense is. If you just
make it exactly
everything.
The same as Deoxys. Instead of Mega, just give it like the three forms. You have Shuckle attack, Shuckle defense, and Shuckle speed.
Oh, man. I like how you think. This is great. Okay. I think it looks like we got a couple people in here, and we can get this started. So I don't know if there's the coaches can join us in and out if they want to, but let's do this. Look at that, we changed the screen. Okay, so this is the SPL D League. This is our, I guess, 5th season of SPL, and this will be the first time we're doing a development league. We have 12 coaches that'll be showing in a bit, but for this D League, we always have to have some type of switch up, because we are doing just regular Mons. So this is like regular standard singles format, but we are not doing high tier Mega or high tier Terra. It's gonna be like, I don't know, mid tier Terra. We did a low tier Terra season before, and like those Mons that were the best are definitely worse. and the Terra options we have in this league. So it's like it's a mix between like you're not going to see Terra Raging Bolt or Terra Tornadus T, but you'll see things that are like a tier below that I think could be really good with Terra. But like if you have the option to go Raging Terra Bolt, like why would you try to like deviate and be creative and have a different plan because it's so good anyway? So maybe at the end of the generation we can find some new Pokemon that are actually pretty good Terra captains. But for this season, we are grouping the 12 coaches into 4 teams of 3, which, there is still a playoff. So top 8 coaches out of the 12 make playoffs. It doesn't matter what team they're on, but if you're grouped in that team that you're not going to play each other in the regular season. So what we're trying to accomplish with this is you have a team of 2 other coaches with your team plus a head honcho. So you guys can, like, as a team of 4, can work together to help advice for building your teams and helping ideas with video content and all that type of stuff. And the head honchos are myself, 6foot Hacks, Viz, and Cal. And it seems like, so currently I have a Discord that's like me and the 3 people under myself, and then like a couple helpers as well. And it seems like all the other head honchos are doing something similar to that. And it seems like at 2 weeks, it seems like there's just a lot of collaboration, and it seems like a really great effort. So I'm very happy how this setup worked out here. But yeah, the 4 head honchos are not playing in the league. We're just assisting. But I'm going to try to have some video content throughout the season as like showing like the behind the scenes work of how I help teams and how I build teams and such. And yeah, as you see here, the 3 members of the team will not play each other during a regular season. But they could play each other in the playoffs. And I think that is on the next slide. Look at this. Okay, it worked. So, yes, the top 8 out of the 12 teams are going to make playoffs. So there could be 3 people out of the 3 on the team make playoffs. It could be 2 out of 2. It could be 1 out of 3. It'd be 2 out of 3. 1 out of 3. 0 out of 3, I guess. But I think that would be pretty tough if all 3 members of a team missed playoffs. That seems very unlikely. I think at least 1 from the 4 teams will make playoffs. And at this point, it's like basically every man for themselves. So you could be playing someone on your team in playoffs, but you just know you won't be playing each other in a regular season. So also during the drafting, like, say if someone picks up Iron Valiant or Palafin, like the Palafin there, then like as your team, like you don't have to draft a Pokemon that's like dedicated to take on Palafin because you know that you're not going to play him in the regular season. So people might have those strategies when drafting and such. I'm not entirely sure, but also gave that little bit of a other thing to consider. But obviously, if you face them in playoffs, then you're kind of screwed. So we'll see. But yeah, what do you think as a like you're not part of this season in terms of playing or coaching, Shroom, but what do you think of like this format as like a change up to the formula?
It's a cool one because obviously Draft League's been going for so long. You're always looking for ways to like freshen it up a little bit. So having these kind of like little squads within the league itself, it's a nice touch. Like adding this, obviously, like a lot of people who've been playing Draft League for a while will have like front offices or what have you to kind of help out with building. But this really, it's one of the first times that we've started to see Draft League almost become like a team sport, which is a very fun little thing. And you get to have more insight from people within the league itself. Yes. I like that, the people within these sort of squads aren't battling each other, so there's no issues going on there. But like, you can have someone within your squads who maybe has played your next opponent before and can give you that new insight as to how they're playing. So yeah, it's a really interesting touch that we haven't really seen before. I'll be interested to see how it works. I'll be interested to see if there's any like sabotage going on. That would be fun. Don't get any ideas, coaches, but for the content.
Oh, I like that. Yes.
Yeah, I like that we've got these squads, and obviously we've got 4 fantastic, experienced former coaches giving their overarching insight as well. It's a nice touch. I'm interested to see how it's going to go and where it's going to go.
Yeah. So like like the grand prize of the D League is going to be a spot guaranteed in SPL Main League for when, assumingly, Pokemon Champions drops. I don't think we're going to do a league before the drop of Champions. So the first league of the new of Season 5 of SPL will be under Pokemon Champions. We assume all this. So, like, getting that spot is definitely nice. So we didn't want to have it, like, only focus on your team to make it to playoffs, but like ultimately it's still going to be based on an individual to have that initiative and make playoffs. But this is just a different format to have a little bit of resources. But we haven't really seen like a team format in Wi-Fi draft. Like in Showdown draft, you have team tournaments, like the Draft Premier League and APA had a team format back in the day. So like there's team formats, but you're competing like on a team to win. You're still working as an individual, but you just have other resources that can help you out. And you also know that they don't really have an incentive to screw you over either, because you're never going to play each other. So like, yeah, it seems like it's like only a positive collaborative outcome. And I don't know if any coaches want to like talk about that in the chat in the meanwhile, just to like agree or disagree with that. But I think it's been good in the first 2 weeks based on my team plus on what I've heard from other teams. But yeah, so I'm seeing in the chat what's being allowed, what's not being allowed. So I think the next slide is good. So this shows all the teams that we have this season. So as the Hawlucha Ring Party, these are all honchos. Like I guess honcho is like I don't know if it's Japanese or if it's more Mexican in origin. I think it's Japanese origin, but like I feel like with wrestling terms, like honcho is also like a leader type of term. So that's what I was trying to go with this season. We were going with like a mafia theme in the past, and I think I want to try to go away from that at least a little bit. But we have for Hawlucha Ring Party, which was all 4 of these are puns based off of wrestling organizations. Shout outs to Leo. Yeah, for coming up with all these names. Do you know all these?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been in and out of watching wrestling.
Okay.
So I recognize where all of these are coming from and very much enjoyed them.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't know too. I know a couple like individual people, and like I'm not saying I'm a fan, but I've gotten like slightly recognize it and appreciate it more in the last couple of years in general. So like I know a little bit more, but still really don't know much. But yeah, so the first one is Hawlucha, which is based on Lucha House Party, and I think we called it Hawlucha Ring Party just to show that it's a ring. Like house is kind of a weird, like it's fine, but like in terms of like making a logo, it's easier to associate with a ring because it's Hawlucha in the ring. So that's my team, and we got Kaz and Shiro, Dietite and Talon Master. So if you want to type exclamation point die in the chat, then it will show all of the YouTube links for everyone in the league. So you can do it for Talon, and we can go Kaz and Shiro, or you can do just Kaz or just Shiro, and all the links should pop up if you want to subscribe to their channels. So you have the Hawlucha Ring Party there with me, with Kaz and Shiro, Dietite, Talon Master. We have 6 Foot Hacks of the Galarian Nation of Darmanitan Nation. That's a that's a team name, but like
that's a bit of a mouthful.
I don't know if Leo was suggesting, and I was like, oh, you have to like. I think he was gonna make it based off a regular Darmanitan, but I was like, oh, we have to go full in to just make the name like totally ridiculous. So yeah, the name is funny, but you could also like, you can see the logo. It like spells out like God with the big letters and such. So
so it does.
Yeah. So I like that look of the Darmanitan there. That's very funny. Yeah, you could go check out Lax, who's doing Wi-Fi for the first time. I think he's had a couple videos going Wi-Fi, but he's primarily known as a Smogon draft player and just a Smogon tournament player. We played on the same team like years ago in like Generation 6 PU draft tour is what we determined was the circumstance where we played each other. So like that's a very, very long time ago. But so he's been around, and he's like one of the best draft league players on Showdown right now. So it's very fun for Lax to venture into this new territory for him. So hopefully he could do really well. But it could be a change from going from Showdown to Wi-Fi. So we'll see. Kurt's a long time Draft League player, and Dashing Teptile's been doing it for ages too. He's a name I've seen forever as well. Kaz and Shiro are, I would say, newer. I think they started in Generation 9, but I really like the combo of working together with them, and they've been super, super helpful with me. I feel like they're coaching me on a bunch of things as opposed to me coaching them, so that's great. Jason is a long-time person. He took a break, I think, through most of Generation 8, right? And then came back Generation 9? And
yeah, I think so.
And did you hear the news about him? Or no?
I did not.
So he is.
Oh no, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's engaged now. So yes. Yeah, he was talking to me about that for a while. So that's very exciting for him. Saw the pictures in Disney World and all that. So that was really cool. So congrats to him. And then Joe, Talon Master. He's been in draft for a while, but he switched more to VGC and running grassroots tournaments and all that. So that's been fun to follow, especially since I've gotten into VGC within the past year. So yeah, he's been a great resource as well. We got Hoodlum Callum and the Tay Cart Foundation. What is what's the org?
So that's the Heart Foundation.
Oh, okay, just the Heart Foundation.
One of the big sort of wrestling factions.
Okay.
Who's all came together and were very good. Brett the Hitman Hart being probably one of the big, main names of anyone whose last name was Hart within wrestling. But there was a bunch of them and their various allies and stuff. And they sort of ran through WWE for a bit. I think there was some WCW that they were in as well. Yeah, some of the more famous Canadian wrestlers, I want to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the Bret. Yeah, it's a reference to Bret Hart, the Hitman. Yeah, they are Canadian. Yes.
Hello, Eli. Yes. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Ready for a season.
It's good. It's good to be here.
Yeah. So Eli's gonna be what analyst content are you doing this season?
You're what it do, YouTube. It's your boy Eli the Rebel, the number 3 analyst of the SPL, number 1 in your heart, of course. I will be doing the weekly recaps. I think I'm gonna title them SPL Center episodes. I think that would be nice. But basically, whatever goes down in the league for that particular league, I'll break it all down for you. That's that.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate your help here.
Of course, absolutely.
So we got the Take Heart Foundation, Cal, longtime draft league person. He participated in. Well, he had a long break. He would do a draft league, then take a break for a couple years, and do a draft league and take a break. But he's been around for a long time. But it looks like he's gonna at least make draft league at least a little bit more consistent on the Hood Cal channel, which is great. He has TJ, which is also a first-time Wi-Fi player, a long-time draft league player. We were on the same DPL team, when was that? I don't know. Was it during I don't even know if it was during it might have been before the pandemic. I'm not sure. I've known TJ for a very, very long time, and we were on the same team there. So that's great for him to make the change into Wi-Fi. And you'll see probably on the next slide that he changed his very iconic logo, because I told him to. But I think his new logo also looks great. We have Standard, who's 6 years. Crazy. Standard has been doing a lot. He's been really, really grinding on the YouTube content, putting out daily content. He's doing a lot of Legend ZA content that's doing really, really good. And I really enjoy his content. He does everything. He does draft, he does VGC, does singles, all Wi-Fi content every day. So if you want to have consistent content out there, definitely go check him out. He hasn't done too much draft, honestly. I think he's done 1 or 2 draft leagues. So excited to see him take the plunge here, and hopefully he does well. And we got Nova Blader. Very, very, very kind person. They participated in PPL, last season and this season? Is that the case?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so excited for that content as well. We have Viz, and now I do know the New World Order, obviously, but this is the Mew World Order. Thank you for tagging everybody. So we have Viz. Viz apparently is going crazy with the prep with everybody. So I'm glad he's really embracing the format here that we're doing. But he has A12, which I like. Viz is so offensive and can have crazy sets, and A12 also could be very crazy and have crazy sets. So the fact that they're paired together seems very, very scary. I think A12 could definitely be a front runner to win the league with Viz's help. That's a very cool pairing there. And we got Dapper Snapper. Really, really enjoyed his content, and he reached out to me about suggesting to do some SPL D League stuff, and he said he would help out with that. So maybe in the future, but for now you can play in the league, and hopefully you can be long term in the league if you win the D League. And then we got D-Ray. Everyone knows D-Ray. Very, very nice guy in the community. Has been around for a long time. Has helped me a lot with my YouTube career and helped me get like the footing into the APA. So really appreciate D-Ray. And thank you for tagging everyone, Shiro, in the chat. So yeah, I think we're about to get started, right? Is this next slide?
Yeah, I would say
It do be that time. It do be that time.
Look at this. We're just going right into it. Well, we're not going right into it, but we see the draft order here. So we got Lax with the number 1 pick. So what is... Let's see. We don't have... If you type in doc in the chat, it'll say we will have a fan doc by week 1, which is usually the case that we don't have everything perfect on time, but it is close enough. So yeah, you won't be seeing a draft board.
I think it will be before week 1, before like when we will have the pick'ems video up.
Mm-hmm. And welcome, Falcon. You could introduce yourself and what you think you'll be doing for SPL this season.
Hey guys, so this is me, Val, and I will be handling all the transfer markets, which will be happening between all the coaches and stuff. And I will be also doing like the next matchups, which are gonna be facing each other before the week starts. So like the upload goes on Saturday or Sunday. So we'll be doing a video about those, most likely going up on Friday, and it will be like a mini pick'ems and stuff. And we will be having some type of contest in the Discord server as well, where you can match your record versus my record. So be sure to check it out as well.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, you can I'll tag you as well in the chat. I think I have that right. So yes. So
yeah, we've got a good like schedule of the analyst work that's going to be going up, with the matches going up on the weekends.
Yes, on Sundays.
Like my compatriots have said, Eli taking care of the look over what's been happening in the games that have gone sort of early in the week. Midweek I'll be taking a look at the heat of the week moments. That's always a fun thing to do. And then, as Val's just said, he'll be taking a look ahead to the matchups to come and any transfers that take place in the interim. So there's a good amount of weekly analyst content coming your way just before the matches go up on the weekends. Should be a fun one.
For sure. And I also will be doing the watch through parties on Sunday nights. I think that's going to be the plan. So I'll do that every Sunday night. So make sure you watch the coaches channels, and then you can come to me and watch me give bad analysis about all the games. So that'll be fun. It's gonna be a fun league. Maybe like one of the last that's gonna be like wrapping up the Generation 9 meta game or whatever. I don't know what champions is gonna introduce, but it should be a nice little wrap up here. So yeah. We got, we have the draft order, so we have Lax and his Showdown Shoguns. You can see that logo he has there. It's a great looking logo. Obviously picking the Toxapex because Showdown, or Smogon likes their stall to be prevalent. So you gotta have like the premier stall Pokemon in Toxapex as your logo Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
we got Talonmaster J with the second pick and his newly made logo, and that was made by Obi. Shoutouts to Obi, and also shoutouts to who SP Crash made all of these 4 logos here for the Head Honchos. So I really appreciate that, and they look great, especially with the timeline that I gave him. A lot of this stuff was pretty last second, so I appreciate him for that. We got TJ in the Dublin Slow Bohemians, and he has his a new logo there that looks super clean. I think that looks great. We have Nova Blader and the Bermuda Kekulons with the 4th pick. Grandmaster D-Ray and the San Diego Spirits with the 5th pick. Kirby and the Toronto Rap Scores for the 6th pick. Standard VR and the Kansas City Kirim for the 7th pick. Minnesota Lycanrocs and Diet Tight with his new logo as well for the 8th pick. We got Dapper Snapper and the Appalachia Appletons for the 9th pick. A12 with the Arkham City Deli Birds, iconic logo there. Dashing Septile with the Seattle Sigalifs. Seattle Sigalifs.
Yep. You're good. You're good.
No, I noticed that. I was like, his logo is spelled wrong. But apparently it's been spelled wrong for a while. So that was really funny. And then Kaz and Shiro have a new logo as well, the Los Angeles Flame Charge. You have the... I think it's Kaz's favorite Pokemon is Charizard, and I think Shiro's favorite Pokemon is Yamper. So that's we have the what's it called, the Snoopy, the Snoopy World War II type of like image there with Snoopy riding on the plane, which was a doghouse, but the doghouse is a Charizard. So I like the vision. I like how it turned out. You could see like the World War II eye goggles on the Yamper if you look closer at it.
No, it came out great. It came out great. It really
looks
did.
good. And then it'll be a snake order, so Kaz and Cheer will have the first pick of round 2 and so forth. So in terms of the pricing in this league, I believe we had 110 points for 9 to 11 Pokemon. Yeah, that sounds about what I would have done. 110 points for 9-11 Pokemon. The highest, the most expensive Pokemon in this league are Iron Valiant and Masquerade at 19 points. So I can kind of give you like a show of like what's going to be allowed. There's no Dragapult. People are asking about Dragapult. It's too good. I was honestly debating about banning Iron Valiant, as I think that's too good as well, but we allowed it. So they're going to be Iron Valiant plus Masquerade is the 2 most expensive. This season, you also have we'll call them mid-tier Terra Captains. So you'll have 20 points for your Terra Captains. The Terra Captain point value can be different on a Pokemon base if you're going to be giving it Terra access or not. So for example, we have, let's see, a Pokemon that was undrafted. We'll give you a spoiler, was Gothitelle. Gothitelle was the most expensive Pokemon, or among the tier of the most expensive Pokemon that we allowed to Terra. It was 15 points if you gave Gothitelle Terra access. So the most expensive Pokemon with Terra access would have been 15 points. So Gothitelle is normally a 12-point Pokemon. So if you gave Gothitelle Terra access, it would become a 15-point Pokemon, and also take up 15 out of your 20 available points to Terra future Pokemon. You could Terra 2 or 3 Pokemon on your team with up to 20 Terra points. So if you didn't want to give Gothitelle Terra access, it would just be a 12-point Pokemon with no Terra. But if you wanted to give it Terra, and this is open Terra as well. In the past, we've had you declare 3 Terra types at the beginning of the generation. This is, you could pick any Pokemon, or your Pokemon can be any Terra type, and you let your opponent know before the match what your Terra type is going to be. So it's going to be Terra Preview in this format. So Gothitelle would have been 15 points if you gave it Terra access with Shadow Tag, yes, but no one picked it. And I think that's very good. So we'll see. I think there were did anyone pick up a 15-point Terra Captain? I'm honestly not 100% sure. Yes, someone did. At least one person did. Yeah, but there's some pretty crazy options out there. So, yeah, this is a general look, and I think we can go into a round 1 pick. Do people have predictions of what you think Lax is going to pick for round 1? Pick one.
You kind of spoiled it with the Val. I'm not gonna.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie.
Meow is also good as well.
Yeah, Meow is also 19 points. They're the two Pokemon in that tier, so maybe he goes Meow with the first pick. But a lot of the tiering was done by Autumn in a secret crew. I don't actually know who she picked to help with tiering, and then I like made some like final decisions or final suggestions, and then from those final suggestions, she made or didn't make changes based on if I was too crazy or not with my suggestions. I know one of my suggestions was making Iron Bundle like. I don't know what I make Iron Bundle like super low, just because people don't like to draft it, and I think she made like a compromise of how low I wanted to make it. But so that's an example. But for the most part, I think a lot of my changes, maybe like, I think I proposed like 150 changes or so. That's between, and that's like maybe moving X Pokemon up one or moving it down 1 point. So there was a lot of changes I proposed, and it's also how strong the Terra captains are, making them more or less points. So, yeah, with the first overall pick, we got Iron Valiant.
Surprise, surprise.
I know. Iron Valiant first pick. It's crazy. Lax with Iron Valiant.
Shocking.
I don't know if this was a good idea. I will confirm. I know it was not a good idea to give Lax first pick, because now he has Iron Valiant to work with. I mean, everyone knows what it does. Someone want to give an overview of what Iron Valiant does?
I mean, when you're the showdown Shoguns, you know, you usually draft like some cool like lower. I think the plan. I want to I'm gonna make a bold prediction. You draft a bunch of lower tiers as tactical sacks for Val to clean up. I don't know any better cleaner in this format that can out clean Val. I mean, you look at the stat spread over there: 130 attack, 120 special attack. So even if you're running special sets, you can still rock close combat over Aurasphere if you truly need the extra, oomph in fighting stab. And speaking of fighting stab, there's also priority and vac wave and shadow sneak and all those wonderful tools as well. Other utility is T-wave, encore, hypnosis. Lax getting first pick and
That's
picking
crazy.
Val.
Yeah, I like Iron Valiant sets with booster speed and encore. I feel like you're really worried about like I don't know, Dragonite's not a good example, but Dragonite going for a Dragon Dance or something, and then you can encore them, so that way they're like, it's guaranteed like you're gonna make sure they don't win. Or booster speed plus Destiny Bond, encore plus Destiny Bond, or stuff like that. Like at worst, you should be able.
Yep.
At worst, you should be able to trade with Iron Valiant. Ideally, you can do even better than just trading, or you get a kill, and then go for Destiny Bond and go 2 for 1. But yeah. Non-booster speeds obviously work as well because you have that high attack, high special attack, life orb sets, choice sets.
Yeah, that's the thing about Iron Val. There's so many very specialized sets on the offensive side you can run, but there's always mixed life orb to fall back on. Like,
Yep.
it'll down near always do something.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason this thing is consistently first pick whenever it is there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Eli out here just a little bit. Just let me call Eli out just a little bit. Saying like the team of the Shoguns, like of course they're gonna pick them on and maybe get a bunch of tactical sacks and let it do its thing. If only there was a Pokemon based around that kind of Japanese Shogun thing that relied on its allies fainting.
That's funny. But all right, now we got who's second pick here is someone
Talon.
on my team, Talon. So he picked up Great Tusk, a very great Pokemon. Not too surprised this goes second pick. You have also another booster speed Pokemon if you want to. The stats are just perfect for it to go booster speed. You just go 0 attack, 0 defense, and max speed. I think just barely gets you like by 1 point. I think it makes you go booster speed, which is really optimized for this Pokemon. It's like Pokemon knows what they're doing with Great Tusk. And they also know to not give Brew Bonnet max speed to give it
They
a very
also
fast
knew what they
force,
were doing with Brute Bonnet.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
making it a terrible Pokemon. But we'll see if someone drafts it. But yeah, no, Great Tusk. I liked booster speed when I had it. I mean, you also boost your speed naturally with Rapid Spin, which is great utility to have. You have Rocks. Ground and Fighting is just really, off of 131 attack with really high base power stab moves. It's just a really, really nice combination there. Hits hard. Not a whole lot can really wall it. And you just go banded sets. You can bulk up if you want to boost your attack. If something is defensive, it can kind of take your stabs, and you can go for bulk ups and boost your attack higher than people could anticipate, or just go booster attack. You can go booster defense as well and just be a very defensive Pokemon. So the typing is really nice offensively, and the ground typing is nice to have defensively. So really good combo.
Yeah,
here.
like Great Tusk. Great Tusk is like it's Roll Compression the movie going on here. Like it may have been in the price point, the second price point, in terms of how expensive things are, but like very worthwhile second pick. You guarantee so many of those things that we always say draft league teams like want or need coming in with Tusk. Yeah, great first pick.
For sure. And for the third pick, TJ, are you going to be joining the call here? You want to explain your pick? Introduce yourself?
I might as well.
All right.
How's it going, guys? It's DJ here, coach of the Slow Bohemians. Scrap the Dublin. You know me long enough. I'm disappointed in you. So you look at these two going. You kind of think third pick should be relatively obvious, and it is. And did I spend all night sleeping on it? I did.
Yes.
Because,
Terrible
fun
person.
fact, I'm the only European in this league, so I played everything. But,
I got you back,
yeah,
man. I got you back. I'm here with you.
Yes, one of us.
I mean,
Yes,
I'm
Dorado.
Asian as well, so.
Yes.
Yeah, we had to hit DEI norms somewhere. But
Yeah.
So we got a
but yeah, no.
most expensive point tier. The last one, Masquerada.
Yeah, no, for me, it's interesting because you talk about the whole showdown discussion, but it's one of these things. If Masquerada, its success rate at the minute just is absolutely phenomenal. You can slap it onto so many different teams. It's just super consistent in what it does. Coverage is ridiculous. The utility options are great. Speed tier is amazing. Like, what is there not to love about this one? Like, I thought Talon would take this, and I would have been happy out with Tusk. But I'll take this as well. I'll take my speed.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, because you want to have pretty good speed. I think even like 110 is because you have the Ogre Puns and you have the Lotties and Iron Moth and all that at 110 speed. Like, you definitely want to have a Pokemon faster than 110 that can Choice Scarf and make sure you can outspeed all those Pokemon. So Iron Valiant is good in that regard. You have Masquerada that can do that as well. It's super clean.
Yeah, you want to talk about, Game Freak knowing what they were doing with Great Tusk. They also knew what they were doing with Meowscarada with the 123 base speed, which is exactly 1 point faster than another Protean Mon in Greninja at 122 speed. They knew what they were doing.
Give it
They knew
Protean,
exactly what they
Protean
were doing.
U-turn. You'll kill it. Yeah. Or even just a Flower Trick. So yeah, they know what they're doing. But yeah, can't really say more about this. It's a pretty solid pick.
And also a fun fact, it also shares the same typing as Zarude,
As the bonnet, as we aforementioned.
The Brute Bonnet, yes.
which TJ has experience with over in his own channel with the Zarude rap once upon a time.
Oh,
That's
why
another
is that
topic
coming up
for another
here?
day. That's another topic for another day.
Let's not talk about that.
I was not gonna
For
bring it
those
up.
of you that don't know, I made a bet in a previous showdown-based team tournament that SK forgot to mention, being Draft Champions League.
Mhm.
I made a bet with other popular Draft League YouTuber by King L5, who was meant to be here, but bailed. It was a bet regarding Zarude versus Ogerpon Teal Mask. So what ended up happening at the time was I lost that bet really badly. So my punishment was that I needed to rap. And it took me about 11 months, but I did it. And it's there. And it sucks, but it's there if you want to find it. But...
I'm sure someone will link it later on.
Oh, they will. They 100% will. But
That's great.
man, I thought I'd get away from the stream without that being mentioned.
Not today. Not today.
Not today.
Today.
So, another teammate under Cal, the Take Heart Foundation. We got Nova taking Tropicos. Yeah, this Pokemon hit the scene by storm pretty well. Obviously, it can't use its Terra ability, but still being able to, with Boots, basically having a better multi-scale, and like you'll always live a hit. So Tropicos can guaranteed get you out of any problematic situation that you could have as long as you have Boots and make sure you avoid hazards. It's like a very, very nice fail-safe Pokemon. It also has good special attack. It's kind of like clockable as well. It's like it could also just end up sweeping as well just by going for Rapid Spin and going for Terra Star Storms. Like that hits pretty hard. So like it's like a good safe Pokemon that like make sure you don't lose, but it can also win the game on its own with Calm Mind and pretty decent coverage. It has rocks. Toxic as well, which is pretty rare from a Generation 9 non-poison type. Has a lot of tools in its arsenal. Rapid Spin as well, which is great to have on teams.
Yeah, Terrapagos is like a full package thing. Like it's a very good red button option. Like you say, you're in an absolute bind. You can send in Terrapagos, at least live something. Try and work from there. And getting early spinners always good. Like it's one of those things that more people are coming around to the idea that you don't need hazard removal to succeed, but having it, especially on a mon like Terrap, is an absolute boon to any team. Terrapagos just solves so many problems before they happen.
Oh, for sure.
Like you say, running defensive sets is incredibly viable. Running very dangerous setup can just sweep through. Another great utility pick.
Yeah, for sure. For the next pick, I think we have the person that's going to be joining call. You want to introduce yourself?
What's going on, beautiful people? I was just kind of like fly on the wall. I was like, God dang, is he going to see me? What's up, guys?
Hello. So we have D-Ray here, and we can see what his next pick is. Big
Yay,
boy.
Surprise. Anyone raise your hand in the chat if you like mayonnaise, because it's on the screen. Mayonnaise. Bland.
Just straight up
like
mayonnaise.
Just mayonnaise, dude. Like, this is the one Pokemon, in my personal opinion, I'm going to offend a lot of people. This is the one Pokemon you should take high in a draft, but it's just not. It's just not, the bells and whistles and the firecrackers you want as your first overall pick. It's just been tried and true for the longest time. And if you ever watched the TV show that's just on all the time, and it's good, but it's on all the time, it's Garchomp. So I was like, guys, I don't want this Pokemon. It's good. I know what it does. It roll compresses, it sweeps, it hits hard. It's a bulky guy. It's an assault fast guy, but I just don't want to. I just don't want to. So I was going to take Palafin here. And it took me about 3 hours from my front office to be like, dude, just don't beat them. Just get Garchomp. So here we are doing the smart thing, I guess. Garchomp's a cool Pokemon. Very strong, very fast, 102. Outspeeds like all the good guys at 100 and a few at 101, named them like Thunderous, but sets up all the hazards. Bulky, strong, good typing. Everything checks, like all the boxes are checked off, but the back of your mind is like, I don't wanna. So here we are, taking Garchomp. Good Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's gonna be a great part in this team.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It has good options of defensive or speedy setup. You have a lot of versatility, and they're both really good sets.
This is the comparison that I made. Like when you're like a lady in the chat would be like, hey, there's this one guy, has everything he's gonna give me in his life. It's gonna give me a good life moving forward, has money, good looking. But then there's the biker dude, with tattoos, and it just seems fun. I wanted the biker dude, but here we are with the, golden boy.
That's awesome. The OG.
I mean, yeah, Garchomp's one of those mons. You get mons in like every round, where no matter what happens, if a mon is taken in that particular round, there's not going to be like people going, "Oh, that's amazing," or "Why would you do that?" It's just going to be the reaction of, "Yeah, that makes sense." And Garchomp is that sort of mid-round one mon.
Yeah,
where
it was definitely.
You take it and you go, "Yeah, that was bound to happen."
It was definitely.
I'm gonna make a basketball reference here. It's the Tim Duncan of Draft League, folks.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
It's not flashy, but you know he's gonna put up 20 and 10 every single time, even if it means doing the same shot over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
it now has spikes now, so like you can throw rocks and spikes together and detail foes out of there.
Yep.
Right. So that's just you're just adding, I guess, I don't know. We were saying that this is mayonnaise, so I guess it adds like a little chipotle on top of that, the spikes, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with this pick. You really can't.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay. Well, thanks. And for pick 6, we also have a Generation 4, right? Garchomp was Generation 4. We also have another Generation 4 Demon that's up, and Kirby's Darkrai. This is again, I was saying you want that thing over to base 110 Pokemon that have the speed, and Darkrai definitely gives it to you with 135 special attack and like definitely good enough bulk to definitely live one hit, or with a berry you can definitely live any hit pretty comfortably. Good speed, good special attack, has nasty plot to set up. You can sleep your foes when inaccurate moves because sleep is allowed in this. And you can go for bad dreams and just be super, super toxic in that regard. But good coverage from Darkrai, can hit fairy types with Sludge Bomb. Yeah, it's pretty... You could say it's one-dimensional, but you can go Scarf on it. You can go Nasty Plot. You can go Sub. You can go Sleep Mode. So you basically know what like 5 or 6 moves it's going to run generally, but it's like figuring out how you're going to stop it.
As someone that has drafted the Uzi Gunner core of like Palafin Darkrai multiple times this generation, the set diversity that Darkrai has is actually kind of surprising. When you look at the 90, like I'm looking at the 90 like physical attack, and there's options to boost it further with Swords Dance.
Yep.
You have Priority and Sucker Punch, Knockoff for item removal, Poison Jab and Drain Punch for coverage. So don't sleep on Darkrai's physical side.
Oh no, for sure. Like it's a bit more versatile than sometimes it gets credit for. Darkrai, it's one of those ones where like, does it belong going in round 1? Yeah, absolutely. But it's historically, it's never quite fully managed to escape the occasional fraud allegations. Like people will sit there and say that it's kind of fraudulent, shouldn't be going round 1, sometimes shouldn't be even drafted at all. And then on the other side, you've got people saying it should be banned, which, probably wouldn't want to go that far.
Yeah.
But people are coming around to the different sets of Darkrai. Like, you see more and more people at least running, like, Willow on it to facilitate those setups, running very bulky Darkrai spreads to facilitate the Nasty Plot and just running with 2 attacks. Definitely a worthy round 1 pick. Always one of those ones where it gets drafted where I watch with interest to see if it's gonna like live up to the original hype.
Yeah. I would say it's not a Pokemon I would prefer to get, but if I were in this position, it probably makes sense to get it.
Yeah.
But Palafin Darkrai, that's a crazy core. I don't know how you get both those Pokemon. I don't know what draft leagues you're playing in, but I want to play in those leagues. But
I'll send you the invite next time. Send you the invite next time.
So the next pick I have, I feel like it's for 17 points. It seems a little bit high, but Autumn was saying that it's like it works really, really well, especially if you could like pair it with other Pokemon, and that is Roaring Moon, with also very high speed. You got your over your 110, which is really nice, and 139 attack. It's super, super strong. It can terra, so you can't run like the normal booster energy acrobatics type sets that like hit super hard. But yeah, no, Roaring Moon is a dark type, so like also good defensive utility there. Can you turn out booster energy attack? You can run pseudo defensive sets because it has pretty high special defense. So you can make that work with reliable recovery and roost and taunt sets and Jawlock sets if you really want to try to trap Jawlock Dragon Dance. Probably won't work, but you never know. It might be able to do the job. But what do you guys think of this?
It's another one that sort of people have occasionally not enjoyed seeing it go around 1 because they don't think it's necessarily worth it. It probably is. Like you look at the stats of it, and it's one of those fast dark types have become a real thing. People really want to pick them up. I mean, like say, speed is crucial to try and get early, and obviously Roaring Moon fits that mold. But focusing on the dragons, like you look at the previous dragons people have liked to draft, and this is one of those ones where you can run Ice Beam, but like you say, 105 HP, 101 speed F, it's not necessarily dropping to that. So it's one of those mons where like you're almost certain it's going to run some kind of offensive monster set. You got to respect it, and yeah, it's going to be a problem unless you got something that's really very good at taking it on. And like you say, you build this with the right set of mons around it, and it can really thrive.
Yeah, there's like 2 avenues you can go with this. So it really depends on what standard goes from here. But like you can either go with, what I've seen more recently actually has been, to double up on the dark types. So like, for example, like a Roaring Moon plus King Gambit core, in a sense that like, okay, well, this generation is super lacking in fairies. So getting, doubling up on darks isn't the most terrible thing in the world. And then obviously with photosynthesis being a thing, if you don't want to use booster every week, you can obviously, this is the start of potential sun as well. So I think Roaring Moon still is a round 1 pick. Call it Roaring Mid, whatever you want it to do, but like, just wait until 1 DD later, and 1 knockoff later. Let's see what happens.
That's fair. Yeah, I think the Sun Path is pretty cool. But yeah, I feel like Roaring Moon like invites you to have Terra Fairy, and like we definitely have like we have mid-tier type Pokemon. Like they're definitely like pretty good. So it's like pretty easy to run Terra Fairy. So if you can like build a team around, say, all right, I think the Roaring Moon is like, if I could like, if I'm the opponent, I could say, okay, let me just run Terra Fairy and I'll be fine. So if Standard runs a team, that could say, okay, I know because I have Roaring Moon that you're probably going to want to run Terra Fairy to make sure you shut down Roaring Moon. Let me draft other Pokemon that can take advantage of you running Terra Fairy to have to take on the Roaring Moon. Or if you don't run Terra Fairy, then Roaring Moon could run Havoc. So if you could build around that type of strategy too, whether it's Sun, whether it's Dual Dark, or whether it's like having strong, Poison or Steel types to take advantage of Fairy types, and I think that's like a pretty good drafting strategy here. So we'll see what pack.
We got Kaz in the chat saying Gold Moon was a core that carried Bro to finals. So
yeah, I mean, Gold makes sense because Gold is a fairy killer. So yeah, that seems like a pretty good combination there. And I like Goldango too.
Very good combo, because the combo of those types, I ran it ages ago, but it was Aegis/Hydreigon. Dragon Dark plus Ghost Steel resists everything.
Yeah.
Between 2 of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Aegis slash Hydreigon. Jeez, that's a throwback.
It's a throwback.
God, yeah, that was ages ago.
It might be not be a throwback in a couple months. We'll see.
Yeah. But recently we have been seeing, a lot of Terrapegas and Roaring Moon teams. But luckily we don't have to see the repeat. So it's better to see both of those mons doing separately. So yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Whew. Yeah, we dodged that bullet. We dodged that bullet too.
But we didn't dodge this bullet here with Diet Type picking up Greninja. So Greninja gives you that speed that you're looking for as a potential endgame sweeper with Battle Bond, which is not listed under the abilities. But Battle Bond Greninja is a great ability there to get +1 in your special attack, and speed, right? I think that's what the combo is. Usually it's special attack plus speed, but you can definitely run Swords Dance. I have run Swords Dance Greninja Sense, so you can like definitely make that work with Battle Bond. Or it could just be a really strong breaker with Protean, and you just go for really strong Ice Beams or Gunk Shots to hit Fairy types. Greninja has like a lot of versatility with its ability. Like its ability really shapes how you're gonna play with the Greninja. So really nice. Really nice
think an underrated like buff that Greninja got over in the not Teal Mask, Indigo Disc rather.
Yeah.
The addition to Sludge Wave in its arsenal. So no longer having to rely on an inconsistent Gunk Shot going left, is really, really nice.
Yeah.
Obviously Gunk Shot will be still run for Spadef Fairies. We're looking at you, Clefable. We're looking at you, Florges. But Sludge Wave for more consistent output against Fairy types, especially after getting a +1 boost. It's really, really nice to have for Gren.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, or either specs protein sets as well.
Yeah, spec
Yeah, you
protein
can
As a
for
do
sure.
Revenger.
breaking stuff with it.
Yep, for your coverage moves and such. Yep, I think that's a good pick for him. We have this is also a 17-point Pokemon. Yeah, I don't have the points listed on the sides, but this is Graham was 17, Roaring Moon was 17, and then Deoxys Speed is also 17-point Pokemon here for Dapper Snapper. What do you guys think of this pick?
I enjoy Deoxys Speed. It's the kind of mon that could potentially fall to a lower round, but I mean, you want something. I mean, like we say, speed is of the essence. You need something that's going to absolutely outrun everything, and probably isn't called Regieleki because it gets
Yes.
walled by half the roster. Yeah, I like DOS as a first round pick. It's really nice to have a mon where you go, I need to outspeed this opponent's major threat, and I can just bring Deoxys Speed and not invest in speed and still do it.
Yep. And it could so you can run like max HP, and if you have max HP Deoxys, and like you would definitely have like good enough defenses to get by.
Yeah, we've seen Numb Nexus run that Cosmic Power set that one time.
I think that was
And-
I think that was my idea for him.
And like the speed it has, it can also run away with negative speed natures like sassy and stuff. So it
Yeah.
can go mixed if it
Mhm.
wants to go double offensive. So it's very versatile mon. It has dual screens, it has setups, it has like a lot of stuff. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, for
this
sure.
is another mon that thrives on mixed sets, because you have super power and E-speed for physical coverage and priority on that side, and then obviously on the special side you have Psycho Boost, which is pretty spammable.
Yep. I'm trying to think of what that game was with Nexus. But yeah, it definitely suggested like a weakness policy, Cosmic Power, Deoxys Speed whenever he had it. I think it worked out too, right? I think he.
Yeah, it like literally popped off. It literally popped off and won the game for him.
Yeah.
Because I think it was like Bolt Beam for the coverage, and then
Yes.
Nexus kind of freeze.
Mm-hmm. Yes. The iconic freeze. Couldn't beat me.
Our favorite status in the entire game.
Yes.
Freeze.
My favorite. It's my favorite. I think Deoxys Speed is.
Oh, is it?
Oh, I love freeze, especially when I freeze my opponents. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it feels great.
Chef's kiss, just
When it does, it
Oh.
feels great, and you just call it, so it doesn't count as hacks.
True,
Mm.
true. Yes,
mm.
I think Deoxys is my favorite Pokemon out of the 17-point ones, which we haven't gone through all the 17-point Pokemon because we have one that's coming up right here, and that is Iron Treads. It's I don't know. I feel like this is like a round 2 staple, but based on the Pokemon that we had available, like I definitely buffed up Iron Treads at least a little bit. This mon is just so reliable. Like it's not a great Tusk, but the Steel type, like because it can't boost its attack, unfortunately, outside of like booster attack. And that's what made Great Tusk really nice, is you can boost the attack to get by things. Iron Treads is just a little bit weaker, so it's harder to get through things, but it has like that equal versatility, maybe even more versatility with the Steel typing being able to wall more stuff than a Great Tusk can.
So you said Deoxys Speed is your favorite of the 17s. Treads is mine.
Okay.
Treads is the reason that in like higher tier drafts, I like a later pick because, like you say, it's a round 2 staple and it goes early in round 2. Here is my hot take for this draft. I'll take Iron Treads over Great Tusk every single time.
That's a hot take.
Every time. Love Treads. It does have that extra versatility of running potential special sets, like being able to run Volt Switch is an absolute major thing in its arsenal. And I think it takes advantage of spin better in the late game because stuff like Tusk, you can get that spin off. It's just that little bit too slow to guaranteed outpacing what's being held in the back.
Yeah.
And Treads is it's not as powerful as Tusk. It's no slouch offensively, but it is admittedly not quite as powerful. Still my preferred spinner. Gonna say it.
Oh wow. Yeah, maybe it might be better as a spinner because of the Steel typing.
Yeah, because not taking the T spikes. I don't want my spinner, to force into boots to remove the spikes, and like T spikes especially in some weeks. So like does not like to get poisoned, and red does not mind it, being the steel it is. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And like a good steel type, it's like you said, like very good fairies are a bit hard to find. A good steel type is pretty difficult to find at times. Like
Yep.
you'll get those top tier steel types going early-ish,
Mhm.
and then you're left with like, okay, I've got to draft Tinker Tink.
There's more options than that. Could that happen with one of my
There's
teammates? 'Cause
Yeah,
they don't
if
have
you're
steel
not
types.
getting an elite steel type in the first 2-3 rounds ish, like I call it the Orthworm syndrome,
Oh.
where it's like, oh crap, I need a steel today.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Orthworm's still here.
You don't want
Yeah,
to get a
that's about right.
Oof, that's tough. I hate Orthworm. Okay. We got the last 18-point Pokemon drafted, so we had a couple 17s go before it, but we got A12, and it feels pretty fitting for A12 to go with the Palafin here.
Yeah, I think Palafin is the ultimate like turn your brain off, like just run the brainless band. Like that's what I like. If people were to ask me, oh, I need like a Palafin set for this matchup, brainless band, 2/3 of the time, just gets the job done. Like I've seen this thing like 2-hit KO Slow Kings, like Slow King Johtos with Wave Crash. I'm like, what? Like, but this mon is diverse. Okay, so in addition to running Brainless Band, it can run Bulk Up every now and then. It can run Specs.
Yep.
If it really
Yeah.
wants to.
Or
Actually,
throat spray, boom burst as well.
Mhm.
Throat Spray,
Rainbow
Boom
Spec
Burst.
Boom
Yeah.
Burst.
So Palafin is a pretty diverse mon. It's a dolphin. What else do you expect?
Yeah, very cute. And obviously you have the downside of getting it into the hero form first. So I mean, it's pretty easy to just leave with a turn 1 and then switch out. But like if your opponent knows you're going to be doing
switch
that,
out. You
pretty
can
often.
flip turn out. Yeah.
it could be a liability in the original form. If it stayed in this form from the beginning, then I think it would have gone earlier for sure. But yeah, just starting in the baby form is definitely tough. So it's like we're working out to make sure you get that Palafin turn. And if you lead a turn 1, you want to make sure like you
Clean
don't
off,
fall
yeah.
too far behind by having baby Palafin on the field. So we'll see. But I think
Yeah,
A12
just as opponents, just don't let baby Palafin get a KO.
no.
against you. Or indeed, if you're me in a previous league, don't let it get 2 against you.
Oh no. I mean,
That was a bad
I've
time.
seen
That was a
some
dark time to
BB
be me.
kills, yeah. I've seen some BB kills, but not 2. But yeah,
It
but
wasn't-
at least
it
yeah,
wasn't
when
It wasn't even
Yeah.
banded.
Oh no. What is the base attack of
That's
baby
what-
Palafin?
It's
I
not
guess
great.
it's 100. I think no, it's 100. If
Oh,
I'm
it's
not
actually not bad.
Is it?
I
Wait.
thought it was 95 at first.
Yeah.
Oh no,
that's
no,
fine.
it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's 70. It's
Yeah, I thought it was like
70.
60 or something. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh heavens! Oh
Well,
heavens!
It happens to the best of us.
Ah.
It truly does. It truly does.
I mean, back in the day, it was making sure you didn't get a rapid spin kill, but now at least rapid spin is
yeah.
it's a little bit more powerful.
Baby Palafin kills need to be a stat.
Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we can make it 0. Hopefully we make it 0.
I mean, yeah, Palafin at least forces the team to have a knock absorber if they are leading a Palafin, because like opponent leading with a knock is always a great against a Palafin team.
Yeah.
So we got the last pick of the round 1, which is Kazenshiro. There is one 17-point Pokemon left, but they're not going to go with it with either of the wheel picks. But we can see their first pick of the wheel is Gouging Fire. Very versatile mon in what it can do. You can go booster attack, booster defense, booster speed. You can go booster defense. You have all special defense. You have all those options. And you can set up Dragon Dances. You can go Morning Sun and just have 2 attacks and go wild. You can go Dragon Dance and 3 attacks. And it has good enough coverage that can make it work. You have good enough bulk that you can utilize, especially that defense stat is really large. And you can go like super bulky, like very specially defensive with Dragon Dance, and just gradually get your speed up at, even if you're like not investing at speed at +1 speed, you should be able to outpace basically everything that's not Choice Scarf, at least somewhat reasonably. And 115 attack is like nothing to slouch at either. So I'm a big fan of Gouging Fire. I know some people think it's mid as well, but what do you guys think of it?
I think it just comes down to whether or not, because I think the criticism behind, being mid is just, well, it needs to have sun to work.
Yeah.
Okay. And my counter argument to that is, well, you look at the HP defense in SPDEF, okay? Put this behind screens, put this behind Veil, and you can let it get it going. And it also has a utility move called Breaking Swipe. So the idea is you can run DD, Breaking Swipe, and drop opponents attack -1, and now they can't make progress against your Gouging Fire, and that gives you more turns to DD on top of that. So to those that think, again, that's the main criticism that I see with people calling Gouging Fire mid. Oh, it needs sun to be good. You put this thing behind dual screens, put this thing behind Veil, and it can get going really, really, really fast. Trust me.
I think an important thing to consider with Gouging Fire, along with certain other, like, once seen when they first introduced as just the big physically offensive world-ending threat, not always to just see it as this is my end game win con, because like you say, a bulky Gouging Fire set meant to just stick around can do a lot of work mid game to set up. Like if Shira and Kaz can pick up a bunch of powerful other potential end game threats, then Gouging Fire can just become one of those bulky things, like you say, with Breaking Swipe, with Dragon Tail, with the recovery that it gets. It can just become something mid-game that becomes a little bit insurmountable and starts just chipping things down for something else to come in. It can end-game, obviously we've seen Gouging Fire do it countless times, but it's another one of those mods. We've said it about a few of these first-round picks. It has more versatility than it originally was considered for.
And speaking of Chip, its signature move is Burning Bulwark, which if you make contact on a Burning Bulwark turn, you're burnt. You're burnt, buddy. You're burnt toast. So that's burn chip damage, racking up on top of trying to, U-turn out or knock it off, things of that nature. So as if
it's a good mod to pick up at the end of the round. Good mod to pick up at the end of the round.
I have something to, like, it is a good mon, but it's not the best. Like, it is one of those jack of all trades, master of none mon. Basically, it has decent of everything, but not the best. So it's sometimes like I have countered it. My best counter versus it is Scream Tail, booster speed, and core T-Wave. There goes the freaking Gouging Fire. What are you gonna do now? Like UDD,
I've seen a
core,
colossal
IT-Wave.
check this thing. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
true.
so like the thing is, it's very easy counterable. Like it's a very good one if you run ladder and stuff, but when it's draft, it's very easy to counter as well, because like it's not gonna run special attacking sets. So like it can be defensive mixed, but attacking is gonna be a physical mon, and you can have like physical defensive mons, a fairy or a flyer, or a resisting to.
Like, don't get me wrong, like the Dragon Fire like type combination is like, on paper it sounds really good because like, oh, you're neutral to fairy. Well, guess what? Now you're neutral to water, and now you have additional weak. You're neutral to water, you're neutral to ice, and then on top of that, now you're weak to ground and rock on top of that. So it's a double-edged sword, really, with Gouging Fire.
No, for sure. So yeah, that is the end of round one. So anything that sticks out in particular here? Anything that's surprising? I don't think anything here particularly stands out. I personally think that Roaring Moon maybe was drafted a little too high, but other than that, like I think everything honestly makes
it's
sense.
hard to say whether or not you drafted like you said, Roaring Moon might be a little too high, but like you look at Standard's position in the draft, like this is for 7. Like you're 7 and 12. You're smack dab in the middle.
Yeah.
So like it's just like it's one of those things where you're like, oh, I have to pull the trigger on this because I don't think I'm gonna get it round 2.
Yeah. Sure.
It's one of those things. I mean, apart from that, this looks like a typical round 1. But
Yep.
hopefully round 2 can be spicy. Hopefully round 2 can be spicy.
Hopefully it could be spicy.
Yeah.
And we could just start off with it right away. We could maybe briefly talk about how it pairs with the first pick, but Kazenshira's second round pick is Tornadus Therian. Here's your fast Pokemon for the round. We know what it has 2 sets. It was known just being like a pretty bulky pivot back in like Generation 6, Generation 7. And then as you get to Generation 8, even Generation 7 also, it became more of an offensive threat with Nasty Plot in Generation 8 plus Bleak Wind or Hurricane. And you have pretty good coverage in Heat Wave, Grass Knot, Dark Pulse, Extra Sensory, Focus Blast. You have all really good special coverage. You can run physical in a pinch, but also it's really bulky with heavy duty boots plus like good enough defensive stats that you can go like max HP and like max speed and like you're generally fine there. And it has Regenerator, so you can just continuously regenerate that damage off. If you don't want to run boots and you assume your opponent's not going to run rocks, then like you avoid spikes and toxic spikes as well, which is fine. Has U-turn, has knockoff, has like all the versatility that you want outside of not having defog anymore. But Tornty is a good pick. It can knock off. It can like set Nasty Plots up in like to go alongside the Dragon Dancing of Gouging Fire. You can go on the special side and attack with Tornadoes. So I think it's a pretty good pairing. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is a good pairing to go with. Gouging. Torn was always one of those mons that would get picked up, and then when High Tier Terror came along, Tornadus Therian became an absolute demon.
Yes.
And I think it's because of that since people have moved away a little bit from High Tier Terror and Torn is no longer allowed to, people have seen that as a big drop-off, which isn't necessarily fair. It's still like the same mon that it was. And it's probably one of the better second chance regen mons. You see regen cores often being used very defensively with the likes of Slowking, Hydrapple, things like that.
Yep.
Torn is just one of those mons where you know it's got the safety net of regen, it's bulky enough to take a hit if you make a mistake, and you can just get on out into something offensive and bulky, like say Gouging Fire, and sort of resituate yourself. I like this pick with Gouging.
Yeah, I really like the synergy, the idea, like you can U-turn to Gouging in a pinch. Again, okay, lost defog, which is fine, but like the fact that it's still an assault vest regen mon with that 90 special defense, with the 79 with HP, it can stay in, it can take a hit, U-turn out, go to Gouging, then you can go back to Torn again, get 33% back each and every time with the switch out. Really hoping that like hazard removal is coming very, very soon with this team.
Definitely weak to hazards, definitely weak to rock type moves, weak to kind of weak to ice type moves. But yeah, both have recovery, so that's nice to pair like two bulky mons with recovery with each other.
For me, I think like non-Terra Tonti is like, it's kinda hard to play around it. Like it's very easy to counter it, especially with a low tier mon. Like if you know you are gonna face Tonti after the schedule's out and you are not facing it week 1, a 1 point Ampharos can wall it. 3 or 4 point Bellyball can wall it, run static. So like, though these are the type of mons which really appreciate Terras, and it not having it is a bit downfall for it, but yeah, it's not bad, but it can be countered, especially in a league.
I'm looking at this team right now, and like this team loses to Rotom Wash at the moment, but I'm sure that's going to be patched up really soon.
Yep, for sure.
This is the thing, like we're only 2 picks in. It's it's easy to look at. Obviously, people are picking the best ones they can with the top 2-3 picks. It's easy to then look at a team and say, well, this is easily countered by this is easily countered by that. You don't have an answer for this. We are only 2 mods in.
Yep.
Like, it's too early to judge a team based on its shared weaknesses at this stage, I think.
No, for sure. Next, we got A12 picking up the Goldengo. What do you guys think of this?
I love Plank. Plank is a good boy. 133 special attack is coming off of, it can be a throw a specs on this thing and make it rain. Like, what fairy type switches into that? Tell me what fairy type switches into that. I actually want to know, because what that is a strong move. That is a strong move. And it's not like Draco Meteor where it's like, oh, it drops you 2 stages. No. It's only 1 stage after the first Make It Rain. So it is actually kind of spammable in a sense. 87, 95, 91 for your bulk. So like you can make it bulky. With recover sets, screen sets. So, I mean, good as gold, probably the single most greatest ability that we have to date. So, being a status absorber is actually great on Palafin. Palafin doesn't want to be T-Waved. It doesn't want to be whisked or toxic. So, Goldango just says, hi. To all of that stuff. So I like this core so far. Yeah,
and especially it can even run modest Scarf into, like, it outspeeds the second highest speed tier in the league, which is Darkrai 125. And like, we are not gonna count Dio speed because like
it probably outspeeds
barely any
too.
barely any Scarfer there is. Like, I think it even outspeeds a 110 Scarfer, I think. If I remember my calcs right, I don't remember. So yeah, so outside Dio speed, it's a very good Scarfer into Meow teams, Darkrai teams, stuff like that.
Yeah, and even if you run into the 1 Dio speed, you have priority and Jet Punch on Palafin, if need be. So, that just reinforces how much I really like this core.
A12 is going to be clicking buttons that are very strong, so make sure you're ready for that. We got Dashing Septile in the chat, and we got Sneasler on the screen. I feel like a lot of people have said Sneasler has fallen off. It's 15 points in this league. But I really like it. 120 speed, 130 attack. Like, what's not to like? It has U-turn momentum. You have strong hitting stab moves in Gunk Shot plus close combat. You also have the kind of luck-based Dire Claw, where you can just surprisingly put a Pokemon to sleep or paralyze it when you didn't see it coming. Like, worst case, you can always have Sneasler in the back to go for sleeps and sleep your entire team and, in theory, win the game that way. And like a Sleep Claws with Dire Claw, if you sleep multiple Pokemon, that's, like, illegal. So you could always just win the game with Sneasler putting everything to sleep if you get lucky enough. But has some burden sets as well. To boost double the speed. So like after a close combat, you're like, there's nothing that adds speeds. I don't think there's anything that adds speeds like +2 Sneasler without setting itself up. Like Booster Iron Bundle's not gonna add speed, or any like Deoxys isn't add speed. Nothing. Like Hawlucha is slower. So yeah, this would guaranteed be the fastest Pokemon if you go for like a close combat and have max speed. So it's nice to have this option with Sneasler. And maybe with Treads plus Sneasler, you pick up some terrain shenanigans and make that work later.
Yeah. But also, like, coming up on the terrain thing, many people think like Sneasler is undervalued because it's just a seed bot, but it is not. You can either run Endure Lychee sets, you have a normal gem fake out, you have like so many you have air balloon sets to proc your Unburden if you feel like your terrain mon is not having a good matchup this week. You have 3 different types to proc your Unburden as well. So like, and also it has a great speed tier to even run Adamant, Scarf, Poison Touch sets to, if they
Yeah,
don't have any
honestly,
good
my
sleeves.
favorite set. Yep, that
If they
scarf
don't
is
have
probably
good
the
sleeves.
best set in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is just running, a scarf, being able to U-turn against bad matchups and potentially poisoning them with poison touch. Like SK said, like Dire Claw is a 50% chance to either, para, sleep, or toxic. So that's always fun. So you better, if you don't have Covert Cloak, I have bad news for you.
Yep.
But I also really like the core between both Treads and Sneasler. So like Sneasler with the poison fighting typing, you're quad weak to psychic move. And Treads can eat that up as a steel type. For in terms of psychic moves.
Yep.
That want to come in on this thing. So
Treads and
I like this
Sneasler-
core. I like this core.
Treads and Sleazer together kind of underlie that. We said earlier that there's a sort of notable lack of really top tier fairy types, and that has in turn led to, as we've seen in round one, a lot of pacey dark types coming into their own. And from there, the birth of new fighting types that came in quite hard as well. And Sneasler, when stuff like fast dark and top tier fairy become almost a necessity, Sneasler then comes in and wrecks both of those. The only thing it has a massive amount of trouble getting through with, likes of throat chop coverage for the occasional psychic type here and there, becomes opposing poison. Everyone wants a grounded poison.
Yep.
That's when Treads comes into its own, countering off those as well. So, shared weaknesses, not too many, one or two, but I like Treads plus Sneasler here. I think Dashin's done a good job with this early core.
You could.
Yeah, and I think there's only 3 matchups which hard counter Sneasler, and all 3 are the same types, the Gliscor and the Double Lando, because you have nothing super effective to hit them. So in those matchups is the ones I normally try to run Poison Touch, Scarf, just U-turn out of those matchups, try to poison then those mons and stuff.
Yeah, get them worn down that way.
Yeah, or if you, now with the mid-tier Terra, if you get a Levitate poison type, then, you basically hard counter both of these Pokemon. You just go Levitate, draft a Levitate Terra user, and just give a Terra poison, and, you could take both these on. So, that could be a little bit problematic, but you can find other ways to get through it. That's okay.
Yeah, the only thing that would really honestly check a Sneasler would be, what I've used in the past was Wheezing Kanto with Psybeam.
Yep.
So there's that.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. All right, for the last 17-point Pokemon, so this fell a little bit. Not terribly surprising based on what was picked in the previous rounds, but we have Big Boy Ting Lu coming up here.
Our favorite guacamole bowl.
The guacamole bowl. Looks tasty.
It's just a nice big bowl of guac.
Yeah.
Shout out Chipotle one time. Y'all need to lower your prices, man. 'Cause this, listen, 2015 Chipotle is not, and 2025 Chipotle,
They
two
are
very
two
different things.
Two different
Anyways, the 165 HP, 130 Fizdef, 80 Spadef, with the Vessel of Ruin, which is basically Intimidate, but for special attackers. This thing is gonna be here. Actually, now that I look at this, the spike stacking core of Ting Lu and DOS is actually kind of nutty.
Yes.
So you can alternate between who's gonna set up the rocks, who's gonna set up the spikes, and then Ting Lu can whirlwind them out. And DOS can taunt the defog coming through. Really demonic core from Dapper Snapper right here. This is demonic.
And I can see you could just it frees up Deoxys to be more of an attacker if you don't want it to spike as much, or you could just we got the Viz specialist that's under Vid. You just run the weakness policy Ting Lu and go offensive and just hit pretty hard with +2 attack after with base 110 attack is dealing pretty decent damage.
Ting Lu's a very worthwhile weakness policy early game users just to break stuff down, but obviously you focus on it for those defenses. Everyone loves running an offensive calc just to see how much damage you can do. I love running defensive calcs on Ting Lu because they're hilarious.
Yeah.
Like you put it up against something that's breaking through walls, and Ting's like, let me just take 33% from that, and then whirlwind you out, or set up a spike, or
So
ruinate you
sad.
down to half.
Yep. Solid pickup here.
Yeah.
We got Diet Type picking up Landorus T. Lost a lot of tools, but still a round 2 pick, unsurprisingly, with Rocks, U-Turn, Earthquake. That's really all you need, because his typing's so good, the ability's so good. Unfortunately, doesn't have Rock Polish, but has Sword Stance, so you can still hit pretty hard. You could run special sets if you want with the Landorus. But this is like a start of a U-Torn core here with hazards from Spikes and Toxic Spikes Gren. You got Rocks from the Landorus, and just continuously pivot around. It's a tried and true method of U-turn spamming from our drafting players. So Dai is continuing that trend here.
Yeah, I would love to see a Volt Switch Mon within the next pick or two, just to keep the momentum going. You have flip turn on Gren as well, if you really want some stab momentum in that sort of sense. So again, yes, Lando T lost a lot of its tools, but it's still all reliable. Intimidate is always nice to drop the physical attack on a Mon. Again, 105 special attack is nothing to sleep on. 91 speed is it fills a speed tier. Like, it's not 100, it's not 80, it's 91. That's always nice to have.
Yeah.
It's all reliable. I don't know what else to say about this Mon.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, an 07 in chat to knock off Lando. We miss you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we? Not really. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, with no disrespect to D-Ray's Garchomp, which is highly likely the superior Mon, it's the round 2 version. Like, it's a Lando T. Yeah, it got picked. It sort of just be what it do. Tried and true, like you said, proven partnerships with Greninja Lando T. Like, they enable, they break, they can hazards. And Greninja doesn't get flip turn. What the heck?
Yeah, just U-turn.
Oh, just U-turn?
Yeah.
I've been playing too much Radical Red.
Yeah.
My bad, folks.
Does it get
My
bad?
bad, folks.
I would say U-turn is much
Bad
better.
red pin.
Yeah, I'd make sure
Right,
that we get hit
U-turn.
by
Your
another
U-turn's a
board.
little stronger anyway, and it has Protean to get it stabbed.
Yeah.
Going. Yeah, fair enough.
Mhm.
Also, on the topic of mentioning D-Ray's Garchomp, D-Ray says, "Someone tell Jason this is a Gen 9 draft," because he forgot.
Oof. Give me some. Give me Terra or the Z move on the Lando. This is looking pretty nice right here. But,
SDZ Fly. Hello.
mhm.
Yeah.
I love it.
Should we go back to Gen 6 and see Dai pick up Heatran next?
Ooh.
I mean, no.
Head game.
Hey,
Gen 6,
hey,
guys.
hey.
Gen 6, I think Gren is banned routine, I think, and it does not have Vital Bond.
Yeah. In a Gen 6 draft,
So
it would be
it
a torrent only setting.
It would probably
Yeah.
be the reverse.
I
You
used
pick
it, yeah.
Lando pick
It's
one
just
and
the
Gren
Lando
pick 2.
Heatran partnership. It's just the Lando
Yeah.
Heatran partnership. That was everywhere. But I mean, yeah. Gren and Lando, they do what they do.
Yeah. We have a standard picking up Petron, which
It is, yeah.
it makes sense as your fairy killer or your Terra Fairy answer. Yeah, Petron. That it's probably one of the best physical defensive walls in the game because it has recovery. And it's your poison type, so you want a grounded poison, so toxic spikes don't hit you. And a ghost type is pretty ideal to make sure you don't get hit by rapid spins. So yeah, Petron is
This
solid
is the bulkiest spin blocker out
for
in
sure.
this current meta. 160 Fizz Def. 160 Fizz Def.
That is a
yeah,
stupid
everything
number.
else is 88, but that 160 Fizz Def, it can take as many rapid spins as you wanna, It can take all, I think PP for rapid spin is 64. Yeah, Petron can take 64 rapid spins, no problem.
The other thing about Petron here, when you look at 3 of the really top tier spinners, which of course is Tusk, Terapagos, Treads, Petron can be built to beat them. Like, yeah, Tusk is going to go for a headlong rush afterwards, and Petron's just going to live it.
Yeah, you can run air balloon and like
Yeah,
kind of avoid it.
it can be one of the really effective spin blockers. And you look at what the hits Roaring Moon doesn't want to take. Like, Petron's going to come in and eat them.
Yep.
This is a nasty, nasty pairing.
Yeah, fighting and fairy
draft.
answer. This
Nasty
is
pairing.
probably the best one. So
Yeah,
14
because you
yes.
also we were on the topic of Jason and Diatite's U-turn core. We got U-turn on Roaring Moon. We got Parting Shot with Petron, so you can like throw. You're not gonna invest into speed really on Petron. Make it minus speed and slowly part into Moon. Free DDs for days.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is a good enabler. That can, we've seen offensive Petron do bits in the past.
Has
This is
nasty
not
plot.
outside the realms of possibility.
It gets nasty plot.
Yeah.
It does get nasty.
Uh,
It's a nasty looking
it-
mon to
it get-
begin
it-
with,
yeah.
so.
They gave it nasty plot at the expense of literally any coverage.
yes. But
But it
coverage
doesn't
is
need
good
it,
enough.
you know?
Shadow plus
Not for the
poison.
job that it's going to do.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So we have the last 16-point Pokemon coming up next. I feel it's a little bit high in point value being at 16, but I mean Dragonite is definitely all reliable because you don't have Terra in this. I think Terra is generally banned even in high tier Terra, but very strong priority. You have Boot, so you're like almost always guaranteed to live a hit with multi-skill. Dragon Dance up, and it has high 134 attack, so pretty strong. So you know what it's going to do. And if you think something's going to outspeed you with a Choice Scarf Revenge Kill, well, you have a pretty strong extreme speed that could maybe pick up that knockout there if you have a little bit of chip damage. So, yeah, Darkrai plus Dragonite seems like a pretty powerful offensive combination there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't sleep on D-Knight's, defensive capabilities.
Yeah.
Obviously, with multi-scale, you can live. But even after that, it still has 91 HP, 95 Fizz Def, right? So, and 100 in the special category. So, like, don't sleep on, Roost, Hurricane sets as well. This thing is not tailored, like it can run obviously the DD, the E speed, and the scale shot and all that fun stuff, but the special moves that D-Knight also has is really, really reliable, and probably the best way to use D-Knight is to run DD with a random flamethrower or fire blast for that one steel type that wants to check D-Knight, that thinks it's gonna check D-Knight. Oh, fire blast to the face, bye-bye.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, D-Knight's kind of gone through the ringer a little bit. There was a time not all that long ago, but I mean, we've been doing this for a while, Arslot. I mean, there was a time where you wouldn't be surprised if D-Knight didn't get drafted at all.
Yep.
And then it sort of come back into its own. Terra gave it a massive boost. We saw it used a lot in VGC as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come to a league like this where obviously it's sort of mid-tier Terras and down. Dragonite's not going to be able to Terra, but like you say, it's still got those options. It can still be used to stick around and stall, potentially. But again, it's still that base 134 attack Dragonite. Like you say, it's still old reliable. You disrespect this thing, it still has the power to roll teams.
Yeah, I will say that it does look like Terra Fairy is a pretty easy bring against this team with the combination of Darkrai plus Dragonite. So, similar to, I guess, the Roaring Moon issue, you definitely want something to take on fairies, and Petron's a really great answer. So, it's fine to have these two as your first two picks, but you probably want to focus on making sure you can handle fairy types with the rest of the draft going forward. So we'll see if Crick decides to do that.
I think a few of these teams we're going to see the round 3 to 4 pivot that sometimes does happen, where people have picked up their big threats early, and now they look at it and go, I need grounded poison and I kind of need steel.
Yep.
And like we said, those are premier picks. So I think round 3 and 4 we're going to see probably a fair few. I would imagine to see a fair few of those.
For sure. Next, we got D-Right picking up Galarian Slowking. This is I feel like this is a pretty tried and true combo in Generation 8 with Garchomp plus Galarian Slowking. But you have the slow momentum with Galarian Slowking and the Chilly Reception. to get into your guard chomp. Yeah, I mean, this mon is just, if you want it to take in a hit, like, this mon will definitely do it for you. And it has good momentum, has good recovery. Yeah, good coverage. That's great coverage, actually. It has a lot of special coverage. And base 110 special attack is like, you think of this as like a pretty good pivot and like a wall, assault vis user, stuff like that. But like, 110 of special attack is nothing to scoff at. It could definitely hit pretty hard. And it's the ultimate
Yeah, it
wingman
has wonderful
to guard chomp.
coverage. You have bull beam coverage. You got flamethrower ice. You got flamethrower focus blast. I've seen this thing run EQs even without investment. EQ can low key 2-hit KO a Heatran. It can low key 2-hit KO a Heatran, which is always nice. Like you said, the chilly reception to guard chomp is always nice. Future sight and pivoting into Garchomp is always nice, because Garchomp, threatens out pretty much any steel type that thinks they want to take on Future Sight with powerful EQs. And then also Garchomp is low key a slept on knockoff absorber. So like Galarian Slowking being weak to dark means you may be suspect to knockoff, but Garchomp having rough skin, and you pair that with a Rocky Helmet, so that's gonna punish anyone trying to knock off Glowking's item as well. So this is a good core as well. Not as flashy as something like Diatite's core or Dashing Sceptile's core, but it's up there. It's up there.
Yeah, good Pokemon.
Yeah, this is the early core that does what it says it's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
And Glowking, yeah, obviously getting that slow pivoting into the likes of Chomp and whatever other threats Dero wants to pick up, but those old tried and true Galarian Slowking sets, AV is still worth a run. You gotta watch out for offensive Trick Room. This thing, like we said, has the coverage to make it happen.
Yeah.
And regen is regen. Be what it do.
Yep, you got the AV Slowking into the physically defensive Garchomp. Like that's two pretty good Pokemon there to cover your bases. We got next. I feel like 15 points is a little bit high for Cinderace. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this Pokemon, but it does have the speed. It has really nice speed that you want to hear. Good enough attack. Hazards are interesting with Core Change, so you can switch them up if you think you're weak to spikes, that you always have the threat to move the spikes back over to your opponent. But you also have good removal anyway. So I think between Terapagos and Cinderace, you definitely are pretty covered on hazards. Like, what's the point of even running hazards against this team if you have the threat of Cinderace plus Terapagos to always spin? So I like the start here, but what do you guys think of Cinderace?
I think Cinderace. Yeah, I think Cinderace is a great pickup for Nova. Taking the rapid spin pressure off Terapagos is really, really nice. We don't want our round one pick being a spin bot. I hope not. But Cinderace can take the pressure off that via Court Change. Actually, Court Change can also, it also has an interaction with screens and veil. So like if someone were to set up those things, Cinderace can steal them. And free screens or free veil would just give the turtle more turns to Calm Mind, or a free turn to Rock Polish, things of that nature. So there's that. There's also nice utility in Super Fang for Chip. Obviously, Libero U-turn is always good for momentum. I think 15. What, this was 15 points?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a fair pricing.
Yeah, following up on what Eli said, like it opens. I'm not gonna talk about Ace, but it opens up Terap a lot. It forces it not to be boots and spin, to save its shell.
Yeah,
it
that's
can
fair.
be Rock Polish, Power Herb, Meteor Beam to get that +1 and the double speed. If like especially if you see a Terap, you have one Scarf Mon to always revenge, especially a fighting type or anything which can OHKO it after +1 speed as well. So it counters it by going +2, and it's how to counter a Rock Polish Mon. Especially it can also go set up Resto Chesto because it does not have to go boots. So there's like a lot of potential for the like their first round pick becomes a sweeper as well, and not a okay, I will trade and I will be the bot which stops opponent sweeps.
Hmm.
Come in, take a shell, spin, and then Oko. So it stops that, I would say.
Yeah, these two can really help enable each other dependent on the matchup. Like, Terapagos, as we mentioned, is that kind of potential red button option, but we want it to be able to do a lot of work. Like Val said, we don't want it to just be a spin bot, and stuff like Cinderace. You can all like with that speed going on as well. Banded Pyro Balls are nothing to mess with, and the stuff that Terapagos might struggle with, it gets coverage for the likes of Ghosts and Steals, but without setup, it's not always going to be the most powerful. Cinderace can absolutely nuke those or chunk them down at least. And then if you're going to Terapagos early, then you're going to bait in some of the bulkier stuff that maybe Cinder doesn't want to be dealing with late game either. So there is a few good options here for those two to enable each other quite nicely.
No, for sure. Yeah.
And lastly, about this core that we talked about Dragonite, I think 2 picks ago. So Darkrai, D-Knight is a good core. Why? Because one breaks and the other one cleans. The same principle applies here. Cinderace is probably going to break for Terap and so on. So this is a valid round 2 right here from Nova.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure about this next pick we have coming up here, but we have a coach that can maybe justify this pick. It seems pretty high, round 2 for Jirachi. But what are you seeing in the Jirachi Meowscarada core, TJ?
So, you know the way D-Ray was here and was chatting about mayonnaise?
Yes.
This is my mayonnaise, because this is about the 5th time I've drafted this stupid thing this year. So, just to kind of give you the quick rundown. So I wanted D-Knight, and then Kurt took it. I nearly co-picked something that I actually ended up getting later, so I'm not going to spoil that. But yeah, no, Jirachi, it's like you said earlier, Shroom, in regards to those, just in regards to the steel types. Like, I wanted to get in early on that. I think of the steel psychics, which there is multiple good ones, Jirachi is definitely the pinnacle. I think it does cover a lot of the stuff that Meow doesn't like from a utility standpoint, and you can't go wrong with Healing Wish. Like, you really can't.
Mm-hmm.
So
yep.
And I think that's what separates it, because as you said, there's many great steel psychics out there apart from Jirachi. Looking at you, Metagross and Bronzong, but I think Healing Wish in this generation just separates Jirachi from those other two. I think Healing Wish is probably the best button to click this generation.
Yep.
Arguably, you can put it up there with knockoff. It is that good. Having that, as a fail safe for something like Meow is great. And also, okay, Meow gets spikes, Jirachi gets rocks. So you have your 2 hazards there, and yeah, you know what? This is valid. The idea of getting your round 2 steel type as opposed to after round 3 or 4 being like, oh crap, Orthworm's still there. Like, you didn't fall for the Orthworm syndrome at least. So this is valid.
Yeah.
This is valid.
Yeah. I mean, it's picking up on what you are saying there. Healing Wish is what does it for Archie. Like, Healing Wish is now, it didn't used to be a talked about move. Now it's talked about in the same breath as having knockoff, Stealth Rocks, Spikes, U-turn on your team. It becomes incredibly important. Like, this is a personal thing for me. I don't like Rachi. I don't overly rate it, but people are using it much better as we've gone through the gens. Like, it's not just that Wish Rocks U-turn bot that Jirachi has been. People are using it with Healing Wish to facilitate others. People are using it to break early with, like, Power Herd Meteor Beam. People are running it very offensively, which is nice to see. And Healing Wish is what ties it all together and puts it, a cut above. So with the right mons to be able to bring back, like, you can play a bit more fast and loose with the likes of Meowscarada and later picks. So yeah, it becomes the right round 2 pick for the team.
And no one's even
Yeah,
said what the
but-
best set is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
Scarlet
gonna say
against
if
Brown.
you, that's what I was gonna say. If you think like you have a bad matchup, you can always play, pray to the RNG god and just go for the paraphrase game.
See?
Yeah.
Scarf,
I'm on the same
Pledge,
brainwave
there's
here.
nothing better than that. I was gonna say that itself, yeah. But yeah, I think like there's one better pick which we have seen a lot with Meow, but of course Chirachi also gels well with that.
Mhm.
I know if I speak about that mon, SK knows it might be a leak, so I don't want to say it, but I will speak when that particular mon shows up, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think it'll come up pretty soon. So yeah, so we have Talon's next pick here with the Great Tusk. We got Hisuian Samurai. So yeah, now you have your rocks, you have your rapid spin, you have your spikes. So you probably don't want to run rocks a ton with Great Tusk just because it's such a great offensive Pokemon that you want other Pokemon to stealth rock with. So hopefully Talon picks up other additional stealth rock users so Tusk doesn't have to do so. But yeah, I mean having a Pokemon.
Oh, excuse me.
Having a Pokemon, I could just go for pretty free spikes as long as you hit Ceaseless Edge.
And miss. I think I've seen more people hit Hydro Pumps than Ceaseless Edge, so.
Aw, that's crazy. I hate Hydro Pump. I'm not running that.
Yeah.
Wait. Hydro is 80 accuracy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have seen that hit more. I've seen Bundle hitting more Hydro than his Samurott hitting more Ceaseless.
Ceaseless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Eli, you've been doing this long enough. You know the rules. Hydro Pump isn't 80 accuracy; it's 50 accuracy. You know
Right.
this.
If
What-
it's not
what rules
100 accuracy, it's 50
Yeah.
accuracy.
Exactly.
Right.
Unless
You
you
have
use the-
TJP. Yep, we got TJP. I do. Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
He knows the rules. He
Yeah,
knows the
there you
rules.
go.
Yeah, I mean, so Hammerot's one of those that's bound to be picked up sooner or later.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be surprised to see Hammerot be picked up anywhere in in rounds 2 through 4.
Yeah.
Just for that one thing it offers that nobody else can do. It's no slouch offensively. It's got the stats and a bit of coverage to run mixed or even special if you particularly want to.
Yep.
Like we say about certain mons, you don't want this to be like a hazard setting bot or just like a spin bot or whatever. Hammerot's just one of those mons that enjoys that role. Like you just want to spam Ceaseless Edge. Is what you do.
And even if you don't
it can do
feel
other
like
things, it can be a threat.
spamming Ceaseless, right? If you don't feel like spamming Ceaseless, like it also gets Knock, it also gets Sucker, it gets Aqua Jet. So like there's Sharpness also like boosts Sacred Sword as well. So like the dual stabs are there, the coverage is there.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world if you don't feel like missing Ceaseless. It really doesn't.
Yeah, very true. And like TJP said in the chat, like typing plus AV set are really good with it. It may not have the most wonderful of defensive stats, like some of them are passable. Its SPDF is a bit low, but
Yeah.
it's got the typing uniquely to be like it's a unique check to certain niche but very often seen offensive threats.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Team's a little weak to grass types. It's early on, so you can fix that. And the speed tiers are
Yeah.
pretty similar, but these are all things you can fix later on. I think that should be fine.
Exactly.
The last pick of round 2, so this will be a wheel, but the first pick that Lax decided to input in is Gliscor for 12 points. This is definitely the cheapest Pokemon that has been drafted so far.
12 points?
Yep. No Terra.
Whew.
No Terra on it, so it's definitely
Interesting.
weaker without Terra, but it's an OU staple for sure. I mean, it's weak to water, it's weak to ice, but like it could still like go down to 25% health and then end the game at full health with protects and just pivoting in and such, and just this one always feels like it stays pretty healthy even without Roost. It still feels
Yeah,
like,
even without Roost, it can still like as long as it gets the Toxic Orb off, it can Poison Heal, protect every other turn. The Poison Heal can also activate Facade sets
Yep.
as well, And then for those that want to switch in on Facade, you know, it's still a ground type at the end of the day, so you're getting stab EQs on top of Facade as well.
If you're a steel or rock type,
like this is the start of it of a ladder team right now.
This
Val
is the
score.
This is the stall Pokemon that we're looking for the Smogon team here.
I hate Gliscor. like, I'm not saying it's a great mon. We know this. We know Gliscor's a great mon. Very glad it can't Terra, because Terra Gliscor is, well, words that I won't say live on stream. But Gliscor, it's the original ones almost of those mons where you go for the quad effective move, and Gliscor's like, you know what? I'm just gonna live this actually, and then I'm gonna get back to full health from 12%.
Yep.
Grim. Great pick. Grim.
Good. Two Pokemon good in the fighting types. Like, fighting types are gonna be hard to bring against this team. So we got the end of round 2. Anything that stands out here in particular for you, or anything that's surprising, or things you think that went too high?
The only thing that, like, you know, was a reach was something that you mentioned already, SK, was the Jirachi. Some might look at that as a reach, but again, like TJ, you know, explained, like, you know, got to get on the steel type train and getting them in round 2 or 3, or otherwise you fall into the Orthworm disease. But apart from that, this looks like a very typical round 2 as well.
Yeah, I think
I'm sensing some real animosity towards Orthworm from you, Eli. Is this something that we need to explore?
Oh,
listen. All I'm saying is, in Copper we trust. That's all I'm gonna say right now.
We'll see if that gets
if you don't get your steel type by round 3, just take a Copper, please. Just take a Copper.
I think there's how many steel types? It looks like it's been
from the
3
2
teams.
rounds together.
3 teams have gotten a steel type so far. So if you're not getting your steel type in round 3, then you're looking not great right now. But I think the 2 picks that stand out to me were Dapper picking up Tinglu with Deoxys speed. That's like such a really good hazard pair. You could run really creative sets with Tinglu to add Deoxys, so I like that pairing. And Standard picking up the Petron to pair with the Roaring Moon. I like that combination as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous
I would
combos
say
as well.
Cinderace, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Cinderace pairing with the Pegos turtle, so yeah.
Yep.
That's fair. Yeah. And I also love Lando.
Oh yeah,
I would say.
Lando Grant.
Like, I think Lando is a much it's a best middle ground round 2 pick, I think.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I think that's fair.
I think at this point, all the mons from 16 to 19 points have all been taken. So everything for the rest of the draft will be 15 and below, and not all the 15-point type Pokemon were drafted. So there'll be some in 15 and 14 and were drafted and such. But yeah, we'll start up round 3 with the other wheel pick is Cyclizar. 9 points. I don't know if that's like a really big steal or not, but it's another fast Pokemon to pair with Iron Valiant. Like, it's something that's even faster than it, which is nice. It gives you your removal here. Shed-Tail is banned, so you won't be able to pass those, unfortunately, but Regenerator Pokemon that can heal, can go physical or special attacking, can go Shift Gear if you really, really want to, though I like Shift Gear sets more with the ability to Terra, and this Pokemon could have Terra'd for, let's see how many points it would have been. It would have been 10 points to Terra with, so it only would have been 1 extra point to get this Terra access, and he chose not to go that route, which is fine, but it seems a little bit early, but like, again, he's at the wheel, so if you want your rapid spin removal and this is the Pokemon you want, then I guess you pick it up here.
Yeah, I've used Terra Cyclizar in the past. It's low key, like you're right in the sense that, like, you can shift gear up and then click a Terra Blast button. You know, Dragon and Normal are pretty decent stab options, and then you can, like, you know, Terra Blast like Ground or something to cover both of those, to cover the steel types that want to switch in on Dragon and Normal type moves.
Yeah.
My favorite set that I ran with Terra was like it was Terra Ground, Specs Mud Shot for a Heatran.
Heatran.
That was
Nice.
easily the most
There you
fun
go.
set that I've used with Terrace Cycle. But yeah, it's the start of a regen core. We're almost completing a Dragon Fairy Steel core with this one.
Yeah.
So
But unfortunately, he did not get
the
a.
Showdown Shoguns are looking good so far.
He didn't get a steel type though in his first 3 picks, so he's gonna have to get the Copperage. All right. So
Gonna have to be the Copperage.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
so-
we're one Copperage away. Let's go, baby.
Sykes the first sub 10 point mon picked, and again it's one of those where Cyclones was being picked up earlier and earlier. It used to be a mid draft thing.
Yep.
Originally, obviously known for like unrivaled offensive utility. You get it, like U-turn, knockoff, rapid spin, and ice spinner all together.
Yeah.
Like very few mons get that combo, but again, like we've mentioned the steel types. Like if you don't get a good one, you're not getting one necessarily that's all that worthwhile. And not every team is taking ghosts, and you've got knockoff of that. People are using offensive Cyclozar very effectively lately.
Yeah.
I've noticed this.
Mhm.
People just running it with like sometimes not even running spin, just running like double-edged quick attack as your main forms of offense.
Yeah.
Sometimes overheat mixed for the coverage into those steals that want to come in, and then not for the ghost. People are using Cyclozar that way, and it's becoming one of those regen mons that really takes advantage of the mistakes you make yourself, so you can give yourself that second chance.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
Also about Cyclozar, and one unique move it gets is I love that like Golden Go cannot be a spin blocker into him, because if he spins he blocks, and if he has Temple Flare, which is like double
Mhm.
if you miss your last move, which is I think base 150 move if you
Yep.
miss.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, very
That
true.
should kill.
And yeah, so if you are offensive physically and have spin Temple Flare into a gold matchup, you are so golden. Right.
Yeah.
Mhm. All right. Next pick, we got Zapdos. 15-point Pokemon here. We have the Pokemon to take on grass types that Great Tusk and Samurai don't really want to take. Samurai can at least somewhat take on ice types fine, though it I guess has to worry about freeze dry. But you get Zapdos for the high special attack, which he doesn't have on the team yet either. Limited coverage, but electric flying heat wave. That's like it hits pretty well. Another form of momentum to go with Samurai. You have Static, which is probably the main drawing card of Zapdos. Is you get a U-turn on the Samurai and risk getting paralyzed, or you get a Volt Switch and risk the Grey Tusk hard switching in onto you, and you can't get momentum. So this team early on can like dissuade other teams for going for momentum options to try to gain momentum in the match. So, and you have spikes up with the Suian Samurai.
He's
So
legit.
you could at this early on, it seems like Joe like is getting a team that can like really control like the tempo of a match.
Yeah, Zapdos is one of the most historically reliable draft mons ever.
Yep.
It's definitely up there in the conversation.
For sure.
Yeah.
Lost Defog, bit of a shame,
Mhm.
but kept basically everything else it had, and Static is a massive boon for it as well. Forces a lot of protective pads prep
Yep.
on your
Yep.
big
Yeah.
hitters that want to then get one out of there. Yeah, no slouch
is-
offensively. People have been running it scarfed lately, as well as just those very specialist bulky Zapdos sets that we've seen for years and years. Yeah, this is a very solid pick. Like you always expect Zapdos to go.
Yep.
And here it is.
All right.
Yeah. So this is the mod which I wanted to talk about, with the
Mhm.
Meow pairing.
Yeah.
Because like obviously it forces Meow to run, pads, especially because if you look at the first two mons, very weak to Flower Trick, and it loves to come into Flower Tricks as it cord resist. If I'm electric resist grass, or sorry, at least resist, and if it going for Excel, it can force. It can be helmet static to force axles and stuff, and it can bluff that by leading, and you can just be scarf U-turn and killing Meow. Like if you have forced a Meow run pads, so they are like okay, they lead it as Zapdos, or they do not switch into a Zapdos. I just U-turn and go out, but then you see a scarf U-turn and just your lead main Revenger dice turn 1, basically.
Yeah, and you even have
Yeah.
knockoff from the Samurai and Tusk, but really the Samurai. Like, you can knock off those fighting types that maybe want to switch in on like a Ceaseless Edge, and then like, yeah, if that fighting type wants to go for U-turn and try to gain momentum on the Samurai switching out, then now you're worried about you lose your pads or whatever, and then you could get static from the Zapdos. So like, he has 2 knockoff users to try to get rid of those pads to then get the static from the Zapdos.
And you force the 50-50 in the minds of your opponent, because when you're thinking about Zapdos, if you're running triple axle, even as coverage,
Yeah.
Zapdos can be built. Zapdos can be built if you're not a boosting item. It can be built to take that hit,
Yeah, easily.
and more
Yep.
often than not, it
Yep,
will.
yep.
So if you're not running a boosting item because you're worried about the static Rocky Helmet proccing on 3 hits of axle, chances are you're not taking it out, and then Zapdos can launch off that Hurricane and get big damage, or it can go for Rooster Scout or Volt Switch U-turn out to bring in one of the other threats that deals better. So yeah, I enjoy this pick, especially with what he's got, Tusk and Hammer Up. I think this is going to work well together.
Yeah, and lastly, like the 125 special attack is no joke.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you don't have a valid, Volt Switch immunity or resist, even the resist, like you can't really use a grass type to switch in on Volt Switch because you're fearing Specs Hurricane on the switch to a grass type. So offensive Zapdos is no joke either, folks.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Next up, I don't think TJ is in the chat. No, he is not. He picked up a rapid spinner here, and Quaquaval, one of the most reliable rapid spinners out there. Pretty high attack, 120 with Moxie to like, you can just like, also kind of like who was I mentioning before that could do this? Tusk, I guess. You could like just rapid spin and happen to get yourself in a sweep with going for Aqua Step plus boosting your attack. Like you can get just that +1 attack, +1 speed, and like not even mean it necessarily. And then like you can like steamroll with that high 120 attack with Aqua Step plus Close Combat being just a strong hitting fighting move. Has Flip Turn for momentum, Rapid Spin for a hazard removal to pair with Masquerada Spikes and Jirachi, Stealth Rocks. It seems like a pretty good combo here.
Roost for longevity as well.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Roost for longevity as well. I think Quaquaval being with Meow just makes the most sense. Not because they're both starters or anything, but also like Quack's dual stabs get checked by other bulky waters, which Meow can take care of. So that's this makes the most sense again for TJ to get this as your spinner.
Mm-hmm. We got our next pick here, and you could really see how this team, or I mean, we don't know I mean, I know how the team turns out because I see all the picks, but you could kind of see a vision of what Nova is going with picking Walking Wake next.
Okay. We got you turn into the turtle. We got Flip turn into the turtle. Yeah. So you got 2 strong wall breakers to help break down.
Yes.
Nope.
I think you might have gone out, Eli. But,
Yeah, I thought it was my internet which went away.
no.
But yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of this, Val?
Yeah, a week is very good, but looking at this team feels like the Sun Core, which was running around in the OLR we saw a few months back.
Mm-hmm.
It was Walking Wake, Ace, and like Venusaur and a Sun, either Torkoal or Ninetales, whichever the one can get.
Yeah.
So it can be built around that because like I love Wake into Sun team, especially his signature move, being a water and being boosted by Sun is some damn crazy. Like if you counter the Sun team with the rain, it's still boosted by 1.5. So like there's no counter for that. Sun, rain, it helps it both. So and like we can see, it can be scarfed, it can be if it's Sun, it can be booster speed, it can be booster special attack, and be just a nuke into anything, and like be a can be a kill leader if it's a Terra Cap, but I think it's not allowed here.
No, it's
So
not.
it can be a very good breaker. So
Mhm.
you have other bonds to be your win con. But yeah, it's definitely forces a lot.
Yeah, definitely agree with all of that. I think 13 points we have for Walking Wake is also like a pretty good value. So I like how Nova is looking at this draft. Is D-Ray hopping in the call? Not yet. So for the next pick, we have D-Ray picking up. I was going to say old reliable, but this Pokemon is definitely not reliable if it misses Hydro Pumps. But we have our Iron Bundle here. What do you guys think of
Yeah.
this?
I like bundle, like I told you, I have to use this guy in few minutes as soon as the stream ends in a monotype league. So I wish it connects there. I hope. Please
Yeah.
don't be a fraud. But yeah, it's crazy, especially you have bulky mons, and it can be a very different sets because it does not have to be attacking set, because it has great physical bulk surprisingly. And we can see the second mon it has chili reception with the glow king, so you can
Yeah.
even go light clay
fair.
aurora veil with it and like be something which people don't expect, because you expect bundle to be an offensive piece, not a defensive piece.
Yep, you could go.
Yeah, one of the most slept on bundle sets has to be like, it's already like lightning fast at 136, so you can get a sub up, you can taunt, you can encore, you got U-turn and flip turn for momentum when you're in bad matchups. It actually is kind of funny because Glow King is what most people use to check bundle, and now that they're on the same team, so what are the next bundle checks that D-Ray has to face? Not I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah.
And like Val said, chili reception into bundle just boosts your defense a lot more.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, like 114 defense is no joke. If you go, if you are a supportive on, 124 is a good special attack. You are full speed to, or speed creeping some stuff. Max HP, and if you get, ice up, you already boost your defenses, and Aurora Veil with that, bro. Veil, ice, and with that max HP defense, you are not killing him. Like, obviously, it can't one shot with zero special attack, but if like it won't die if it is in front of a physical wall. It can just two-shot it. Then
Yep.
I would say.
Oh sure.
TJP is dropping the all-time Iron Hands counter. Whirlpool, Encore, Protect, Freeze, Dry.
That's a set.
Binding band. Holy smokes.
That is a set of all time right there.
The more you
I'm
know,
down with that.
the more you know, I guess.
I am down with that set.
All right, next we got the Fairy Killer for Kurt's team in Glamora. With everyone knows it as a toxic debris to set up toxic spikes if you physically hit it, but it has 130 special attack, and that is a lot of special attack, especially paired with a stab meteor beam. That's going to be hitting, gives you a +1 special attack. Add stab and 130 base power, whatever it is, off 130 special attack. That is quite strong. So also gives you mortal spin for a removal option, gives you rocks for a hazard option that he doesn't have on the team yet. Yeah, what do you guys think of Glamora?
Like Glamora, I
probably-
think it's
Yeah.
a very effective Scarfer as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the sets that gets slept on because it does so many other things as a priority. Like, it can be used to stack all of the hazards, just all of them. Unique mortally spinning to get rid in front of Ghost is always nice. And obviously, the big threat set is that Rock Polish Power Herb Meteor Beam, but Scarf Glamora can act as a very, very nice revenge killer, and don't sleep on Corrosion.
Oh yeah,
Do not
No,
sleep on
I
Corrosion.
one of the best things to, one of my favorite sets with Corrosion is just mortal spinning, the hazards away, and then poisoning the poison type that thinks it's gonna be safe, because mortal spin is 100% chance to poison the target. So being able to poison a target via mortal spin thanks to Corrosion is always nice.
Yep, for sure. For standard, we have regular Namorous. 13 points. I think this is a pretty decent value. I think it was probably higher points back in the start of the generation. I think there's like a little bit of a falling off this Pokemon, but it has good speed and it has good special attack. So that is a pretty good combination there. It gives you the special breaker that that Petron is not really, because it needs to like boost to give you that. Namorous, you can go right away with a really high special attack with Moonblast, and it has like good enough coverage that it can like make it work. Like you have Earth Power, Mystical Fire to handle Steel types, kinda, if you really need to. That Roaring Moon also kind of struggles with. So yeah, what do you think of this Pokemon?
Yeah, it's also a good physical, cleaner. It can get some, if it can get some superpowers going. Just make sure that it's contrary superpower. 'Cause we don't. The last thing we want to be is, cute charm and, and drop our physical.
Yeah, who would do that?
Defense. That wouldn't be fun.
I would never do that.
SK?
I would
Put in the
never do
wrong
that.
ability?
Never,
No way.
never.
No shot.
Never.
No shot.
No. Pretty straightforward special attacker, but it can go mix if it needs to. I'm a fan of it. Next,
Give an Ambrose user. Give an Ambrose
that
user.
would be
Needs
that
it.
would be nutty. That would be a nice. That'd be a nice U-turn combination there.
Technically, it has some form of momentum in Healing Wish.
That
if
is
you
fair.
Really break it down and think
True.
about it.
Healing Wish up the
True.
Roaring Moon, second Dragon Dance chance. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's an option.
I feel like this is a. Actually, I don't know. I think Iron Hands was never a round one pick, but it was definitely pretty reliable. Now it's 13 points. I think it's not as great as people once thought it was, but honestly, like it's still like those stats are ridiculous. 154 HP with like 1 weight defense is crazy, and like 68 special defense is pretty low. But with that high HP, you can just invest into max special defense and like make Iron Hands work. Like if you really wanted to, like Iron Hands can definitely go 1-for-1 against close to pretty much any Pokemon. You might not be getting like multiple, like you're not sweeping with Iron Hands, but like it pretty reliably break down a Pokemon if you really want to, because it has good enough coverage. It has like a heavy slam to take on fairy types and such.
Like most of the fairies are kinda light, except a few like Florges and stuff.
Yeah.
And like it has such a high HP, it can go max special defense with AV, heavy slam, and it can win a fairy as well. And like just and most of the fairies are slow as well, except a few. So you can run a bit speed as well. So you can even volt switch out if you don't like the matchup or they are not in the range of a heavy slam. So there's that.
Yeah,
There's also
he,
fake
like,
out priority as well for hands, as if speed creeping the bulky fairies isn't good enough for you. You got fake out priority for that 100% flinch.
I mean, you said you wanted a Volt Switcher next on Dye's team.
Yep. And this is it.
There you go.
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Not only that, it's slow volt into Lando, into Gren. I like the synergy between these three because like Iron Hands, might get checked by ground types. Well, Gren kind of likes ground types, to be honest. So there's that. Psychic types might want to take on Iron Hands. Gren also likes that matchup. So these three together are really really nice. Hopefully I get to see Belly Drum Iron Hands. Hopefully that's my favorite set when I have this thing. So I'm expecting to see that at least 1 week. Please, Jason. Please.
All right, let's see if you can make it happen. All right, next we got the anti-hazard Pokemon. We got Hatterene here.
Fairy.
What do you guys think of this?
I mean, we were just talking about a bulky fairy, and it cannot eat a heavy slam coming off hands if it's fully attacked. So there's that. We were just talking about it, and we got it.
Yep. It has a low HP, so it's like kind of unfortunate in that regard. It has high defense and special defense, but it does have Draining Kiss, which can take use of that low HP and recover like a ton of HP percentage with draining kiss.
It also takes advantage of the low HP stat with pain split, because typically the best pain split users typically have low HP. That way they get more value out of the actual pain split turn. So for example, if a Hatterene were to face if a Hatterene were to click pain split versus like if it's like chipped down to like 20 something and like a Blissey comes in and switches it, Hatterene's back up to full by one pain split. So the best pain splitters out there are like this and all the Rotom forms because of that low HP stat. So like 57 HP is like, it's like I don't know about all of that, but it comes in handy on the pain split sets. It also is a good like speed control with Nuzzle. You know, I can't stand for the life of me when people run T-Wave on their DOSs. So Hatterene Nuzzle is nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's also got an insane Trick Room mode, like unable to be taunted, unable to be encored, crazy low speeds, 136 special attack, enough coverage to make it work. And he's already got Ting Lu that can support in Trick Room if he wants to go that way. We won't say anything about Deoxy speed. But yeah, no, I like this.
It's a Joey special right there.
It's completely opposite of Jason's team in the sense that, you know, Diatai has all the momentum. Yes, we don't see any natural momentum here for Dapper, but Hatterene gets not only Healing Wish, it also is a common holder of the eject button. Mm-hmm. So like if Hatterene can take a hit and eject out into DOS, because the problem with DOS is we try not to let DOS take any unnecessary hits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hatterene also has Baton Pass, so you can make that work. And Deoxys Speed also has Teleport, so you can slow. That's a pretty slow momentum if you're really from Deoxys, but I don't think you're gonna run that at all.
Yeah, and you were speaking about DO Speed and Trick Room. Abe would like to come from vacation and talk to you about it. I think we all have seen that coming from him, but it's Joey after all.
For sure. All right. Next we got Chi Yu, hard special attacker. Shroom, what do you think of this pick?
The fish.
Like people have so I've been running in PPL at the moment, and people have been using Chi Yu incredibly effectively. I was in one of the people using it. Chi Yu was 10-0 for the first 2 weeks. It's going crazy.
Man, all it needed was to drop the shiny for it to do this well. What the heck?
So true. It seems on first glance like it's very one-dimensional. Not necessarily the case, but also, does it need anything else?
No.
Nope.
Not really.
It is kind of just a big nuke button.
Yeah.
You want something to go down. You send in Chi Yu, and common scarf, semi-common specs like this thing. Eject pack is the one that overheat.
Overheat eject pack, baby, for momentum. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I like this. You've got Sneasler that wants to come in and cause a lot of damage. And if there's anything that's incredibly, super, crazy, wildly physically bulky, Chi, you can come in and be like, I got you, bro. And just start hitting things. Like, with Chi Yu going for like Specs Fire Blasts and Overheats resistances aren't resistances, really.
Yeah, and even if you have an immunity, most Flash Fire Mons are fire types anyway, so like Treads can take care of that. There was we just got this new fairy called Darkspun with well-baked body. It's also a fairy type, which means like it loses the 1v1 to Sneasler. So
or Treads.
This core right here, this core right here is already, it's gonna take care of each other very, very well.
For sure.
I would like pick up the Violite Houndour next.
It works.
The thing is that this team needs flying type or ground immunity very, very soon.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
3 back-to-back week is very bad. But one set you guys all missed about Chiu, because I'm not ever gonna miss that in my series, because I got swept Inferno blunder policy.
Ooh.
Like, if you think Sneasler is not there, or Sneasler is like you see it scarfed, or Bandit is not, Unburden, you don't have, we don't have seen any, terrain user or something like that. If he doesn't draft it, bro, like try to go on a mon which does not do anything to you. The worst part is I faced the set which I'm talking about. It hit its first Inferno. When I had a counter, I was like, if it gets +2, I can just, counter it and stuff.
Yeah.
It hit it, it switched up, and then when my counter was dead, it tried it again. It got the +2, and I had a meow in my team, which was Scarf for its Scarf, but it's freaking
Not faster.
+2, and I
Yep.
cannot do anything about it.
That's great.
Yeah, it's one thing to like prep for it being +1, whether it be being a scarf Chiyu or being a flame charge Chiyu.
Yeah.
Infernal blunder policy is next level of demonic energy.
Yep.
Yeah. And it
Jeez.
was week
I'm sorry
8.
you had to
It
deal
was
with
week
that.
8. Yeah, it was week 8, and like I played a bit bad in that season starting, and like I lost. Like I was like, okay, I will go for the safety thing, and it turned out like I got hexed, and because of those I lost. Like there was a game,
No.
the freaking wellspring, crit. 2 of my answers to it. It was my Terra Keldeo, which got crit, which wouldn't have died. My Weezing, which got crit before it, had Will-O-Wisp and Pain Split, which got crit. So I just lost to that, and then week 8 I needed the win, and this showed up. So like there was nothing I could make into playoffs, and I could not be mad not making to playoffs with that set, facing that set.
All right. Next pick we got our first Terra Captain. This is pretty exciting, and it's a 10-point Terra Captain. So the max any one Pokemon could be is 15 point for Terra Captain. So this is a cheaper Terra Captain, you could say, but I think it's also seen as a pretty reliable Terra Captain. We got Terra Okidogi.
Interesting. I think enough can't be said about how much work's gone into the pricing of this league. I think you said it was Autumn who was doing it, and has done a stellar job with these pricings. I think this is the only one where I've gone not sure about that, because Terra Captains come and go in popularity. Like, not so far back, it was Terra Zaruj that everyone was talking about how it's like borderline ban worthy, and then did. Okidogi is it's kind of the next in that line. Like, it's been proven time and again to be incredible with Terra. I think this is a steal. This is a steal.
I agree. And only 10 points. That's really nice. And you could pair with another 10-point Terra Captain if you want, and you have like, which one are you gonna bring like every week? Though Terra Okidogi seems like a pretty decent option to bring with just that bulk is pretty incredible. And the speed is not like there's no spat that's bad except special attack, and you don't care about that.
This is what I like about these the sort of the mid-tier and downwards Terra captaincy leagues, because when you've got high-tier Terra, you have a choice to make. Like, are you going to go with just one big expensive Terra that you're basically going to bring every time?
Yep.
And then your other ones that you have to fill out the roster for are basically just your meme picks. Or do you go with like a couple of sort of upper mid carders in sort of the 10 to 15 slot, depending on, the overall price. And this kind of league it not forces that, but it's far more likely where you see a couple of these sort of 10 to 12 point Terras or 8 to 12 point Terras, and you do mix and match between them, and you're not sure which one's going to come. And Okidogi is very much one of those. It's incredibly reliable. It causes a lot of damage. It causes headaches. Good typing abilities are niche and sometimes a little bit RNG based, but they can put in the work, and it gets, you know, the coverage to make a bunch of Terra types work. It can go with an offensive boosting, or it has the stats to go with a defensive setup Terra type. So yeah, I like this. I think this thing's going to put in work.
No, I definitely agree with that. Granite Poison's also good. And this is like the weakest attacker that he has so far, and it's still pretty crazy. So A12 definitely going to be clicking buttons with this team.
I think Terra Okie Dokie is very good normally, but because of the high tier mons, it does not get the momentum to shine. It's normally drafted as a secondary Terra with the high Terra mon, but like it does not get the opportunity. And here, I think it will, like, because both his ability are amazingly good, especially guard dog, being able to set up and not being able to thrown out of the match. I think the only way it works is detail, and if you go Terra Fairy, like there's nothing which can phase you out of the battle.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it's
A12 also did
underrated.
draft the 3 loyal before, and I think he wanted it to do it again in this league, but he was not able to. So the last pick of round 3, we got just normal chillin' guy, no Terra, but we got Ogerpon Wellspring here. I'm a big fan of this Pokemon. We got a 110 speed, 120 attack, so something a little bit faster. It's like right in between Tornadus T and Gouging Fire. A strong physical attacker that can Swordsy and Sweep, but you can also be more defensive, like bulky Synthesis and Spikes, and just a Momentum bot again and Gouging Fire. Gives you a ground type resist in addition to Tornadus, which seems pretty nice. Yeah. Sword Stands, Ivy Cudgel still hit pretty hard even out in Terra. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is a scary top 3. Ogerpon really adding to that. Likes to take on the things that think they like to take on Gouging Fire.
Yep.
In several ways. I know you're pretty high on Wellspring. I know you've got some very effective use out of it in the past. I like it here with Gouging Fire and Torn. This is a scarily offensive trio to start things off, all of which are those mons that can be as bulky as you want them to be.
Yep. A lot of versatility here, which is the name of the game in Draft League. So, yeah, and the round 3. Anything in particular stand out here, whether you think it was a steal or whether you think something was drafted a little too early? What do you guys think?
I think Dogi is... I think 10-point Terra Dogi is the steal of the round.
Yeah.
Cyclizar first in round 3 grabs my interest. I'll be interested to see how it's used on this team. Whether Lax is able to go more offensive with it, or whether it just has to sort of slot into that offensive utility role that admittedly it does very well.
Yeah, it seems early because there hasn't been any other single point Pokemon that have been drafted yet. So, like, is he maybe just assuming people are going to be spending less points in the future and can maybe pick up some more higher expensive stuff later on, and he just really wanted to make sure he got his removal of choice that he wanted? I mean, that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's fair.
Chi-Yu at the end of round 3 seems pretty crazy to go with Treads and Sneasler.
Yeah.
As long as you take care of that ground weakness, and I think you're pretty solid there. And the Iron Bundle, I like that a lot for D-Ray. Gives him that speed that he was looking for with the Guard Jump and the Galarian Slowking. I think that's a pretty sweet combination he has there, especially with the Slowking Chilly Reception to give even more defense boosts into Iron Bundle. Gives you Blizzard options, gives you Aurora Veil options that we mentioned before.
Yeah, like I think the best picks of this round, I would say, are the Terra Dogi and Zapdos for me. I think Cycle was a bit early, but I guess as he is the first week, it's gonna be a long way before it comes to him, and he wanted to secure a good spinner for his other mons. So I think there's justification for that pick at least. But other than that, I think a few overrated picks is like Inam without Terra, I would say. And yeah, I think others are well justified for a round 3.
All right. We got the start of round 4 coming up here. So with the wheeled addition to the Ogerpon, we also have an Empoleon that was picked. So double water type here. Let's see. I guess it's not 3 electric week in a row because the Ogerpon is neutral to electric. Ice, I guess, Empoleon also is neutral to ice, so that's like fine. You're not, I guess, freeze dry, at least with Empoleon, you have the steel typing, so you're not too weak to freeze dry at this point. But this was a 9-point Pokemon, which seems like a pretty decent value here if you wanted your steel type. Unfortunately, you didn't get it in round 3, but you still ended up getting an Empoleon as opposed to Capparaja, so I am a big fan of that. The first Stealth Rocker on the team has slow momentum, the pair with Tornadus and Ogerpon. Earthquake weak, but you got Ogerpon plus Tornadus to handle that. Fighting weak, but you have Tornadus T to handle that too. Yeah, you can also go Agility plus setup here, which is could be definitely surprising.
Yeah, it has like, for me in past, like it was not in Gen 9, but it has like especially with competitive, especially getting competitive instead of Defiant is so good for this Mon. Like you don't want to run him physically, and having that +2 in special attack, like it's a very good, Punisher for defog or something like that. So you come in on a defog, the Mon is kind of forced to switch in. Like if they are weak to it, they are defog, they are mostly flying types, and you have Ice Beam coverage, and you can just rock up a agility right then as they switch, and like you can make a sweep with him as well. So I like this pick a lot.
No, I definitely agree.
Yeah, Empoleon was always like that Mon that was the bulky water that just wasn't a bulky water. And then they gave it Roost, and it's like, yeah, now it can, but also you don't get Defog, and you've been given Defiant, and then they swapped Defiant for Competitive, as Val said, which is a big boost to it. I don't see much of a problem. There's doubling up on typings has been a contentious issue in Draft League history. I don't see too much of a problem, especially with a typing like Water that is just really quite good. These two are doing completely different things as Water types, which is fine. I would like to see Shura and Kaz pick up some really reliable hazard setters soon, just so that there's the chance for Empoleon to try and capitalize on any defogs going around, or indeed Spin, which it can tank too, and try and sort of go from there. Like you say, Slow Flip Turn is really nice here into the likes of Ogerpon and Tornadus and Gouging, like all of them really appreciate that. So yeah, I'm enjoying this pick.
Yeah, for sure. And I think freeze dry is not that big of a deal into this team with the
Empoleon. Like there's, like you mentioned, the double waters, like they don't share a single weakness. Like electric, not a single weakness. Freeze dry is not a common weakness. Thunderbolt is not a common weakness, and the grass type, both both are neutral to it. So like they don't share a single weakness, so it's okay to double up into it, I would say.
100%.
Next we got A12, and we got another hard hitter. I think even lower attack than everything else, but still 120 attack is quite respectable.
I mean, it's there for the speed, because he lacked the speed. The only good speed he had was a priority Jet Punch, which is of course strong, but like can be meta gamed as well with the Water Absorb Mon, a low tier Mon. So good speed, forces, switches, and like can force a switch in front of a flying and go into knock. Like, knock is very good, and he has very best spin blocker in Golden Go, so knocking off boots and going hazard would be a good strat for him if he goes down the line with that. So
for sure. Next
Weavile
we got
is one of the first ones that's. Oh, sorry.
No,
I was going to say Weavile's one of the first we've come to where I've been like, that could have gone earlier. I actually think this is a very good round 4 pickup for A12.
13 points too. That's a pretty good value. I agree with that. Next we got the Rotom Wash. So finally getting handling that ground weakness that he has, and this is probably the best Pokemon that can handle ground types.
And being able to pick up an electric type that isn't weak to ground means he's not compounding a weakness later on. This is a good pickup.
and the thing which Shurum said, like this is a mon which sometimes even goes into round 3 because it's like best form of rotom for sure, hands down. So it sometimes go, if it's near the wheel, maybe end of round 2 or middle of the round 3. So it going round 4 is still shocking and a very, very important and good pickup for dashing.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But one extra drill, Scarf extra drill eats this team though.
Yeah, you have to make sure you pop the air balloon Rotomosh, and then you're fine.
Yeah.
Next we got Dapper picking up his third psychic type with Iron Crown. What do you guys think of that?
Size spam it is.
Maybe.
Psychic types, the movie. Iron Crown is a great mon.
Yeah.
It has been touted as being excellent with Terra. Obviously, not going to be able to be Terra here, but even without it, Iron Crown is great. Like, it cannot be underestimated how hard special psychic steel can hit, especially with Tachyon getting the double hit. I prefer Iron Crown to Rachi. We've had this conversation about the steel psychics, and a few have been mentioned. Obviously, Iron Crown is one of those. I personally prefer it to Jirachi as a mon, and I do enjoy it here. I like where this team is going. It's 3 psychics out of the first 4. This is now verging on degenerate, and I'm here for
and, and I think there's only one and the best counter for Iron Crown, and which is in his team, Igloo.
Yeah,
bro, that
exactly.
I have mocked die for it using Crown, and it was Terra Crown, and still it wasn't able to do nothing to that. Bro, max special defense AV loop is so fucking bulky.
Yep.
Sorry for the and like nothing stops Crown then. Like if there's no loop, Crown is very, very free. And like looking at this team, I think he leads the train, and if he gets it, expanding force gonna go crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Next we got Ogerpon Hearthflame. So another a speed tier that's in between a Greninja and the Landorus. It can run Scarf, but it's still pretty fast. 110 speed, same as the other Ogerpon we saw earlier. And it's hit super hard with the whatever item it has, the mask that it has to hold, the Heartflame mask, I guess. Grass and Fire is pretty tough to switch into. I guess Dragon would be the main issue, and you don't have something that's super effective in the Dragons yet, but like Greninja can be super effective, I guess, with Protean Ice Beam and such like that, and you just figure out a way to handle Dragons later on. So if you could do that, I think that's fine. At this point, there's no removal, so that might be something you definitely want to get to make sure Ogerpon doesn't take 25% after rocks every time it comes in. Also weak to T-Spike, so like there are things you can handle later, but like this top 4 core all has momentum and all hits not like elite strong, maybe outside of hands hits pretty hard, but all these mons definitely have like different versatility here.
Yeah, Ogerpon Heartflame always makes people want to bring the rocks. Like you say, Dai's going to want to try and get some good removal in, if at all possible. But that does also provide him with an opportunity, and Dai's a good enough player, we all know this, to take advantage of that. Like, if he can see the rock setting coming, like Greninja and Lando, commonly quite good into the big rock setters.
Yes.
So if he can get that right, this can provide him with his own initiative, which he can then get back, U-turning and bolt switching and all that thing around. I think if he's able to get good removal, then that would be very nice. We've said, but teams don't necessarily need removal anymore with sort of boot spam, but when you've got a Hearthflame that can't run boots, you do kind of want it for that. So even at this stage, if you can get like a sort of a semi-reliable mid-tier spinner, then that, I think, will go far for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. We have a removal option right here that's mid-tier because it's 12 points, and we got Scizor. So this is another Pokemon that can handle the fairy types that Roaring Moon doesn't want to deal with. Another pretty strong physical attacker in combination with your Roaring Moon. Only weak to fire types, and Roaring Moon can at least kind of, it's pretty good taking on the fire types. Not maybe the special fire types, still hits it pretty hard, but handles it okay. But yeah, fast priority that he didn't have on the team as well. I don't think Moon has quick attack. I'm not entirely sure. But regardless, like a reliable, strong priority stab move is always nice to have. And more momentum with Moon, Pecharon, and now Scizor on the team. And I guess Healing Wish and Amorous can work too.
Yeah, people have often said about how Fairy Dragon Steel is one of the better cores going. I think people are less concerned with type cores now.
Yeah.
But even with that said, you'd be hard pressed to find a more offensive one than Moon, Enamorous, Sizzle. That's pretty scary stuff.
Yes. Yeah, that is quite a scary core there. Next, we got Carpy picking the trio of steel psychic types here. We got the last Titan in Metagross. What do you guys think of this?
Well, as we were saying about his first two, that he needs the Fairy Killers, and we were saying at the time, like, these are going to be the rounds possibly where people start picking up their grounded poisons and their seal types. And he's looked at that and gone, yeah, I'll have those. Metagross is a great one. Very powerful, very bulky. He's collecting pseudos, is what's happening here, and these are two very good pseudos to have. Powerful priority added to the E-speed that D-Knight has. Very good potential setup. I mean, we see that sort of clear body weakness policy, agility set all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this, and stuff like Banded Metagross can break really well for the likes of Scarf Glim, Scarf Darkrai. Dragonite can do the same kind of thing as well. So there's a good amount of overwhelming bulky power going on here.
Yes.
And I think Metagross is, a really nice addition to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Not a lot of momentum. Actually, no momentum at this point, right? No momentum. I mean, I guess it like outside of like Jack Button or Red Cord or something like that. But
Yeah.
So we'll see if he fixes that later. Next, we got another steel type going. We got 3 steals in a row go on here, and Tinkaton. 11 points. So that seems I don't know. I guess that's about right nowadays. Maybe a little bit higher than it used to be. I feel like it used to be like an 8-9 point Pokemon.
Yeah.
But I think it's better. I think it's better than that. And I think 11 points is definitely fair for it.
Yeah. A fast and core is of course good. Like,
yep.
Not the fast and like 110 and core like in Ogre is the best thing, especially on a slow U-turn mons like Alu or like we talked about M. But yeah, Tinkerton, especially on a defensive mon which likes to set up and stuff like Prima and other mons like which are slower and likes to set up. Tinkerton is very good to punish those with Encore and like force the stuff out is very good, and especially is a very good check for Meow as well. Especially if he's especially with the Chomp, you are forcing Meow to run pads because of Helmet and Rough Skin, and I have seen I've had this faced me. So like there's a berry, I forgot the name, but if you take any type of physical hit, it consumes it, damages the op for like a bit, and takes an item because of pickpocket. So like you force pads on Meow and just take it pads away. So like any mons who is supposed to run pads because of Garchomp, any physical attacker can have his pads taken away from Tinkerton.
Yeah. Big fan of Tinkaton and its utility sets.
Yeah, as Dapper is saying in the chat, Tink is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
They both start with T's, so
that's true. All right,
It's
next
hard to argue with that logic.
we got this is the fourth steel type in a row. So it's not round 3, but it's round 4, and all the steel types are leaving the field now. So now we got a Heatran, 11-point Pokemon. So it seems a little cheap for Heatran. I feel like there's like Joey was using it really well early on in the generation, but I feel like it had just a little bit of a falling off. I don't know if the speed is like holding it back just a little bit, but what do you guys think of Heatran?
it's interesting to have this as your steel type. Heat Train is like is probably the premier, like, fairy resist, ice resist, but
Yep.
the problem is that like the first 3 picks, okay, one is weak to fairy, but like the team isn't super weak to ice unless you count freeze dry, I guess. But it gets you a stealth rocker, right? Magma Storm 75% of the time, is a very good move. What else? Oh, Diet Tight was used this recently in Bubble as a scarfer, believe it or not.
Yep.
Despite it losing eruption. So that it's worth noting that it is a valid scarfer in recent terms.
Mm-hmm.
There's that.
No, yeah. No, for
I mean,
sure.
we see Cinderace and Walking Wake, and we mentioned the potential of Nova looking to go Sun mode here. So looking to get a stealth rocker, take pressure off Terapagos is nice. He also, we've been focusing on, as has the coaches at this point clearly, on the steel types. So if you're running a Sun team, may as well get the steel type that's immune to fire. So
Yeah.
I can see the vision and the thought process there.
Mm-hmm.
And he can use it offensively. If he does go on to draft Sun, like you say, Scarf Etran is definitely viable.
Yeah.
There's a world in which this can start doing a ton of damage.
Also gives you the flame body. Always got you the chance to burn.
Yes, that is
Always
true.
a plus. Next is TJ. Is TJ around? He's not around. So next we got Almamola. And this is 11 points. It's expensive. This used to be like a 5-6 pointer that I would be fine getting every time.
Yeah.
Now it's doubled in price, but it still shows its worth at 11 points. Pretty elite wish passer. Like probably the highest. I think it's well, I guess what is Blissey maybe higher as a wish passer, but outside of that, yeah.
More reliable.
What?
It's more reliable, I would say.
Oh yeah, definitely reliable. Just wish. Now you have flip turn, so you can get slow momentum, especially if you go minus speed nature and to get something else. Usually has like, you can have a coverage move that doesn't hit necessarily hard, but like you can do damage with it. It has healing wish, so wish healing wish is great. AV sets are also pretty nice to surprise a special attacker that wants to go for a move, or maybe like it doesn't want to go for a move because it's fearing Mirror Coat getting revenge killed. So maybe you force a switch out, or maybe force a setup instead, and then like you have all your momentum in that regard. So Alamola definitely causes mind games, and having a dual healing wish to go with Jirachi seems pretty nice, with the endgame potential sweepers of Quaquaval and Masquerada just sitting there. So I'm liking how this team is shaping up so far.
The good thing about having Alamola as secondary healing wish is Jirachi doesn't stick around for as long.
Yeah.
Traditionally, like obviously Jirachi can wish up as well, but I think it's a bit more common to see Alamola running wish healing wish, and Aloe can start passing wishes, get its own regen, heal itself up at the same time as its friends, and then you wait till the end to get that healing wish off.
Healing wish, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
and
kind of
Iono has said here that it is the highest HP of a real wish passer.
Oof.
So,
That's
yeah,
tough.
the emphasis on the real.
That's
You're
tough.
trying to tell me that Flareon isn't a real wish passer? How
No, it is not.
I mean, Flareon's barely a real Pokemon, let's be honest. TJ doing what Shura and Kaz did with double up on water, but this time it's less about shared weaknesses and more about the fact that they are just completely different ones.
Yeah.
Like they just do completely different things, and they both.
Yeah,
do
it's the
pretty well.
roles. It's the roles,
Yeah.
really. You want to have an offensive water and a defensive water if you're gonna double up. So you got the offensive one in Quaquaval that can snowball, and then the defensive one which can wish and flip into one of those top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
I have this Elo in my current Netdex league, and it was like I was near the wheel. I was like 15 out of 16 people, and it was my round 3 pick because I did not want anybody else to have it, basically. And it was a steal for like 9 points, I guess. So 9 or 10, and it has been doing good. And the set, like Shuckle said about the EV set, AV Allo is huge. It's the truth. I took Terra Regi Ice down with Magic Coat, and then the only loose con which I would have was a Hard Flame with Trailblaze, so it can be faster than my team. I just Alluring Voice instead, and
Yeah,
and let the
Alluring
hex.
Voice is a nice add-on.
Oh yeah, slow, alluring voice for the confusion. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it's very good on the AV sets. Punish any bulky like Aloe is obviously talking about as a mon who is a setup fodder basically or substitute fodder. Mons like to bring in get a sub up or a setup. If you know they are gonna set up, you can alluring voice it, or you can just slow flip into a fast encore mon, which is like a ogre, like I said, or like any 110 plus mon which has encore, which is very good to pair up with Aloe. So I think if he gets a fast encore mon down the line to pair up with Aloe, it would be amazing.
For sure, yeah. Next we have the most expensive Terra user that's been picked so far. This is Terra Hydreigon for 13 points. I think Hydreigon was pretty low in point value if you decided to not give it Terra. It was 9 points, which seems like a pretty good value in and of itself, but now giving it Terra for 13 points, like, what is switching in to like Terra Dragon, Hydreigon, or now you can give it a defensive typing that while still having like really, really strong 125 special attacks.
Excuse me. Something going on.
Yeah.
Chest problems.
Oh, of course.
Sorry.
What do you think? What do you think of this pick?
Terra is amazing, yeah.
This is a very, very scary Terra user. It's not like 98 speeds it's no longer impressive.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
Hydreigon, especially if you're defensively tearing with 92, 90, 90 on the defenses, that's tanking some hits. And just powering through moves. Obviously, normally, you're quad weak on Fairy, suddenly that Terra Steel Flash Cannon is doing a bunch. And it gets enabled by Zapdos forcing switches, Hammerot getting semi-slow flip turns going. Yeah, I like this. I think this is a very scary prospect.
You also get a second stealth rocker on the team. Believe it or
True,
not.
that actually is a very good point.
Yeah. Hopefully...
Also, like, my point is like it being Terramon. Like, if it's non-Terra, it's still okayish good because it's a Scarf mod. Then it's a Scarf mod if it's non-Terra. But with Terra, it can even be DD. Like 105 attack is no joke, or it can be special if it want to be just the speed and have the flexibility of the move selection. But DD Hydreigon with Terra is also good. Like you can go Steel for opposite Fairy because you have the stab Terra Steel attacks to hit them with, or if you are special, you have Flash Cannon, stab, and resist it at the same time. You have Poison. So if you want to be a setup sweeper with DD, then you can be Terra Poison or Terra Steel. Either works. So
No, definitely. Yeah, it's two pretty good physical attackers, two good special attackers, but Hydreigon can go mixed. But yeah, it seems like a pretty good combo here. The team's a little slow, nothing above base 100 speed yet, so that's gonna be something that Talon's gonna have to fix. Next pick, and the last pick of round 4 is Iron Moth, which is, I think, a pretty crazy Pokemon that is around here. It can't Terra, and it's like I really enjoy Terra Iron Moth, like going Terra Fire, or Terra Grass, or Terra Fairy. Like, there are 3 really good typings with Iron Moth. Like, if you go Terra Fire, it's like what switches in. It's like super crazy. But non-Terra still hits really good with, especially with Cyclosaur, with Rapid Spin. You have that fast. A lot of fast Pokemon here with Cyclosaur, Valiant, Iron Moth. But a really strong special breaker. I guess Valiant can definitely be a special breaker, but I think Iron Moth is even better in that type of role to let Iron Valiant even maybe go physically attacking based in this team. Not sure, but yeah. Iron Moth, really cool Pokemon. What do you guys think?
Yeah, the grounded poison
Um,
here is like super
that's
important.
Yep.
We don't want to be boots with spin on Cyclozar all the time, so that opens that up. Obviously the quad weakness to ground is not ideal, but Gliscor is one of the best EQ switch-ins in my opinion. So
Yep.
there's that. It just makes the most sense. It just makes the most sense on this team right now. It really just this was the correct pick.
Yep, for sure. And he's going to pair with a
this
round 5 pick.
arguably, this is probably the best pick of the round.
Oh,
The
yeah.
fact that it lasted to the end of round 4 is big. I think that Dashing's Roast and Wash was the most important pick for a team.
Mhm.
I think Iron Moth is arguably the best pick of the round. This is a crazy powerful mon, especially to come in at round 4. Grounded Poison again is one of those types that we always say is so much more necessary now than it used to be. And it used to be important, now it's incredibly important for what it can do. And I think sometimes people sleep on getting a good poison type. There are good poison types, there are sort of mid-tier ones that are fine.
Yeah.
But this Iron Moth, this is the grounded poison type that you are so happy to bring to every single game. And that's what you need from a poison type. You want it to be something that you're going to be like, I'm bringing this every time. Not just bringing a poison type that can absorb the T-spikes. This is just an offensive mon that I want to bring.
Yep.
Yeah,
Great.
it's not like one of those lower type like poison types that only comes into like niche matchups. Like this is something you can legitimately bring every week if you wanted to.
Yep.
But going off of as we see here with the round 4 recap, we go from one fire type to another one in Dietite's Ogrepon Hearthflame pick, which it keeps the trend going of U-turn with a little bit of Volt Switch there.
Mhm.
But so the momentum, so we're continuing the momentum trend, which is great and all. However, this is a fire type that cannot hold heavy duty boots, and there is currently no hazard removal at the time after this round for Dietite. So
Mhm. Yep.
it's again I love the momentum that it provides. I just need to see some hazard removal moving forward
Agree
to
with that.
validate this pick.
Yeah, for sure.
I see.
Wash.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
go
Road and Wash is quite good. I see that A12 and Dashing's teams are mixed up, so they're reversed. So just keep that in mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, because Dashing needed the. I was gonna just talk about him as well. Like it's switched up by mistake, but yeah, that wash was such an important thing, especially with Gen 9, the bring of ability shield. So at least he does not get stream trolled by a mold breaker. EQ,
Mold
so
breaker
that's good.
drill. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, so that's good, and I think one of the best Terra captains to go this round was High Dragon, in my opinion. And the rest are just like standard good mons for round 4, I would say.
Yep,
And
a lot of
like,
steel types.
It is the Steel City.
Yep.
It is the Steel City round, yeah.
6 steel Pokemon. You could even call Hydreigon Terra Steel number 7 there at the draft. So yeah, a lot of steals picked there. If you didn't pick a steel yet, which I think I said 3 had them before by end of round 2, so probably 3 teams left on
Yeah, you
steals.
said like 3 after round 2.
Yeah,
and now
so
there
6 were
was
picked.
6.5
Yeah.
for this round alone.
So if you don't have a steel type now, you're probably getting Earthworm. Let's see. Let's see if this is Earthworm here, because Lax doesn't have a steel type yet. It is not a steel type. It is Necrozma. The Mew with recovery, basically, has a lot of setup opportunities there, has a good enough coverage, has knockoff, can go physically or specially based. Cyclozar can also do that. Iron Valiant can also do that. So you have a lot of diversity there in terms of you don't necessarily know what base your Pokemon is going to be prepared for. You maybe expect a special attacker or Meteor Beam Necrozma, and it comes up to be like a does it have Shift Gear, or at least Dragon Dance, like Dragon Dance plus Photon guys
Yeah,
are going
because
physical.
it lost. Nothing gets autonomized anymore. I think autonomize is like cut now.
Yeah.
But DD is your way to boost speed. Prison Armor makes it so that way super you can sponge super effective hits. So this is a good weakness policy user, especially after a DD, and then you just click Photon Geyser to mold break anything that wants to take it on. And I like the synergy, having a strong psychic type to deal with the poisons that want to come in and switch in on Val is it's a lot better than Northworm, I can tell you that much.
Definitely. Good pick for round 5.
And
Next,
yeah, like especially I would say like being a signature move Photon Geyser and it ignoring Unaware is such a big thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
So
definitely.
like it cannot be countered by Unaware Mon. So it's so fucking amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
nice.
because before the pick, I'm not gonna lie, the team kinda was gonna get gooped by Unaware Claude, but before Necrozma, but
Yeah.
now that's not an issue.
Yeah.
Now that's not an issue.
Should be good. All right, Talon picks up his speed here in Iron Boulder. This is very fast, no Terra, so it's like it has 120 attack, which is fine, but Mighty Cleave isn't like that hard of a hitting move, and close combat is not stab, and then your stab psychic move is Zen Headbutt or Psycho Cut, so like not really hard hitting moves with the Iron Boulder, but it has a speed, and you can go booster speed to be even faster if you don't want to run a Choice Scarf set or something like that. So it gives him something.
I think the more important thing for Boulder is that it's an accurate rock move.
Yep.
You know, Mighty Cleave being 100% accuracy
nice.
is always nice. We don't want to rely on Rock Slide and Stone Edge, so that it's always you have that element. And you also have the added element of going through Protect. So for those wish Protect passive mons, Boulder can hit through that with Mighty Cleave. Every time I draft this thing, I'm looking at my builder right now. Every single week that I bring this thing, it's booster with SD, Mighty Cleave, and 2 coverage moves for the particular matchup.
Yep.
So it maybe is a one-trick pony, but like it does that one trick pretty darn well, and you have the support from the first 3 picks as well to chip everything to put it in Boulder range, I guess.
Yep.
That's the thing about Boulder. This team needed speed quite badly. Like I could see Boulder picking up a good position on the MVP rankings through revenge killing and cleaning alone. When you've got the likes of Great Tusk and Terra Hydreigon who can break things very well, even Hammer and to an extent Zapdos can. Because see Zapdos in that kind of role would take more of a defensive standpoint and just get that initiative for the breakers. And then, you can bring in a Scarf Boulder to pick things off every time, or that booster Boulder at the end to just kind of clean up the mess that's been left by Tusk and Hydreigon, for example.
And especially in Gen 9, we have been seeing what Nintendo is doing. Like the 1 speed creeping, Gran 122, Meow 123, and now Boulder at 124. Like
it's really nice.
It is a very good speed, so yeah, very hard. So a Scarf Meow cannot counter it. It can run Scarf or Booster, so it's a very good, counter pick into it. And
All right, next we got I think the special breaker that TJ didn't really have on his team before, and we got a really good one in Landers that lasted till round 5. This is 15 points, so pretty expensive Pokemon, and TJ spent a decent amount of points at this part of the draft. But yeah, what do you guys think of this?
This is the special breaker because we're not bringing Specs Meow anytime soon. I sure hope not. But Lando, losing Rock Polish definitely sucks because you want it to be a Rock Polish cleaner with Life Orb, Sheer Force, Earth Powers in a perfect world, but it lost that. It lost Gravity, but I guess you can use Smackdown for that one Corviknight, I guess.
Yep.
All in all, I think in previous gens you would think 101. Oh, that's pretty fast. I can't lie. But nowadays that's pretty. It's actually considered slow.
Yeah.
for this current generation, unfortunately. So I think moving forward, if you can find space for webs on this, that'd be great. But still, you need a special wall breaker. This is a pretty good one, a pretty strong one. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it really is strong, and especially like it can be run mixed if there's some mons, especially a psychic or a levitating. Like if there's a mon like is still there, right? Was that a Luna dancing mon? Why?
Oh, Cress.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Crest.
Crest,
So
yeah.
it can run Crunch for it. So like there's stuff like 125 defense with sheer forces no attack with sheer forces no jock as well. So yeah,
Yep.
Did it
Good
gain
effect.
gravity back? We got chat saying it gained gravity back. Because I
Ooh.
remember at one point when I drafted Lando I like early on in the gen, I know it didn't have it. And to the point where like before the DLCs
yeah, it has
dropped.
gravity. It has gravity.
Yeah,
I
because
just checked
I
it.
think it was given back in the DLCs because I remember pre DLC it was only Sandy Shocks that had it.
Oh,
Huh.
really?
Interesting.
Yeah, doesn't need it because it's got electric coverage. But yeah. All right. Next we got Nova picking up the Rillaboom here to pair with the Heatran, the Fire Water Grass Core with Walking
Yeah.
Wake, and then Cinderace and Heatran with the Rillaboom, and then obviously Grassy Terrain for the Heatran.
Correct. I would say it's also good for a bulky Terap set. If it's left over and in terrain,
Mm-hmm.
it most chances to get its shell back.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is an important pickup for Nova, I think. If he is going Sun route, and especially with the mons he's picked up until this moment, Earthquake was so free into him.
Yep.
And this at least goes some way to dissuade that, and answer those ground types, get that U-turn going again into the likes of Wake, Cinder to try and break. But having at least some way of mitigating ground offense is really useful on some teams if indeed that is the route he's going with. It looks to be that way.
Yeah.
But even if it isn't, like I say, Earthquake is so free into that top four. Rillaboom is an important piece for this, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really like this Fire Water Grass
Like-
Core that we
like
got
for the
going on here for
Sun-
Nova.
Like we talked about the Sun Core. Normally, teams of picking up, Terra Venusaur, which was legal here.
Yeah.
But because looking at the ground weakness, I think he shifted to Rillaboom, so not be that weak to ground. So I guess
To
that's
not
a
be
good
that weak to
adjustment,
ground.
yeah.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. Mandibuzz is the next pick by D-Ray. Another pivot to go with Slowking. This seems like a pretty nasty defensive core here. I like Slowking,
Defensive core, yeah.
Tinkaton, Mandibuzz. Even Garchomp could be physically defensive,
Chomp,
bulky
yeah.
too. Like this is a pretty nasty bulky offense team, or even like a bound team I would call it that D-Ray has here. Has Toxic, which is a very nice trait of Mandibuzz. I'm quite a big fan of this Pokemon, and has Defog. You would probably want Spike or Rapid Spin because you have Spike Scarjump if you want to go that route. So maybe you pick up a spinner later on, but Mandibuzz is among the best defoggers out there. So if you really want to make sure Hadron join up, especially for like your Iron Bundle that's weak to rocks, then this seems like the way to go.
Yeah, but like you said, like if the team does not have a good rapid spin, then Mandibus has that 4-move syndrome. It has, then it won't be able to do much damage. Like it needs U-turn and roost, okay, for the longevity and the momentum.
Yeah.
And if it's forced into roost, then it cannot run toxic. It has to choose toxic or toxic or defog, one of those, because it likes to have one attacking move, either Brave Bird or Foul Play. If so, it's not a setup fodder, basically. So it likes to either toxic, Foul Play. So if he is able to get a rapid spin down the line, Mandibus would like to do that, because it's like Mandibus likes to run 5 moves, and if you don't have any other mon to cover for that particular move, then it feels bad to run it.
Yeah, like sometimes you want to squeeze in the foul play or the brave bird or the knockoff, but like
Knockoff is good,
again, you only get 4 moves to choose from. You can't put in 5 or 6. Not everybody can be Ash's Snorlax. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the anime. Yeah, I remember the fight.
Yeah. All right. Next, we got a Terra Captain that's 9 points, which seems pretty cheap because this was like a round 1, late round 1, early round 2 type of Pokemon back in the day, and we got 9-point Terra Infernape. What do you guys think of this Pokemon?
Okay, so what was it if you didn't Terra it? Where would it be at?
I think it'd be
Because
like
you said it was 9 for Terra.
9 for Terra. It
Wait.
looks like it was 7 points.
Yeah, it's 7 without Terra.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! Is this the steal of the round?
Well, it looks like
It's
it's fire
possible.
type.
Like, Infinite is one of those Infinite's one of those mons I've looked at with Terra and gone, surely there is potential here. Like, there has to be potential for Terra Infinite to pop off at some point. Just looking at the things it can do normally, like you say, this used to be, like, way back in the day, this was a very, very early round pickup. And it's sort of fallen a little bit from grace, obviously.
Mhm.
But I would love to see this do some work with Terra. Even a defensive Terra typing, like, this thing can set up all over the place. It can... I think it's still a stealth rocker, Question mark.
It's still a stealth
it's
rocker.
the third one.
It gets slack off.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not, it's a slack off mon. So like it thrives off of defensive Terra. Offensive Terras, you can use Terra fighting for your Mach Punch and Vac Wave. This might be the steal of the draft.
This is looking
maybe
good
for this round for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it seems fun. Just too bad the fall from grace for Infernape, but
yeah.
Is it just a Team Little Earthquake week? Maybe. You got 3 in a row that are
A little
weak
bit.
to
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not
so-
completely wrong.
We'll see if that gets patched up. We have Mew that's not Terra. That would have been broken if it were Terra. We definitely didn't allow it to Terra, but yeah, it could do whatever you want. I guess this is the Spiker and the Stealth Rocker of the team right now because there's no Stealth Rocks or Spikes in the team at the moment, or Toxic Spikes. Mew gets any move outside of Recovery, which would really like that Recovery and would have been drafted way earlier if it had reliable Recovery. But yeah, you can be the special sweeper, you can be the physical sweeper, you can kind of be a breaker. You're not that great of a breaker, but it's okay because it has like pretty strong hitting moves in general. This is like the definition of great at, or what's it? Master of none.
Versatility.
Yeah, this the ultimate utility Pokemon. What do you guys think?
I love Mew. One of my favorite ones to use in draft. I maintain that it is, outside of losing the likes of Roost and Softboard and things, still as good as it ever was. I know that people have said that it's kind of fallen off, and I think that's true for a fair amount of the base 100 across the board mons. Like, some of them have fallen off a little bit. I don't think Mew is one of them. I think it's still great, and I love this pick.
Yep, for sure. All right, next is Pheasantipity, Terra Pheasantipity for Diet Type, which I think Pheasantipity is 9 points and was also 9 points to Terra. I don't know how often he's going to Terra this Pokemon because the Poison and Fairy typing are like really, really good. But this is your fifth Momentum Pokemon as well out of 5, so you go perfect here. But no Has removal yet for that Ogerpon that I think we were kind of looking for here. But what do you guys think of this pick?
This is, I think this is the most interesting Terra choice we've seen so far. Because like you say, Fez is that mon where you get to the middle of a draft and you go, oh, I haven't got Poison or Fairy. That'll take Fez. And like, it's good mon. But I'm fascinated to see what Dai is going to do with Terra on Fez, because like you say, you draft it primarily for that dual typing. It fills so many niches and roles that you want. Obviously, it's a very specially bulky but quick mon. Like, base 99 speed on a usually bulky mon is good. It gets a useful amount of coverage, some of which is quite niche and works. I'm fascinated by this one genuinely. I want to see what he does with Terra Fairs.
Mhm.
I think, Shakal mentioned, like I think it was a just like I cannot Terra something else. Let me just Terra it because there's no Terra text. Because like
Yeah.
Fez is mostly gonna be Terra, maybe one of those, especially one matchup it has to Terra, is if he's very ground weak or very poison, like anything or steel weak. There's other than
Yeah.
that, he's not gonna Terra, and I love this fat bird. I have him, bro. This fat bird. I have made people in the game chat in the showdown say, "Oh, not this freaking bird again." So it is that because
Yeah.
you are giving a tank mon recovery. Normally, not all tanky mon has that recovery. It has roost. So
Mm.
it's an amazing mod to
Yes.
do that. And like it has roost, it has u-turn, it can toxic or t-spikes if it wants, it can moonblast or play rough, depending upon who is it countering. Like if it's you know it has very good niche things to do and can be a very good mod. I
Yeah.
would say, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I was.
falls.
Oh, sorry.
It
I
falls
was.
a little bit into the same. It falls a little bit into the same kind of category in a weird way as Uxie, where for a
Mhm.
bulky mon, it's quick.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very unique in that route, and I think that's why he got it for the decent speed plus the bulk, and unlike Yuxi, it can reliably recover. So that's also really nice. And Iono was saying it can also toxic, which is definitely a plus. But yeah, like the other Pokemon, like Lando, Iron Hands, they're all like not really especially defensive based, and Pheasantippi can fill that role. Iron Hands can be AV and be especially defensive, but it opens that up to have more options.
he has the physical and special bulk covered in those two mons, so
Mhm.
he's very good.
Yep. Next we got not a psychic type. We got regular Ogerpon, no Terra.
Yay!
This is like 8 points, so pretty
Yeah.
cheap. And another spiker on the team, so 3 spike users. So this seems pretty nice. What do you guys think of this?
This is okay. Like you said, it's not a psychic type. We have 3 psychic types in Tinglu beforehand. Now we have a grass.
Yeah.
So I mean, you get another spiker, as if DOS and Tinglu having spikes wasn't enough. We have this. We have an Encore Mon. We got a spiky shield guy, the synthesis guy. So like the utilities there, the pivoting the pivoting is there. So you have Volturn now with Crown and Ogre. It's a cool guy. It's a cool guy for sure.
Another thing I see here is you have all these spike users, and if you want to defog against this team, well, you bring in the Ogerpon, and then you get your Force Dance
That's
boost
right,
there.
Defiant. That's right.
And then you're hitting pretty hard. You punish those defoggers. Now, a lot of the defoggers are flying types, so is Ogerpon going to be the switch into that? That would be risky, but it is definitely an option.
Yeah. Also, like if op is running, if you suspect a sticky web team, you can just go Scarf Defiant, and then have that speed and +2 attack. So you are nuking anything which is coming your way.
Yep. Let's see. Next pick. We got a Dashing Sceptile picking up Deoxys Defense. I don't know. Is this a Pokemon that gets drafted that often? I'm not entirely sure.
This is a guy that wants to teleport. Because DOS tries not to teleport.
Yes.
This one most certainly will.
Mhm.
DOD is it has the rocks and the spikes just like DOS. It more wants to click like Nightshade for chip, as opposed to Psycho Boost for actual damage output. But the important thing here is slow teleport.
Yeah.
I know dashing well enough to the point where I know that this dude likes playing Ubers a lot, And so, like, in that format, Solgaleo be clicking teleport all the time over there. So I think that's the same thought process with this pick, with DoD.
Yeah. Gives spikes as well that this team did not have. I know I think we probably would have picked this pick with Kaz and Shiro around 5 or 6 if this Pokemon lasted. So I think for 9 points this was? 9 points. This seems like a great Pokemon here. Now the next pick, we figured that A12 has gotten like 2 weaker Pokemon in Ogidogi and Weavile. So he wanted to pick something up a little bit stronger and went with Latios for the next pick. So Shroom, what do you think of this?
Good, honest pace on a special attacker is nice to have for this. This team was looking very physical outside of Goldengo, who is mid-speed at best. We've talked about its Scarf potential. No, I enjoy Latios here. We've got another Flip Turner going on. Is it just Latias that gets Healing Wish, or does Latios get Healing Wish?
Latios gets Memento.
No. Yes.
Latios
is the Flip Turner. Latias is the Healing Wish.
Yeah.
Jumbo Jet thing.
I enjoy this. I think one of the things that Latios does, which another mon we're going to pick up on later actually does quite well for supporting a team, is fast screens. Like I like screens. I like a supporting Latios into like Okidogi or Goldengo, or the ability to get Palafin in and just start hitting things. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is a Latios, and that thing is dropping big hits as a matter of course. Like, we can talk about the niche uses of it in a more support role we want, but Latios wants to drop Dracos, and it shall.
Yes.
Yeah, I think with this team, like, you wanna drop Dracos as much as possible. The Luster Purge button is also a nice button to lock into. But like Shroom said, it is a faster screen setter, because before that your screen setter was gold. 84 speed as opposed to 110. That's a big difference. It's a big difference for sure.
And especially when Op does not have a good, dark type, you can be a good screen that week with double screen, flip turn, and just solo a signature move, the size. So if they don't have a good dark and they are forced to Terra Dark, it could be a flip turning over there, setuping screen, flip turn, and that's it. And you have all the 5 mons they have right now can break on itself. Pure power.
Yep. Yeah. Pure power is definitely the key of both Talons and H-Cells, I would say. I think, well, I guess, honestly, I think Hisui and Samurott is the weakest out of all of them, but I was going to say all the other 9 Pokemon have like 120 or higher in one of their attack stats, which is ridiculous. The last Pokemon, that also seems pretty ridiculous. For Terra, for 13-point Terra, I don't know how much, it probably would have been like 11 or 10 points. For this Pokemon here without Terra, how much was it? It was 10 points without Terra.
10, yeah.
It was Galarian Zapdos. Hello, damage.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, what do you think about this one?
One of the best, defined user with especially amazing Scarf. Like a Scarf defined Zapdos is gonna wreak havoc on every freaking thing. There's like, you always have that in your mind, because even if your mon is faster, it won't be a Scarf. So Zapdos is gonna outspeed it, and you have that in your back of the mind. Can I freaking defog right now, or Zapdos is gonna come right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Triple Bird too.
You actually have an interesting core of like Zapdos plus Empoleon with Defiant and Competitive together. So that's certainly is a great way to punish defogging hazards away. So that like Val said, this is probably one of the better Scarfers we've had in recent memory.
For sure, yeah. Hopefully this team can get better.
But who's gonna set up hazards?
Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully the team can get a hazard user in the future. Ogerpon can do it, but it's probably not the most ideal Pokemon to do so.
Yeah, same with Empoleon and Frogs, I guess.
So, anything else anything that stands out in this past round, or anything that seemed pretty confusing? I see a lot of threats on the screen right now.
Yeah, I like the Infinite pickup. Not gonna lie.
Which one?
The obvious pick, the Infinite pickup. I like it very much. It's like not seen much nowadays. And Rillaboom was a very good pickup for him, especially being on a potential Sun team, which we have seen with the first 4 months. And Necro was an obvious pick. It was supposed to go this round at least. I think 4 or 5 teams on this team would have liked Necrozma on this team.
Oh, for sure.
That must explain why Standard went with Mew, I guess.
Yeah,
that must be the case.
Because Necrozma was already picked.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. And like Mew is also a very good, turn 1 mon. You can set up screens or Willow and stuff, and just rocks or spikes and just boom.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think a very interesting thing about this round 5 is that 5 psychic types were drafted, and none of them were Dapper. I hope someone checked in to make sure he was okay.
Yes, he's got to make up with it with another psychic type next round, and then the world will be.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
Yeah. So the last round was the round of steel types. Now that round was the round of psychic types.
Yep. And are we
crazy
starting the round of steel types again? I highly doubt it, but we have dual steel type on this team with Empoleon plus Excadrill. So Excadrill is the spinner of choice on this team because looks like Empoleon that still it doesn't have defog anymore.
No,
it's not the best defogger anymore. So now we have Excadrill that is definitely if not a mid, at least a mid round 1 pick back in Generation 6, and now it's here sitting at 9 points in round 6, 10 points in round 6. It's just
10 points, yeah.
Sad to see the fall of our buddy here. That might get a mega. No spoilers, but really high attack. You would imagine you probably want Sand to go with the Excadrill, so Paladin and Tyranitar and cheaper baby options are still available. So we'll see what Kashinchiro pick up. But yeah, we got just an Excadrill just sitting around here, round 6. At worst, it's a rapid spinner.
It's interesting to see the double. It's interesting to see the double steel and the double water. Currently at the moment, double flying. Yep. So a lot of overlap. But I'm sure that Kazshiro will round out the team with the next picks.
I mean, only 6 weeks to come in a game, so there won't be much overlap.
That's fair.
Well, I think this is a good pickup in terms of wanting that spinner, and I mean, you don't want to have Excadrill sort of shoehorned into a spinning role, but it's going to be able to use that rapid spin offensively. And if it can't, then you've got some premier physical threats like Ogerpon, Zapdos, Gouging Fire there as well, of course, who can do that job. And people sleep on the bulky capability of Excadrill. Its defenses aren't great, but 110 HP really makes up for that. It's tanky, it will take hits. So I could see this being used in a supporting role more than once. I don't think that Shiro and Kaz are going to want to do that because you waste a bit of the offensive presence that Excadrill has, but it's a job that it can do.
Yep. And you have so many physical stats already that it doesn't have to be shoehorned into that late game Sand Sweeper, Swords Dance type of role.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next, we got a very bulky steel type here. This is definitely a departure away from the 120 plus attack stats out there. Now we have a Pokemon that doesn't really attack much unless you go with a Power Trip, Bulk Up Agility set or something like that. But we have a Corviknight. Just your defogger. It should probably be clicking U-turn and or Roost and I guess defog every week. And then you have Foul Play, I guess, or Brave Bird, I guess. But I imagine it just clicking U-turn a high percentage of the time. This could be a screener as well. In addition to Latios, you want Latios to be more of like a weakness policy, setup sweeper type of deal. But Corviknight, I think, fits this team pretty well with all the offense that he already picked up.
Yeah, I mean, Corviknight round 6 is interesting. You don't always see it fall that far.
Yep.
I like that, you know, Eli said, you know, if you don't get a good steel type in the first 3 or 4 rounds, you're getting Orthworm. A12 got a good steel type in the first 2 rounds, and then went, you know what, I'll have Corviknight as well. Why not?
Yeah. It looks like it's the
Yeah,
round steel types.
I can confirm that Corviknight is a lot better than Orthworm, so I can confirm that.
That's what the science is telling us right now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The streets are saying.
Next, we got another mega Pokemon. We got Clefable. I guess this is, yeah. I don't really know what the role is the Clefable is going to be on this team. It's 11 points, so like fine value. I think back, like you would have imagined Clefable being a lot more expensive. This is also a round 1 Pokemon back in Generation 6 that's now in the middling tier of round 6 and middling point tier. But yeah, what do you think of Clefable on this team?
Well, this team certainly didn't have a fairy beforehand. We got one now. We talked about the pick before with Deoxys Defense having teleport, which is good because Clefable lost teleport. Thank goodness. But you know what? It is what it is. It also
It has Battle Pass, right? It does get Battle Pass though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so like you can slowly pivot out with Baton Pass. Losing Soft Boiled is also kind of annoying, but like you have Moonlight, which is weather dependent, I guess. I mean, you get another rocker out of the deal as well. You get a T-Waver that isn't Rotom Wash out of it as well. So I mean, this team needed a fairy type. Clefable is a fairy type. Enough said.
I guess that's fair. Healing Wish is here too, which is nice. Next we got a you could kind of see what the rest of this team is looking up. I guess you could call this a Psychic type because it's a Terra user. So we got a Terra Hawlucha here for 10 points. Seems like a pretty nice value. Seems pretty annoying if you can get some type of Unburden Boost, Swords Dance, plus you don't know, you know what the typing is going into the game, but in prep you don't know what typing it's going to be. So this seems pretty scary. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah, Terra Flying Acrobatics is gonna be scary, as TJP has literally stole the thought out of my brain with the Indeedee incoming. Gosh darn it! Why can't I say it?
Someone's got to snipe it.
I imagine getting sniped on your thoughts, bro.
I can Eli, I can tell you why you weren't allowed to say that. I can tell you why you weren't allowed to say Indeedee coming. It's because you said this thing's going to go Terra Flying. It's going to go Terra Psychic. Look at the team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come on.
Does Hawlucha get like any psychic moves to hit?
It gets Terra Blast.
It's going to go Terra Psychic.
I mean, there's Terra Blast. There's just Terra Blast.
It's just Terra Blast?
I mean,
no,
if it's got a Terra, it's just use Terra Blast.
Zen Headbutt. There you go.
Oh, Zen Headbutt, yeah. But like
Zen Headbutt.
I do like this pick. Like, Hawlucha has some niche defensive uses as well, and I mean we've so far got, I mean, outside of Ting Lu, who can do a lot of defensive heavy lifting by itself. We're looking like Dark, especially with the prevalence of very fast, powerful Dark types in the meta and in this league at the moment. Hawlucha can do a good job against them in a more bulky role, but I mean, obviously one would assume that Dapper wants to use this in much more of an unburdened way if he can get the terrain to go with this team, which looks like the aim. But Hawlucha is another one of those mons. It's a bit more versatile than it used to be, and I think it can
going off of that shroom. It is a defogger with Mold Breaker, so like that combination allows you to defog against Goldengo, believe it or not. And the Roost longevity to check dark types is always a plus in this generation. We have so many brand spanking new dark types that are so powerful. Hawlucha can semi-check them to an extent.
Also, like I would like to add, like like I said before, like the only mon which is for sure able to either rod or push out a setup sweeper is Terrapagos, and it can go mold like a CC into him. Can be staff as well to go against a rapid spin Terrapagos, and like so yeah, that's it. I would say Anucha is just amazing.
Yeah. Next, we finally got the rapid spinner that I think we wanted for this team. So we got a 10-point just regular Blastoise here. What do you guys think?
Yes, this team needed a spinner or some form of hazard removal because last time I checked, Pheasantipity doesn't get defog. So we got our spinner. We got a bulky water because Gren being our only water isn't super ideal. So you have rapid spin. You have yawn for support as well. Flip turn for momentum. So this is the flip turner on the team, not Greninja.
Yep.
It can also pack. It has this. It is a turtle after all. So naturally speaking, turtles have shells. So this turtle can shell smash. Yes. And it has interesting moves with, in addition to Surf and Hydro Pump, got Ice Beam and Dark Pulse and Aura Sphere for coverage as well. So it can fill the role of being offensive or defensive.
Yeah, I'm pretty high on Blastoise. I think it's a great mod. I think it's fantastic in what it does, and I always support the bulky supporting sets that it runs. Like you say, with Yawn, with Flip Turn, with Spin. I don't overly like Shell Smash on Blastoise because one Mirror Herb from the 7,000 things that are quicker than it, and you're kind of counter-swept and screwed. It can work in niche circumstances, like it's always something you got to watch out for. But I'm a big fan of Blastoise as your team spinner. I think it can do a lot of
the streets will never forget Shell Smash Flail. If you know, you know.
Yo, yes. I know.
If you know, you know.
I remember.
Nice.
I was there.
Next pick from Standard, we got a Terra Rhyperior. Very, very cool Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very high attack and defenses. You can Rock Polish with this Pokemon with weakness policy, with Solid Rock giving you resistances. You can go Terra Water and Lightning Rod, and then you're immune to electric type moves, which is also actually you got a special attack buff, which is definitely not bad there. Could be another rocker in addition to Mew, electric type immunity that is, or resistance. I guess Roaring Moon is okay into that role, but nice for Rhyperior to do that. What do you guys think with this? For 10 points, it seems like a pretty decent Terra Captain that can be paired with also another decent Terra Captain later on.
Yeah, Terra Rhyperior is a monster. Like, we've seen it in numerous leagues now. And, for what it's worth, we've seen it across singles and doubles. Terra Rhyperior is phenomenally good. It can run a whole host of different setups. Like, Terra Rhydon falls into the same category too. Rhyperior just does it with Solid Rock. Running this thing as like Terra Water, get around the electric weakness of Lightning Rods that you got going on there from going into a water typing. It's very difficult to revenge. So it's not outside the realms of possibility to almost expect a Rhyperior to kind of go 2 for 1. Like, it's got very good setup opportunities. It suffers a bit because of the speed. So it's fallible when it comes to the likes of Taunt or Encore or things like that. But if you can get that setup going, then Rhyperior can be a kind of a difficult train to stop with Terra.
Yeah, I think for Mons with this kind of horrific type combination, like this is where Terra, like, this is the definition of a Mon that needs 2 Terra. Like, yes, like ground and rock isn't ideal, but that's where Terra comes in, to bypass, your weaknesses. You already bypass some of your weaknesses with Solid Rock. Now you can bypass them even more with Terra on top of it. So this is a really good pick for Standard. Standard also needed a ground type as well to stop Volt Switch, because Volt Switch was looking semi-free before this pick. Not gonna lie.
I agree with that. Next we got what people in the streets are saying it's like the new Terra Hydrapple Pokemon, and we got a Terra Slowbro here. It's 9 points, so 9 points from Infernape, 9 points for Slowbro. They both seem like really, really good values, and technically he can pick up a 1 or 2 point Terra option for the very last pick if you want, but I think Infernape plus Slowbro is a pretty good combination in terms of Terra captains.
Yeah, that's you hit it right on the head. You know, in a perfect world, right? You want, if you're gonna have 2 Terra captains, have 1 offensive Terra captain, 1 defensive Terra captain. Look no further than Slowbro as your defensive one. Regen, it's a regenerator staple with the 95 HP, 110 Phys Def, 80 Spadef, regen vest on this thing with Future Sight. So you just Future Sight, go into Darkrai, and that's how you force progress there. It's it kept Scald. I was like, no way this thing lost Scald, no shot.
Yeah.
But I mean, losing Teleport is no fun. You, in a perfect world, you would want to Future Sight and teleport into Darkrai, but it's still, again, you can't go wrong with a regen mon. You can't go wrong with having any kind of regen mon, unless you're Cloth, of course.
Yes, I agree with that. Next Pokemon we got is the most expensive Terra type captain that was drafted. So this was 15 points. This was the max point value that you could get for a Terra captain. So it's got to be very, very good if you're going to go for this. And I think this Pokemon was like 9 or 8 points. Let's see, 7 points without Terra, and this Pokemon becomes 15 points with Terra. So that's a pretty big jump. And we got Mr. Superior. What do you guys think of this pick?
Woo.
Spicy one.
Woo. This is yeah. If you wanna, I don't think, because the max Terra for this was 15, right? So it can't get much better than this. I don't think, you know, like before, back in the day, like the Superior was running Leaf Storm into Hidden Power, you know, Fire or Ground or whatever. Now you have Terra Blast, which is basically stronger Hidden Power. You can be Hidden Power. Now you can be Terra Blast Fire or Terra Blast Ground on top of Leaf Storming. So there's that. Glare support. This team, I don't think this team had any T-Waivers before SERP. So now you have Glare support for speed control. Actually, wait a minute. You have Tink. What am I saying? So you have Glare support, you have Leaf Storm into Terra Blast. Oh man, this guy's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes,
Click the buttons.
I'm a little bit conflicted on it because there is no doubt in any of what you just said. Terra Superior can be an absolute menace. This is so very true. But this is what I was getting at when I was originally talking about Latios. One of Superior's best niches this gen and this meta right now is very, very quick screens. With the ability to keep on messing up teams with Glare, with Leech Seed, one screen of choice or whatever, and then you've always got that contrary Leaf Storm to fall back on. If you're running this as your primary Terra captain, you do run the risk of telegraphing exactly what it's here for. Originally,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, essentially,
when you're running non-Terra
pigeonholing
Superior,
yourself.
Yeah. When you're running non-Terra Superior, it could be the case of you're running a screen set. You could be running Life Orb offense. You could be running Leech Seed Substore. But when you're running like Terra Fire Superior, it's like, okay, that's Terra Fire, so it can hit this. It's probably going to be a boosting. Obviously, you can run it with a defensive Terra, and D-Ray is absolutely very much a good enough player to get the best out of running a Terra Superior in a way that wouldn't be expected.
Yeah.
And you've always got that Contrary Leaf Storm to fall back on as a last resort thing, no matter what set you're running.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that D-Ray will get the best out of Superior. He is absolutely a good enough player to do that. We all know this about D-Ray. He's a fantastic battler. I'm interested to see how he goes about using Terracert.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Grass Terrors are always
said it
very
better
nice.
myself.
They're very nice. So I think like even worst case, it's more of like a bulkier Pokemon that also has the chance to fall back on. Going for Leaf Storms is definitely fine. And the coverage that it provides is definitely a plus, but you could see this as more like a defensive Pokemon. Almost, it has the capability of going offensive rather than like a just all-out offensive sweeper that might go for defense once in a while. I think it's versatile enough that I think it's fine.
And that's
And
the
of course, there's that
beauty
Terra
with
Stella
free Terra, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the beauty of free Terra, right? Essentially, right? You're not pigeonholed to 3 types. You know, like in the like back in the old days.
Yep.
And by old days, it's only like 2 years ago.
Yep.
But you know, you can one week be Terra Blast Fire and be offensive. The next week you could be Terra Water Fairy, be defensive, run Subseed shenanigans or Subglare shenanigans. So again, thankfully, you know, we know D-Ray well enough that he's good enough and creative enough to mix it up. So we're excited to see. We're excited to see what's going on.
Next we got another Terra user. This is an 11-point Terra user. I'm not really sure if I understand why it's a Terra type. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. But we got Sandy Shocks on the team. What do you guys think about this pick?
So with Terra,
enjoy this one.
yeah, with Terra, I think, you know, because what Sandy Shocks' biggest problem is opposing ground types, and now that it can Terra, you know, Sandy will just say, you know what, I'm gonna be a water type or a grass type or an ice type and just murk your ground on the switch. You know, 101 speed is, you know, okay, it's not fast, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but it's fast enough to outpace most grounds that want to switch in on this anyway.
Yeah. So,
you know, that's, you know, there's that aspect. It's another proto-synthesis mon, just like Walking Wake. It doesn't mind grassy terrain because it clicks Earth Power instead of Earthquake. Yeah, this is looking, I'm just excited to see if this is going to be Sun or not.
Yeah.
Because it has all the makings.
Yeah,
it has all the makings.
I don't see how it can't be Sun.
I like this Sandy Shocks pick. I really enjoy this Shocks pick because, like you say, and it's as A12 has said in the chat, watch out, Mr. Shocks, it's a ground type with a balloon. So true. But like you say, you can just go Terra Water, for example, on Shocks. Ice is kind of the one that gives you the bulk beam coverage, but you want to go Terra Water, suddenly you're a water type with respectable bulk, good, very respectable speed, powerful special offense, and you've got this. This does give Nova reliable hazards as well, which, you know, Heatran sets rocks. Terrapagos doesn't necessarily want to, but can. Shocks gives him reliable hazard setting and screens. This thing can be a very tough support one. And I believe, I don't know if Nova is in chat. It's more fun if he is, because then I could remind him of when he got beaten by Iron Defense Body Press Sandy Shocks. But if he's not here, I'll just have to remind him about it later.
Yeah, definitely.
We got we got Ino in here saying with Terra, it's an offensive mon, which we spoke about. But without it, it's a spike spot that can kind of hit things.
Yep.
Wild statement. Not entirely wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it could be. I use it more as a T-Wave bot without
That's
Terra,
fair.
but you know, still a bot regardless. But at least with Terra now, I think it's gonna actually, you know, dent holes and be a premier special wall breaker that takes pressure off of Walking Wake's special wall breaking capabilities.
Yep. All right. Next, we got a Pokemon that's 6 points, so pretty cheap. And I know I guess it's Mr. Smogon guy out of the two Smogon guys, and he's picking a lot of Pokemon I know are pretty popular in those scenes. And this was more expensive. I've generally have not liked this Pokemon, but I understand the appeal of why Rotom is getting a lot popular than it used to be. So, do you guys have any inklings of why you think Rotom is why it's so popular, or why you think it's a decent pick here?
Yeah, I'd really wish TJ was here to fully explain this, because he has talked about it in his more recent videos. But the rise of Rotom Spook, the idea is that like you spin block in front of of the paradoxes of Tuscan and Treads, because you take on their earthquakes or their headlong rushes, no problem, thanks to levitate. It's actually the fastest Rotom out of all the forms. So all the forms are 86 speed. This one is 91 speed. So you do be zooming a little bit faster. We talked about it with Hat being a good pain split user. Again, all the Rotoms are 50 HP, so that's really good. So you'll really get good value out of pain split. Rotom. If TJ were here right now, that's probably what he would say.
I think that's a lot of
the fact that you can spin block in front of the two paradox elephants.
Yeah, and also you have you could just put out a Colbur Berry, and then you're also can take off knockoffs pretty fine, and like you can handle them with pain splits and Will-O-Wisps, especially you add to pace the Great Tusk if you wanted to. So yeah, it all seems like a pretty nice combination here. More momentum, so he has another. This is another quiet team of not that quiet actually. All 6 Pokemon on the team have momentum, so that is certainly a plus.
That is correct. That is correct.
Next Pokemon we got. Town, are you around? You were around.
I'm around, yes.
Yay.
I am around.
We got a 6-point Pokemon here. What do you want to talk about it?
Depends on that 6-point Pokemon here. I think it's a pretty good one.
I think it's pretty good too.
Yeah, it looks pretty good right now. That old Rabombi right there.
Why did you decide to pick this up here?
Honestly, I picked it up because I needed a bug-type Pokemon. I needed a web user. I just needed something, and
it also gives you.
Yeah, this team appreciates web
in the VGC community.
Yep.
Yeah, because it outspeeds Sneasler and hits it with Psychic. So yeah, there you go. It's a pretty good option there. But also has the
this team needed webs for sure, because it allows you. We were talking with the Hydreigon pick. Without Terra, it's a Scarf bot. But with webs, you can now turn that Scarf into Specs and do some actual meaningful damage pre-Terra.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Not only that, Rabombi having Shield Dust as its ability means I don't have to worry about burns, I don't have to worry about paralysis, I don't have to worry about flinches, I don't got to worry about any move with a secondary effect as long as I've got it on the field. Now, granted, do I want to be leaving it in front of Pokemon like that? Probably not.
Yeah.
But people underestimate how powerful Rabombi can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this could have been an interesting Terra option. We ultimately decided to not give it Terra. I don't even know if... Actually, I think it was only 6 points with or without Terra, so...
It's 6 without.
6 without, so this definitely is a pretty decent Terra user for, not having an increase in points. We ended up not going that route, but yeah, no, Rabombi is pretty solid here. Though the team definitely is weak to fairy types at the moment, and so that is something we kind of have to watch out for. But yeah, this also I guess it's fine into the grass. You're not that weak in the grass, I guess. But you have 3 Pokemon are weak to grass, so I guess it's a bonus to have that. But you have pretty good earthquake resistances, so Rabombi can take a hit in a pinch if you had to. But I think a lot of times
2 immunities for ground.
2 immunities, which is
for
nice.
Ground at the moment.
Yeah, so this is going to be your sticky web user, and then you just take advantage of the team that's not that fast outside of Boulder. And maybe, honestly, it gives Boulder the opportunity to not just be a bot of booster speed. You can go booster attack or go for,
True.
Choice Band
Choice
as well.
Band.
Choice Band, Mighty Cleave is gonna, wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, my mic keeps going out or something?
No, I think you're fine.
No,
Unless Yeah, I think you're good. But the last Pokemon of round 6, which will be the Wheel for Lax, is Conkeldurr with Terra. I mean, this Pokemon is so strong.
Terra Conkeldurr.
140 attack stat with Guts. Like, is very, very strong, and not a ton of Pokemon can defensively switch into it. And now you have Terra, and you could, like, blow up that potential combo of what you thought was going to be switching in. Now you have to deal with Terra Conkeldurr. It went from 7-point Mon without Terra, which seems pretty cheap, to now a 11-point Pokemon with Terra. So I don't know if I would have gone Terra with the Conkeldurr, but I mean, it's probably top 3 at minimum. Strongest, like, Terra user.
In terms of physical wall breaking, because, like, your next best physical wall breaker is Val, which we prefer Val to be the cleaner.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
So Terra Conkeldurr gives you Terra Fighting Mach Punch. Terra Normal Conkeldurr gives you Terra Guts boosted Facades.
Yep.
Terra Water, Terra Fairy gives you defensive typings. Slap on an AV to compensate for the 65 Spadef.
Yep.
It's all good. It's all good. 3 very valid abilities that you can swap around here and there. Obviously, Guts is probably going to be the most used, but Sheer Force boosting moves, Sheer Force boosting power of moves, and then Iron Fisting boosting punching moves, as if we don't have. So you can combo that with, like, Punching Glove as well to really get the maximum value out of Drain Punch and Mach Punch, and Elemental Punches as well. This is, I like this pick for Lex. I really do.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Conkeldurr. Terra is an interesting option on it. I haven't seen many Terra Conks, but it just makes it. Conk was already a difficult mon to both switch into and effectively take care of. But with Terra, it just makes it even more so. And you've got this odd core of Gliscor, Necrozma, Conkeldurr, which is just like, why didn't that move kill them? The movie. They're just the 3 of these mon that just don't go down when you expect them to. And they can all recover up.
Not kill them?
And they can all recover up, be it through Poison Heal or recovery on Necrozma or the Drain Punch on Conkeldurr. There's aspects of this team that are just going to sit around and cause people problems.
They are here for the long time.
Yep, for sure.
And also, I would say the speed which Conkeldurr has, it helps him if he wants to go one for a niche team which has a very good speed. For like the team we say, the Boulder team, he can even go Trick Room Necrozma for this Conkeldurr, because with Terra it's gonna be bonkers.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that. Trick Room Necrozma for Conkeldurr. Ooh. Ooh. Dirty.
Anything else standing out here in particular, you think, for any of these teams?
I think the one that stands out to me the most is probably the Excadrill for Cashiro at the wheel. Simply because, like, okay, like, you needed a ground type, you needed a spinner, that's great. But now you're doubling up on steals, as if doubling up on waters and flying types wasn't enough. But I mean, that just goes to show you folks that hazard removal in this gen is scarce. That's really what it comes
down to. It was
down
also
to.
a round 6, one of the best spinners, probably like a top, I don't know. It used to be top spinner, now it's probably like, what, 5th or 6th best spinner or something like that?
Unfortunately, yeah. The fall off needs to be studied.
But I mean, there's a lot of very, very cool Terra types going this round. The big ones, I think. I mean, they're all pretty big, to be honest. Like, there's some Terra type ones here that have proven themselves to be absolute menaces in the high tier Terra format, like Rhyperior, proving it there. Poor Lucha. I think much as we saw with Roast and Wash for dashing in round 4, I think Dai's Blastoise is probably the most important pickup.
And we got OG Albina here, supporting the Terra, the slow bro pick from Kirby. Wow, that's basically Hydrapple We just said that.
Yeah, we said that. Yeah, it's good.
So true.
I like that pick. I like the Blastoise or Diatite too. I like the webs for Talon. I
Yeah.
think they're all good picks there.
The Pigment Toys was the must needed in this round. Yeah.
Now we got we'll go a little quicker the rest of these picks. We got a Sableye here for 5 points. This is a really nice utility mon. And I understand if you want to now, I guess you pick it up now. I'm not really sure what it necessarily provides. I guess it provides priority screens. So that way you can then Dragon Dance for your Necrozma, go for setup with your Iron Valiant and be a lot bulkier in that regard. So also gives you the Dark type, gives you a Ghost to, I guess, block spikes from Gliscor, to rapid spin block for Gliscor. So I think there's some cool strategies here, but I don't really know how well it perfectly matches with this team either.
So you didn't have a T waiver, but actually, Necrozma doesn't really want a T wave.
No,
but the important thing here is Prankster Encore.
Yes.
Okay, so you take the pressure off of Val to have Encore and give it to Sableye. That's the most important. That's probably the second most important thing behind the dual screens, as SK mentioned.
Yeah.
And also about the screens, like it is the only mon which is immune to both screen breaking moves. So.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. That's
Mm-hmm.
Joe, are you still here? Do you want to talk about the this little cute guy you got here for 8 points?
Oh, the cute little guy I got for 8 points. Out of curiosity, guys, did it just drop 10 degrees where you guys are? Because if so, there might be a Gengar behind you.
That's cold. It's cold.
Scary hours are upon us. Scary hours are upon us.
Yeah, just try being an Atlanta Falcons fan. We're in a nightmare.
Oof. That's tough. That's tough, but not wrong. But yeah, the Gengar gives you the spin block and
But other than that, I mean,
yeah, what do you think about this pick?
So definitely needed a spin blocker. Was looking at, I'll be honest, I was looking at Annihilate at this point, but I didn't feel like Annihilate would work well with my current build. I mean, it would have helped for that immunity, but double fighting on a team, it would have been just, you slap a fairy type Pokemon on my opponent and they can just say, thank you.
Yeah, and this is a great fairy killer, too.
So, I mean, Gengar's not really known for being like a physical attacker, and in all fairness, Shuckle, can I switch this for Mega Gengar?
I would approve of this. Yes.
All right, I can Mega Gengar.
Yes. We need now. I'll take a Mega Gengar. That looks great. But yeah, no, the 110 speed is nice to fit between the Zapdos Hydreigon speed tier and the Iron Boulder Rabombi speed tier. Forces potential Scarfs from base 110 users because you can run Scarf Gengar itself. Could be a Tricker, could be Nasty Plot in conjunction with Hydreigon as well. So you have like a lot of special boosting options with Nasty Plot Hydreigon and Nasty Plot Gengar. And even Quibberdance.
And worst case
Rabombi.
Scenario, you got Destiny Bond trades.
Yep.
Worst case scenario.
That's also an option there
Do have Destiny Bond. I also have a potential option because Gengar is also granted poison type. So if somebody brings Toxic Spikes against me, I can bring Gengar in. And thanks to it losing Levitate, which I still don't understand why, Gengar removes those Toxic Spikes. So that helps me out. Also, I can set Toxic Spikes with this mon. And because it's a poison type, I guarantee that Toxic will always hit.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. Yeah, no, the Gengar's scary. I think this is a cool team. The Annihilate would have been fine, but yeah, I think it just would have opened you up to more defensive holes, and you would have really had to go in all offense. I think this is a little bit more of a balanced approach to get the 8-point Gengar here. Good for speed tiers too. We have TJ up next with a very this is like a definition of like a roll compression here with Overquell. For 9 points, gives you Intimidate, which is just a great ability. If you really want to Swift Swim, Rain Dance, you probably run that once at some point this season, I guess. Poison Point is even not the worst option if you're worried about like a Galarian Zapdos getting an attack raise from Intimidate, and you want to try to punish it with Poison. You can go with that. You can be very defensive, very offensive with this set. You can run your hazards. You have your grounded poison type, so that way you're not weak to toxic spikes. You have a dark type, so you can handle psychic types pretty well. That Rotom hits them okay. You have Masquerada, so you really aren't that worried about psychic types, I think, with this team. Drachi, too. Can handle them with Trick or different sets like that. Yeah, I think Overquell is just the spiker that this team wants.
Yeah,
And
this is going to really take the pressure off Meowscarada in a big way, in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Meowscarada doesn't have to focus on being that dark type when you've got a dark type here that isn't weak to fighting or bug. It takes the hazard pressure off of Meowscarada. It really frees up the first pick to do what I imagine TJ really wants the first pick to do, and that is cause damage.
Yes. Nope.
And lastly, you know, the only weakness that Overquill has going for itself is ground, but with the previous two picks, the previous two picks being ground immunities on top of Meowscarada being a ground resist, Overquill just fits the bill here.
Yep, and as Iona pointed out, another flip turn user. Next, we got another poison dark type, and another. We've drafted only darks and or poisons this round so far, but we got all Muck here for 5 points, which seems pretty cheap.
That is a great value pick.
Yeah.
Great value pick.
I've seen people put him at like 10 and 11, and I never sign up for those drafts. But yeah, for 5, yeah, it's a perfect value for Muck, I would say.
You just slap on an assault vest on this thing, and every special attack that you can think of, Alolan Muck will eat it and knock off the item right out here.
Yep, it's great value there. Though this team is super, super weak to ground. Like, you're really relying on
grassy terrain. That grassy terrain is going to be putting it in overtime.
Especially if you...
The terrain extender is working.
If you think
that terrain extender is going to be working.
If you think the Torkoal or the Ninetales gets picked up, then like that's another ground weakness. So it's like you're going to have to really be careful. But going on, the next pick we have here is for 6 points.
Before moving on, I just want to say, Alolan Muck, thank God we have evasion clause in singles because who wants to play against Moody Alolan Muck with Minimize?
Who wants to play Minimize? Who wants to deal with it?
That's what AIM did against James, right? In that big tournament.
Yeah.
But we got Rotom Heat here for D-Ray. I'm usually not a big fan of this Pokemon, but for 6 points, like that's definitely like fine value. Gives you a nice ground immunity, Volt Switcher. Yeah, I think this is just a overall pretty decent pivot. You can be screens on this as well, in addition to the Superior if you really wanted to. Gives you a strong one-time hit with Overheat. I don't think there's too much more to say about this, but it's just a really nice pivot Pokemon to go with the Mandibuzz.
Yeah. In a world where a lot of drafts end up becoming a little bit ground weak, having your electric and fire type immune to ground is nice. Sometimes I feel like people with Rotom Heat, myself included, find it a little bit difficult to bring to games, just to find space for it, but several niches Rotom Heat can and does fill.
Yep, I agree with that. Next we got Ursa Luna Blood Moon. We're going all out offense here. This is a 12-point Pokemon, so this is probably one of the more expensive Pokemon we'll be picked for a while, you would imagine. But yeah, what is anyone got an opinion on this Pokemon?
Listen, man, I think the difference between this and the Ursaluna that came from Legends Arceus is the fact that we talked about, well, mostly me. I talked about how you have Terra Infernape with Mach Punch and Vac Wave. This thing also gets Vac Wave in a pinch, so you can Calm Mind, and then after you click Blood Moon, you can have Mach Punch priority, Vac Wave priority. Excuse me. Yeah, the Blood Moon and Earth Power are two very spammable stabs on this guy, for sure. Holy smokes, this thing is a pain to switch into.
Usually you want your ground types to have stealth rocks, and this guy doesn't get it, but you do have Glamora, Metagross, and Infernape that can all stealth rock, so it gives a little more leeway for Ursaluna to exist and like just be a really hard hitter. Probably pretty safe to like trade 1-for-1 a lot of times. I will say there's a lot of physical bulk on this team for sure between the Metagross, the Slowbro, the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Not really much of a special defensive pivot yet, so maybe we'll see. Unless if he's gonna run.
I would love to see some sort of like a Goodra or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that could definitely work. Though it might be a little bit weird with the Dragonite. But I lied about the Ursaluna being the highest Pokemon point we'll see for a while, because we got 14-point Raging Bolt that does not have Terra. So I don't honestly know the last time I've seen a Raging Bolt that didn't have Terra access. So, but I mean, you have 137 special attack with a lot of HP and a lot of defenses. So this is a very strong attacker. What does anyone think about this Pokemon?
I very much enjoy non-Terra Raging Bolt. I had it not too far back in NBC, and Eli, we don't talk about the move I clicked, do we?
No,
definitely didn't go for Thunderbolt into a Gliscor expecting him to Terra Fairy on my Draco. Anyway, that didn't happen. Didn't do it twice. Raging Bolt without Terra is still really good. Like, obviously with Terra, it's become the demon we know today.
Yeah.
But it is still a monumentally good mon without it. Like, those stats don't lie. That HP is monstrous, and it just hits like an absolute truck. You don't need to invest in its special attack. Obviously, if you do, you're nuking stuff. You don't overly need to. And it's just one of those things that you need something very specially bulky to come in on it. We've got the likes of Roaring Moon and Scizor, Rhyperior with Terra supporting it on that side. And again, it's one of those mons that's like, it's just about outpacing some of those bulkier sets that could be brought against it. So you don't need to put too much into speed to be outrunning and dropping bombs on them. I like this pick. Round 7 Raging Bolt is kind of crazy.
Definitely crazy.
Round 7, that's right. We are in round 7. Holy smokes.
I want to add one thing. Like, it's just so funny he drafted the best non-Terra Bolt answer and then just drafted Bolt next. So
yeah, it's definitely fair.
Yeah.
It's just iconically funny. Terra Fairy Rhyperior walls Raging Bolt, and he goes like, okay, nobody can wall him, I'm gonna take him then.
Yeah, definitely fair. Next we got Terra Basculegion for 11 points. Now this does encompass both the physical and the special form, so you don't know what you're going to be seeing each week. So this is equally threatening. You could be 112 attack or 112 special attack or whatever the female form is. But I think this will be
on top of that.
What'd you say?
With Terra on top of
with
that.
With Terra, yes, both options with Terra. So this seems pretty frightening. We got a third water type Pokemon on the team. So are we gonna see?
I was literally about to comment on.
Maybe we'll see rain on
water
this
type here.
With Switch Swim.
I mean, one is protein and one is Terra, so technically,
yes. Yeah, technically you could make it one with protein plus Terra. I guess that's fair. But I think adaptability is going to be more so what Dai's going to go here, which you go adaptability plus Terra on your stabs, and you lose the adaptability on one of your stab typings, but the other one becomes ridiculously strong.
But I hope, I see Rain in this team following up, because like Basculegion, Terra, adaptability, choice scarf, or Swift Sim, choice band sets are gonna go crazy. I know Last Respects is banned in singles,
yes,
but
that's a fair point.
I mean, still.
And Joe, this is also a VGC demon here potentially, with blast respects and swift swim. Even adaptability is not that bad, but you probably would want swift swim a lot in VGC. Next we got Dapper picking up his other Terra captain. So in addition to 10-point Halucha, he's getting a 9-point Terra option here. We got Armor Rouge. So we got our Psychic type.
He hadn't picked up a Psychic type in 2 rounds. We were worried. I understand at this point he was taking on fluids because people were very worried about his health. Having not picked up a Psychic type for so long.
Yeah.
This one intrigues me because Armor Rouge has kind of lately been overshadowed in a big way by Cerulege.
Yes.
Especially with Terra. I noticed that Cerulege is Terra banned in this one.
Yes.
I'm very intrigued to see how Armor Rouge does. I'll be watching this one closely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's nice with Cerulege, it can it can heal, one it can boost its attack quicker than, so you can Swords Dance opposed to Calm Mind with Armor Rouge, and you also have the priority to outspeed, priority to try to revenge kill. You get +2 attack, even +4 if you have weakness policy or something like that, and all that combination makes Cerulege really, really powerful with the Terra. So interesting to see how Armor Rouge works in that role.
Yeah, after he drafted this, there was a celebration in the draft that he's back. Yes. The Spy P,
he didn't.
Size Spy
still
P has taken a side again.
Well, we'll see. Maybe someone's got to snipe that in deity, right? Or maybe he won't go for it. You never know. We got Terra Lycanroc Dusk here, which seems very, very scary for 13 points. What do you guys think of this?
This right here, this is the Terra captain out of the entire draft. I'm most excited to see what it does.
Mm-hmm.
I love Lycanroc Dusk. It is a menace, and I'm really, really excited to see it with Terra. Genuinely, I'm logging this down as a potential sleeper top 10 MVP run mon. If Dashing can get the most out of this, it could put in a shift.
Yeah, you the possibilities of Terra on this thing, obviously the most obvious being Terra Rock, a Cell Rock being the most obvious one, but you can Terra Fight to power through your Tough Claws boosted CCs, your Terra Psychic Fangs if you're facing Dapper, I guess. Terra Dark Crunch if you're facing Dapper, I guess. This thing's gonna hit like a truck. Oh, did I mention that it can set up even further via Sword Stance?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I mentioned that already or not, but there's that. And worst case scenario, even if you can't get it into top 10 for the kills, you have the option of being a sash. You get up rocks. It's another. So this would be what, rocker number 4 for dashing, and you can run Endeavor. You can run Fear, Endeavor, SL Rock, Cheese.
True.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah. Next, we got a little bit of a different Terra captain here. We got a Terra Toxapex from 812. We got double Terra poison users on this team with Okidogi plus Toxapex.
This mon feels like, okay, if it does not have any Terra text, okay, let's just put Terra on him, I guess.
Yeah.
Looking at the team, Doggy is gonna be the main Terra cap in this, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. But yeah, if you have
and like I said with what's it called? With Kirby. Kirby had the Terra Infernape and Terra Slowbro. And again, in a perfect world, you have one offensive Terra captain, one defensive Terra captain. Pex being a defensive Terra is cool. You can remove the ground weakness simply just being, Terra flying or grass or Terra or even Terra water, if you really need to. But yeah, like Val said, Okidogi's going to be the primary Terra captain at least 2/3 of the time.
Yeah,
if not more.
for sure. And rounding out the round here, we have Sylveon for 7 points. I don't know. I feel like Sylveon has generally fallen from grace. There's not a lot of fairy types, as we were saying, and we have this fairy type here, which is definitely fine. 110 special attack with Pixelate hits pretty hard. So that seems fine. But yeah, like defensively, like 65 defense is just not good enough. Even with that base 95 HP, yeah, it just doesn't hit hard enough. You probably want to use this more as a special breaker, which honestly this team definitely needs a special breaker because you have the Torn, which is okay, but this Sylveon can like reliably hit pretty hard. That like the Empoleon Art of Torn is not going to do as often. So I think it's going to be less of a defensive wish protect type of role. I think on this team you probably want to use momentum from one of your Pokemon into this and just go like Specs Hyper Voice and just try to claim kills that way.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree
This
on
is a
that
fun
front.
team. This is a fun team to look at from the perspective of you've got Gouging, Ogerpon, and Gyarados. Put those to the side, and the other four, it's like Kaz and Shiro looked at the board and went, right, what used to be good a few generations ago?
yeah, like with the power creep, Sylveon.
Yeah. And
I
like,
think
the thing
this-
is, they can really make the most of it. Like these are mons that, I say they used to be good. Like they used to be higher picks, maybe aside from Taunty, than they certainly are now.
Yeah.
But they've all got new things and stuff that they can now work with. They have been power crept a little bit, but that's not to say that the likes of Shiro and Kaz, who can get the best out of them, should be able to do some really big work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. All right, round 7. Anything stand out here in particular?
I love
For
how
me,
we
it's the
started
lightning
off with the what's it called? We had dark. No, it was like 2 ghosts, then 2 darks, like 3 poisons. We started the round off with that top row right there, just all purple people eaters up there before we got into the rest of the round. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, it's a good color
Yeah.
consistency we have there. I like the Gengar for Talon's team. The spin blocker for Sticky Web seems like a pretty nice combination there. Standard VR, just pick it up.
Might trade that in for Mega Gengar later.
Mega Gengar,
Who
well,
knows?
I approve of it. I already told him. The Raging Bolt just sitting there, round 7, kind of crazy.
Yeah.
No Terra, but I
Crazy.
think
Wouldn't have expected that.
still works really well. And then I think 2
Yeah.
Terra Captains in Armor Rouge, which you can kind of imagine it's probably going to be Psychic Spam, but you have the Holucha plus the Armor Rouge. Like, that's going to be a crazy combination there if you get the Indeedee on this team. And then you have like
The slide did the A12 and dashing swap again.
Yeah, so I think that's gonna be like
I'm
that.
pretty sure
Yeah.
Lycanroc Dust is going to dashing.
Yeah. Just the name is switched up
Yeah.
and the logo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's another one. The Terra Lycanroc for dashing.
Yeah.
Like that looks great here. That looks-
I'm looking forward to that. I will say, because I've just seen Kaz in the chat, sounded a bit harsh. Like it's those mons used to be like your really high round picks, and they've been power crept a little, which
Yeah.
is why I'm very interested to see what you two specifically do with them, because
Yes.
they still have potential to all be great mons in their own right, and I'm excited to see how like a team of them stands up to the power creep of draft right now.
And also like
It's not just
yeah. So normally
it's
these
not just
Pokemon
you
would
and your draft.
yeah. No,
I
you're
mean,
good.
we both waited and then we both spoke.
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
you go ahead.
Yeah, so like I think like these Pokemon would have been more points normally, but because like they haven't been like as prevalent in this meta, they were cheaper. So I feel like you're getting a lot of like cheaper Pokemon that could like
Oh yeah.
hit
You're getting
above their
great
value, and then like
Great
you
value.
have extra points left over that you can then spend on additional harder hitters on the team that maybe you wouldn't have had those points otherwise. So I think you still have a lot of room to add extra to the team as well. But I guess we'll find out what you're going to add in addition to power on this team in the this next pick at the wheel. We got Vikavolt. That is a even harder special attacker than your Sylveon, but I think primarily the role of this is going to be for sticky webs. I think that's why you're going to get a Vicable. And for 4 points, it seems like a pretty cheap value here. A lot of tools on this team. It's this seems crazy. This team just has sticky webs, so maybe Gouging Fire could run like very bulky sets and still probably outspeed your team after sticky webs. So like it's gonna be
not only that, your scarf option in Galarian Zapdos becomes a bandit option now.
Yes.
You know, so there's that. You can go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go.
Yeah, I would also say this forces, defogs, which can be punished with competitive and defiant.
Yep. So
Because-
you have the sticky webs there. So you set up webs and then you bring out your Mandibuzz to defog. It's like, do I want to defog on the Zapdos that tear it into, I don't know, rock
You
or
need a good
electric or
boost, I
something
guess.
that resists flying, and then you're gonna give it a +2 attack boost? I don't know if you want to do that. Or you defog into the Empoleon. It's like, I don't know if I really want to give it a +2 special attack boost and then an agility and then sweep my team. So like, you definitely set up those options there. Ideally, you can get a spinner or a ghost on this team, kind of like Joe did with the Gengar, so that way you can rapid spin block, and then you have like all your
Yeah.
options and try to keep webs up.
Yeah, he needs they need a ghost for either then the fog is never an option, they will just spin. So they need a good ghost right now.
And also when you can go !Kaz or Kaz and Shiro and all the other coaches in this league, and I'll bring you right to their YouTube channel. So make sure you check out everybody here. Also make sure you can go !SPL and you can get invited into the server if you're not already in there. So definitely make sure you check that out. Check out all the coaches. Check out all the analysts. You can ! Any of the analysts that you hear on the on this broadcast here, and you can subscribe to their channels. So excited for this whole season. Just wanted to remind everyone of that. So next Pokemon we have for A12 is Grimmsnarl for 7 points, which seems like great value. What do you guys think?
Oh, this will be the screen setter, because we were like, oh, is this gonna be Gold to set the screens? Is it gonna be Lottie to set the screens? Is it gonna be Corviknight to set the screens? No, it's gonna be Grimmsnarl. I think it's gonna be Grimmsnarl. I'm not too sure, but I have a good feeling it's going to be Grimmsnarl. Because when you have Prankster that gives you +1 priority on status moves such as Reflect and Light Screen, I would imagine that's what you're gonna do, right?
On the
Right.
one hand, here's my thing with Grimmsnarl. I've used it a bit, and Grimmsnarl for me is one of those mons where, it's got great supporting options. That Prankster Screens is fantastic, obviously, along with all its other Prankster things it can go with. That dual stab is so good off base 120 attack, 95 special attack. Grimmsnarl is better when you use it offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite sets is being able to like bandit or spec sets, and like if you see a bulky check to it, you can just trick the choice item onto that check, and now they're immobilized. So you're
Love a bit of
Shroom
offensive
is right in the
Grimmsnarl.
sense that offensive Grimmsnarls are pretty nasty. They're pretty nasty.
Yeah, bulk up sets.
We got
Kaz
Kaz in chat
Bulk up
saying
is a great
surprise
set to
bulk
run.
up. There you go. Surprise bulk up. Yep.
But I mean, you can, and the thing is, you can always fall back on those Prankster sets because they're very effective. Grimmsnarl's one of the more effective users of it because it has the freedom to do a bit of offense along the way, and it can sort of out-prioritize the Sucker Punch on the offensive side too. Stab 120. Like, this thing can do a bunch. This thing can absolutely do a
Grimmsnarl
bunch.
could theoretically, like, it's one of those mons that low-key, like, you could get away without running an attacking move. You, like, dual screens, T-Wave and Parting Shot into your Finn, into your Weavile, into your Lottie. That's filthy. That's filthy.
Yeah, it truly is.
Another filthy Pokemon we're going to be seeing next year, with Dashing spending a lot of his remaining leftover points. This is like his last big hurrah in terms of attacking power, is Salamence. Just another old reliable like round 2 pick back in the day, and yep, it's sitting here at 11 points, so like middling point value for very scary physical sweeper. Can be a special sweeper, can be a maybe it's not that surprising, but it's also a pretty bulky Pokemon if you choose to do so with Roost and Intimidate. Can definitely work in that type of role, like a special defensive type of set. But you do have the Rotom Wash, Deoxys Clefable. Maybe there'll be more of a defensive type of role here. Even the Treads can be pretty defensive, but you have Moxie options, Intimidate options, special, physically attacking based. I like the Salmons on this team. It's a mixed attacker that he really doesn't have on the team otherwise, so I think this can be a nice surprise pick with dashing.
Yeah, there were no mixed attackers before this pick. Yeah, because like the next best one was probably Treads, but like even then, like Treads is only 70 something in the special department. So, 135 physical, 110 special. Yeah, this is your mixed attacker right here for sure.
Yep. Next we got Dapper not picking up a psychic type, which is okay. We got Raquanid. I guess he's trying to go sticky webs here, maybe to boost up the Ogerpon going for Defiant, or maybe just have a Armarouge dealing with again if someone's got a sniped as Indeedee. Make sure he doesn't pick it up, but have a Psychic Terrain with Specs Armarouge or Specs Deoxys or Iron Crown. Iron Crown under webs that's crazy strong too. What do you guys think of this?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that want to do a bunch of damage under webs, but also, I mean, Araquanid just running Adamant Banded Water Bubble is a threat. It is a powerful threat. Just hitting hard physically off rip. Could even just run both at the same time, like running, like you don't really want to run webs on a banded set, but it has been done.
Yep.
Especially when Araquanid really only needs like 3 moves normally, usually 2, but sometimes you want to run like Poison Jab or something, or like the Rogue Blizzard for, I don't know, Salamence.
Someone was in the chat talking about not Orbeetle ? No, unfortunately, Orbeetle is not in this. Is not in Paldea. Unfortunately.
I don't care.
Unfortunately,
come on.
Also, I wanted to say like we talked in the first 3 rounds, Trick Room, Tinglu was an option. Arachnid under Trick Room, there's no answers.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Arachnid can go pretty hard in the Trick Room.
Yeah, but Tinglu honestly could be your hazard user every week, and like that's fine. Even though it might take away some versatility that Tinglu could have. Honestly, I'd be fine just running hazards Tinglu every week, and like that's not an issue.
I mean, weakness policy, lead, Tinglu are always,
of course.
4 attacks.
Yep. Yeah.
That could be.
I mean, he's under Viz, so he's gonna run it at some point, you'd imagine. Next we have Mesprit here, 10 points. Another rocker that he doesn't have. He only has Landers as rocks, so makes it a little bit easier for Landers to go Choice Scarf if it wants to, and let Yuxi be the rocker and the U-turn. Another U-turn mon. So again, this is a team that has similar to a TJ, right? Every member of the team can run momentum at this point, so that's very cool. Also, another ground immunity for the Ogerpon and the Pheasantipity and the Iron Hands. That all seems like a pretty nice combination here. What do you guys think of this pick?
More than that,
did we mention the Healing Wish? There we go. Healing Wish.
Healing Wish for the Ogre, especially taking rocks and stuff, going one, or thinking like, okay, if hard flame is like under 25%, let me get my mon out and just get rocks up, so hard flame cannot switch back in, and then you see Mesprit coming up with Healing Wish, and then you have to face it again.
Yep. No, for sure.
And Healing Wish into something that takes a lot of work to wear down, like Iron Hands, can just be frustrating for an opponent.
Yeah.
But outside of that, Mesprit it's just a solid mon. Like,
It'll
it's
live
just
any
solid.
hit.
It does a bunch of jobs pretty well.
Yep. And I think that's all you can ask for a 10-point mid-round Pokemon here. and wanted rocks, I'm sure too. So
Yeah,
That's
as
great.
Mr. TJP here says, slower Timu Mew. That's
Yeah.
an interesting way to say it.
I like that.
I don't know.
But I think it has all the three roles the team needed: ground immunity, rocks, and healing wish.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, definitely nice. We got standard picking up 5-point Vaporeon, which seems pretty cheap. I haven't really ever been a fan of Vaporeon generally. I feel like the coverage, which is basically water plus ice, is pretty limiting. But for 5 points as a wish user, as a flip turn user, back in the day, this would Albemola and Vaporeon would be like similar point values. Even Vaporeon would be like 1 or 2 points, 3 points higher than Albemola, which I always thought was crazy, even when Albemola didn't have flip turn. But Vaporeon also has flip turn, which is nice for it. This team has Rhyperior, but a lot of Pokemon that can pivot on this team as well. Wish support with the high HP into like Pecharunt that doesn't have as high of an HP stat, Scizor that doesn't have high of an HP stat. Seems like a pretty nice combination there. Yeah. What else do you guys think of Vaporeon?
Yeah,
I'm
water
kinda with
absorb
you.
is definitely a good
Yeah.
immunity to have,
Yeah.
you know, to cover Rhyperior, for sure. As if Rhyperior with Terra doesn't cover, you know, the water weakness enough. But yeah, this is Aloe. That's basically, yeah, I almost said it best. This is Aloe at home. If Aloe was a cat, there you go.
I'm with you
mean,
on not
like-
being a massive fan of Vaporeon historically, but I think there's jobs here it can do well. I think it's not even so much having a water immunity for this team as having a scald immunity for this team.
Yep.
Yeah,
Because you don't want to
But
bring a
also,
Roaring
like-
Moon into it,
yeah.
or your Scizor.
Fair.
Also, yeah.
And we have seen like it can also be niche pick, not coming every week. It can be coming on to a passive team, like especially in the team having Fog and Aloe both, so it can block flip. I know it can use Battle Pass, but still stop the momentum like that, and can stop choiced Aqua Step sweeps coming. So
Sure.
there's that.
Yeah.
Water bubble arachnid coming in. So like I think it's after like 6-7 picks. It's after cheesing cheesing the mons, seeing others draft. I think we came in that role, I think, and I think it's good because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Next, we got Kirby spending 9 points on regular Sinistcha. I believe we Terra banned it because otherwise I
Yep.
would have told my team to pick up Sinistcha a lot earlier than this. I think we were considering it anyway. Yeah, it was Terra banned. I think this Pokemon has pretty consistently proven how good it is as a Terra user. But yeah, what do you guys think of non-Terra Sinistcha?
It is
What
your
about the
spin blocker for all the rockers that you got on the team. You know, particularly Gomora with toxic debris T spikes. So you have that going it for yourself. You got heat proof, as if your fire resistant Slowbro wasn't enough. You got that as well. Matcha Gacha is a grass type Scald that can potentially burn, but it can also potentially miss. So be careful. And then Strength Sap is probably the best recovery move that we got in the game now that all recover PP went down to 8. So
Yeah.
I mean this is even though it can't Terra, this is a solid grass ghost right here. A lot better than the Trevenant.
I mean, yeah, it is a good non-Terra Cerulege answer, I would say, because it's not weak to fire type, and it can just run Ghost Berry. Like he can use Poltergeist once, and then what is it hitting you with, or other monsters like that. It can also kind of wall. Who's that? The freaking lion.
Mm-hmm.
Gouging fire.
Yeah.
Strength snap it. Yeah, it can CM strength snap because I had seen flame bits or heat crash do like 40% to a non-Terra Sinistra. and it can just like if he wants to DD, let him DD. You just one time he's gonna eventually attack, and then you get him to -1, and then you set up a CM, then repeat the process
Yep.
and just
Uh-huh.
wall him down with a shadow ball and stuff.
Yeah, it's very tough to beat this team on the physical offense side between Blood Moon, Slowbro, Metagross, Dragonite, even with multi-skill, Glamora, because it sets up toxic spikes if you physically hit it. Yeah, there's a lot of... it's very annoying. You definitely want to try to break this team on the special side. Next Pokemon we got is another, an even better physically defensive wall here that can Terra, and it's only 5 points. To pair with the Terra Superior, we have 5-point Terra Dondozo. That seems very, very cheap. This seems like a great value pick from D-Ray.
Yeah, the Terra options on this, obviously you can Terra Water to boost your wave crashes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this gets Body Press, so you can, have
Yes.
Terra Fighting Body Press as well. My personal favorite Terra for Dondozo is Dragon, actually. So, there's yes, we have like a lot of dragons, but they're mostly offensive. It's very rare to have a defensive dragon. So Terra Dragon fits on Dondozo because, most ice types don't really want to deal with Dondozo unless they have Freeze Dry, of course.
Yeah.
So it's good for, against the teams that don't have the greatest fairies in the world as well. This is a very solid pick. A very solid pick. Unaware, being able to just sit on anything that wants to set up is always nice. As if, Tinkaton with Encore isn't enough, we also have Unaware Dondozo for setup as well.
Yep. Yeah, very nice pick here. Nova picked up the Drought User, but it's Ninetales. What do you guys think of this?
I think I like Torkoal in terms of defense and spin, but Healing Wish support coming up from Ninetales is pretty great sometimes. It could be, a Sash or Heat Rock set, which can, because of its speed, it can even baton pass in front of slow users, not take damage, and can throw some strong solar beam, flamethrowers, or even overheats, eject back. There's like many sets it can go with. So yeah.
Yeah, basically the way it worked is like, when people found out how powerful Healing Wish is, it got to the point where Ninetales was rising in usage, almost surpassing Torkoal as the Sunsetter for all the photosynthesis mods. So, Val hit it right on with.
Yeah, I think
the
this
Healing Wish.
both this and Torkoal are 8 points.
It's Healing Wish that sets Ninetales apart. It's a shame that both the Drought users are so bad.
Yes.
Torkoal is, people draft Torkoal as their Sunsetter for the spin, but it's such a momentum well.
Yes.
Like, you don't get the max turns out of Sun because you can never afford to run Heat Rock because you have to run Boots because you need it to be a rapid spinner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Ninetales is, with the greatest will in the world, weak. But Ninetales is going to be better for supporting because if you're running sort of a Healing Wish set, if you're running a bit of Disruption with just Flamethrower to hit in the sun and do a bit of damage, but your main thing is to disrupt and get Healing Wish into, say, Terrapagos, which is a grim prospect for anybody else, then it's better because you can afford maybe to run a bit of Heat Rock for the wake. If you don't care about taking rock damage with Boots, if you're just going to let it go to Healing Wish anyway, Ninetales is the better pick for Drought. Neither of them are great.
And Shroom over here talking about, bad freaking Drought setters. Just be thankful that neither of them are Pyroar. Oh god.
Yeah, that'd be the worst.
Pyroar being the third.
I mean, if Talon is allowed to trade in Gengar for Mega Gengar, shouldn't Nova be allowed to trade in Ninetales for Primal Groudon? I think that seems fair, right?
We'll ask Nova. We'll ask Nova later.
That is not going to get
I
approved.
mean, Primal Groudon feel like that Wake is not getting the Sun. He would take that trade, I think.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you're weak and you're walking awake. He might not pick that anyway.
Oh, true. It'll have to be regular Groudon though.
Yeah, regular Groudon. Next, we have TJ's first Terra pick. I think he's the last coach to dip into the Terras. I think the next
Okay.
round pick is going to be his primary Terra option, but he knew that it couldn't be sniped, so he's going to go first with Terra Braviary, which I think honestly could have been an option that Talon would have picked up here. But yeah, what do you guys think of 7-point Terra Braviary?
This is actually freaking hilarious that TJ picked this, because being the only like European you
true.
picked the most American Pokemon as your Terra captain.
I mean,
I'm
he
all for
wanted
it.
to be
I'm all
part.
for it. I love this. I love this. This is fantastic. This is
He wanted to be
fantastic.
part of the American group, you know. He's the
I
only one
guess
who does
so.
not have
I
America
guess
in
so.
his.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we
Now he
have
has some American in his.
okay, so we got Defiant here to punish the hazards that you know, the specifically the rocks and the spikes that Jirachi and Overquill want to set, right? You have Terra fighting CC at your disposal, right? You can Terra into a defensive typing, you know, like a steel or something like that, steel or electric, and you know, free bulk ups at that point, right? So it's not a. I'm interested to see what the second Terra captain is, because this is what, a 7 points with the Terra.
Yeah,
right?
7 with
Yeah,
Terra.
7
Yeah.
points. Yeah, so this is like, it's surprising that, like, I mean, I guess because you knew that your real Terra captain wasn't gonna get sniped. I'm interested to see what it is.
Yep.
So this being your secondary, oh man, I can't wait to see the primary.
That
I
seems-
can't wait. I can't wait.
Seems good. Joe, are you around? I'm not sure if you're around or not to make this next selection. It looks like you are.
I'm back.
What do you think of Registeel for 4 points? I think that's the cheapest Pokemon that's been picked so far. No, Vikavolt was also 4
I
points.
think so, and I think whoever just made the sound, even though that's Regirock from Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, we can use it here.
Call him out. That was a little better.
Ah, man.
Yeah, but what do you think? Why Registeel here?
Needed some extra bulk. Needed a steel type.
And real rocket.
Was looking at Duraludon, truthfully, but then even with giving it Eviolite, it still feels kind of scary to use Eviolite Duraludon in this meta. Also, it doesn't get stamina.
Yep. Yeah, I think definitely one thing I remember with the Registeel is the team is pretty Ice Weak and pretty Fairy.
And the real rocker, I think.
It's also
Because,
another
like,
third rocker. Duraludon has that too, which is definitely nice. But getting that ice resist and that fairy resist to like make sure you don't fold over to them or have to deal with like rely on just running Terra Steel Hydreigon every week, which is definitely fine. It can definitely do that. But just having the option in Registeel to have that bulk to go into seems pretty nice. For 4 points is very cheap as well. Good value there. Rocks, you can even sweep with Iron Defense Body Press if people aren't prepared for it. But you're probably not running that a whole lot. Thunder Wave is a good option. Rocks. Just a general like pivot into something if you really needed it. It doesn't really fit necessarily with the hyper offense like team that the rest of the team is, but if you need a steel type to fall back on to like a specific thing, then you can like go to Registeel and go for the T-Wave and just let one of your other offensive mons revenge kill.
And the important thing is that you didn't go Orthworm here.
I was gonna say the important thing is you didn't go Bronzong, because we're not picking Bronzong. That mon is ass.
Well, I mean, the last time that I used a bronze. Well, actually, no, I didn't use a Bronzong. I faced a Bronzong, and I used Weather Ball Primarina, and somehow got a Fire type Weather Ball into a Bronzong, which was kind of fun.
There you go.
Talking about Bronzong and Weatherball, I ran a Sunny Day Chlorophyll Weatherball Wild Blue in a LT low tier.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
We got
Has some
Raxos
downside.
here saying Curse Registeel is also something to not sleep on, with the idea being, well, you can click Body Press and Iron Head for the, for the pesky fairy types that think they can switch into Body Press all day. So there's
Yeah.
that.
That's fair.
Oh yeah. That's true.
You definitely have
Yeah, and I mean,
offensive
those-
options if you want to go with it.
There are definitely some options with Registeel. I can't say for certain right now that I feel comfortable bringing it
Sure.
to my week 1 matchup because week 1 we haven't even played yet. We haven't even played it yet, guys.
Well,
Have
we
not
played it.
yet.
People know
So-
you've played it, but we don't. I don't think the schedule hasn't even been announced yet. But yeah, it just seemed tough.
Yeah,
to get a
so
week
so
one
so
matchup.
so nobody knows when Dashing and I are gonna play, and who knows? I might bring Registeel, I might not bring Registeel.
Okay.
Okay.
And the plot thickens. And the
Alright.
plot thickens.
Much like the metal alloy that Registeel is made out of.
Hey, there you go. All right, next pick, rounding out round 8. We're got right 8. Yeah, round 8. We're getting there. We got Lax and Ogrepon Quarterstone. I know some people that think this is the best Ogrepon format of all of them, especially if there's no Terrans.
It's my favorite. It's my
'Cause
favorite.
you got sturdy, so you're
Me too.
guaranteed to live a hit. Good spiker.
Only real ogre with a spike.
Yeah, because he had the rock defensive typing. It like leads itself to be like a better spiker. 120 attack, so definitely quite strong. I think you have Conkeldurr on the team, but this is like a fast version of like a strong physically offensive Pokemon. Pair with the
Yeah, the only
base...
typing that wants to switch in on both grass and rock stabs are steel types, but Ogrepon gets, low kick or super power depending on your mood.
Yep.
This is like switching into this thing is a nightmare. That's why I always say it's my favorite out of all the ogres. Shout out to Onesie Stone.
100%
you
accurate
know.
rock moves are nice to have,
True.
Which can crit.
which can crit.
And speaking of like that coverage on Ogapon, like you say, the only things that really want to take that coverage are steel types, and Lax has built this team Lax and his guys. They've built this team very well to dissuade steel. You've got Conk, you've got Iron Moth, you've got Iron Valiant, you've got Gliscor. Like, steel types don't have fun in this matchup, and that frees up Ogapon to kind of go ham here.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. All right. Any Pokemon that stand out here from round 8?
I still say that the one that most stands out to me is the European TJ boat taking the American bird. That's the one that stands out to me the most,
I agree with that.
by far.
We knew that Noah was going to get the Sunsetter at some point, right? So I think Ninetales is a pretty good pick there, especially because you have the Terapagos to rapid spin. You don't need the Torkoal on this team, so I think that's pretty solid.
I think the most greedy pick coming up is from the Psy Spam team, not picking up the terrain. That's the most greedy.
It's greedy.
Picks, I think.
We'll see if
Oh,
someone
goes
goes.
to the Arachnid over the train. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I like the Dondos as well. I think that's a pretty solid pick for D, right? It's a secondary Terra Captain. But let's see the secondary Terra Captain for Lax. It might be a main Terra Captain, honestly. It's cheaper than Conk, but I could see this being brought more often than Terra Conk. We got Terra Suicune. That seems quite interesting for 8 points. That seems like a steal of a pick right there. Suicune's like another Pokemon. It's like really like falling off from Graze, you could say.
Yeah.
It doesn't have Toxic, which it really appreciates, but like that bulk is pretty crazy. Paired up with whatever surprise Terra defensive typing that comes out, and yeah, it's gonna be hard to take down without like making sure it Terras and having like a pretty good plan into it. Yeah, what do you guys think of Suicune?
I want to see how Lax uses it. A12, who is of course also in this league, he's currently got Terra Suicune in PPL, and for the first 2 weeks, which I believe are already uploaded, he brought it specs.
Yeah,
Both weeks,
interesting.
and it claimed kills. Like, there's a strong world in which Conk just gets used as Conk is.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily need the Terra, and Suicune, be it either that Terra Blast coverage, whatever one coverage move it needs to break through things, or giving it even more of a defensive ability to set up. could be dangerous.
Yeah,
Definitely agree with that.
Subcombine,
Yeah,
the old set, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the classic Procon, except not
There you
water
go.
type anymore. There's possibilities here.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best dogs from the Gen 2, but with Terra, I think Ente is still better. But with it's gonna be interesting though with Terra.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I think Raikou was more points as Terra. I think even Entei might have been more points with Terra than Suicune. Which I mean, in past generations, it would have been the other way around. It would have been Suicune would have been the I guess, or Raikou. I didn't like Raikou in older generations in general, but yeah, Suicune I think was the cheapest one out of all of them. So seems like a pretty good deal for it. Talon, you're around to explain your next pick.
Oh, you better believe I was ready for this one.
Let's see it. The other Terra Captain, the Joey specialty here.
Yes, sir. We got the best Kalos starter Pokemon line.
Wow.
And I say that, and I say that knowing that in my original XMI playthrough, I played with Froakie, but
Oof.
I have since grown to love Delphox. I have since grown to love it. It is a really good Pokemon, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. The Mega that it is going to be getting in the ZA Battle Club, it takes that stupid Shuriken that Greninja is on and throws it at a wall with psychic powers.
Yeah, Delphox is a cool Pokemon. It would have been a cool Pokemon on
But
No, go ahead. What makes Delphox stand out as a Terra user?
I mean, it's got good coverage across the board. I mean, it gets access to Dazzling Gleam, it gets access to Energy Ball, it gets Shadow Ball. It can do copycat shenanigans if I want to do that strategy that Joey did with
Ooh.
the copycat Final Gambit strategies, even though I don't have a Final Gambit user.
Not yet.
But I can find some. I can find a different way to use the copycat strategy.
Copycat Ceaseless Edge. Have a second Ceaseless Edge
I
user?
saw in a SPL season, it was used like opponents move to try. I think it was Jolteon using Copycat to get some ice coverage or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, Ellie ran that in what SP
Yeah.
and PPL 1 season. That was like that.
Yeah.
That's the big
Yeah,
move.
I mean, if you can't get Final Gambit, mate, you've got two Mons there, I believe, in Gengar and Registeel. Forget Explosion.
Oh. Don't put these
Explosion
ideas in
copycat
his
shape?
mind. Don't put these ideas. He's gonna actually run them. Don't do it.
I mean, it's a possibility that I could run them, but what really sucks is because we're doing a draft analysis stream. We also had all the coaches with their draft analysis go up.
Yep.
For me, I wanted to do a Deadpool 2 interview scene. So Shuckle and I would have been Deadpool, and I forget the lackey's name, the best friend, but we would have had Weasel. Yeah, that's it. We would have done interviews of all my Pokemon and basically done my barbs or whatever. I had my friend Courtney, who is a queen in VGC and just Pokemon in general, and a really, really fun girl. What I was going to do was she was going to be Delphox, and Delphox was going to be Domino, and she'd be saying that, I'm lucky and magical, and I'd be like, those aren't good in a battle. And she'd be like, yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Really isn't. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Gotcha. Get out of my head. Like, it would have been hilarious.
That's a funny. Yeah, that's a good scene from the movie.
It would have been hilarious, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
It's all good.
Scheduling wise. But of my team, I can't think of a Pokemon that's better than every Pokemon at everything. So I could have just once begged for a place where everyone is worse than me at everything, so I could go there and I could be their Superman. Oh wait, that's Atlanta.
Yes.
You shut your goddamn trash mouth.
That's funny. Good quotes there. Yeah. No, I'm excited for Delphox. I think you're gonna run Hydreigon a lot as the Terra captain this season, but I think Delphox can be a a nice secondary user if you don't expect it. Let's see. Next week. Oh, this is another big pick we got going up here. So this is TJ's primary Terra captain. This was like one of the scariest Terra captains at like the very beginning of the generation. I saw some showdown people like really use this mod effectively, and I felt like it fell out of grace because people thought it was pretty one-dimensional. But we got TJ picking up the Terra Espathra. What do you guys think of this?
Overrated U-bird.
What'd you say?
I said overrated U-bird.
Oh, overrated. That's crazy. I think this is one of the best Terra captains that was picked. I think it has really strong power. Just you can go like Lumina Crash is like, plus you're getting that continuous speed boost and you're getting the minus special attack, special defense to pair with whatever type of Terra typing you want to go in combination with to try to take something out. Seems pretty tough to take care of. But you also have like the Calm Mind, Protect, Stored Power sets that can run Stored Power plus whatever coverage move you want. Or you can go Roost and Calm Mind, Store Power, and Terra Blast. You can go Substitute.
I think it gets Moonblast. Right?
No, it gets
Or
Dazzling
then-
Gleam.
It gets Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, so
Oh.
so no Moonblast there, but yeah. And or you could just be like Specs and U-turn out and such. I think this is gonna be a really nice mod for TJ. What do you guys think of this?
Yeah, I can see it running. It's gonna have to be probably running Terra Fighting or Fire a fair bit because Steel is.
You want to
its
handle the Steel
issue,
and Dark types,
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can see that. It's like you say, if this thing spirals out of too much control, there's not a massive amount that's guaranteed to be able to stop it. I can see this. I can see a lot of people going up against TJ with maybe even multiple covert cloaks.
Yeah.
To stop stuff like Flinch Rachi, set up on the Alamamola using Alluring Voice, stop the special defense drops from Lumina Crash on Espathra. There's a fair few things that will help covert cloaks here. But is that going to be enough if Espathra's calm mining up? That's the kind of thing you got to deal with. Like, what kind of Espathra set are we working with here? Is it just here to power off specs hits off rip? Is it going to set up on me? Is it going to try and store power its way through? What Terra are we working with? A lot of questions, a lot of prep has to go into countering Terra Espathra. It's doable, but you make one misstep and suddenly this thing's very dangerous.
Definitely fair. This would have been crazy on Dapper's team if he ends up getting
On Dapper's team, yeah.
Yeah.
That would
It's
have been
like
fun. Next Pokemon we see is what Talon was talking about maybe getting on his team. That is a round 9 13-point Annihilate just sitting there. Yeah. I mean, doesn't fit with the sun. Definitely doesn't need to. U-turn, final Gambit option here. You could like with 110 HP, you can like basically guarantee to kill on something if you really wanted to. You have bulk up set. You have taunt set. Rage Fist is a stupid move. You can pair this with Sandy Shocks to try to defer the Defiant plus Ghost to block the spikes rapid spinning that Sandy Shocks are going to set up. It has Stealth Rocks as well, in addition to Sandy Shocks and Heatran, and Tropicos. So this seems like a pretty nice pick.
I would say the best combo you missed was like early breaker Annihilate into Healing Wish into him again with Ninetales. So your Rage Fist is holy base power. Like if you are taking chip, you are taking 1v1ing a few mons, taking chip, they feel like, okay, if I can hit him twice and kill him, it's okay. I can take 100 base Rage Fist once. But like he lives, because he's bulky, he does not need much attack for those combination. Get his Rage Fist to 150 or 200 base power, go into switch it out because it has U-turn as well, and then Healing Wish it up with Ninetales. Nothing's saving him from except a normal mon, I guess.
Of course. And then you got
and
Overheat.
Nova's been using Annihilate with Terra in PPL, he's getting a lot of good value out of it. So he knows how to use this thing.
Yep. Definitely excited to see him use it. Just not against my team. All right, now we got 7-point Manchow. I mean, pretty you know what it does. Pretty straightforward Pokemon.
Yeah.
Probably wants to run Choice
Scarf.
Scarf a lot. You can run Banded sets with Reckless if you really want to. It's fine. It's always like, oh, I want to run that as like a surprise option, but you just end up running Scarf U-turn, and like that's probably still the best set with Regenerator anyway. It could be a bulky AV user if you really, really wanted to. It can be a surprise there to take special hits if you need to in a pinch. Knockoff user, which is nice because the Tinkaton can knock off, but Manabuzz is not going to really knock off on this team, so nice to have a secondary user. Good to have a Choice Scarf user that's like Superior can Scarf, doesn't really want to. Garchomp doesn't really want to Scarf. Bundle can Scarf or Booster, and that's fine, but good just to have a secondary option. What do you guys think of this?
I think Serp is gonna be forced into Terra Ghost because of no actual Ghost on this team. So yeah, it's gonna be a Scarf Manchow in this build, I think.
And I think that's fine. And this is like, I guess you have a little bit of, you have decent momentum on this team. So, but you have the Regen Core. There you go, Slowking and Manchow. That's what everyone wants. Next Pokemon is going to be the last Pokemon for Kurt's team. This is 10-point Klefki. So, like, maybe we're saying that the physical defensive bulk looked, like, pretty high compared to the special. Well, Klefki's going to help with that, both with being a pretty good special defensive sponge, as well as having those screens that could make sure your physically defensive Pokemon really don't die to any moves with that, plus light screen options there. Obviously, it could spike as well. I set the first biker on the team, so it's good to have that spiker option. Good to have the fairy as well, because you don't have a fairy type in a team at the moment. Though I think Slowbro is going to run Terra Fairy a decent amount, but nice to have that actual fairy type user on the team. Because you have the rockers from Glim, Metagross, and Infernape, you probably don't need your steel to have rocks, though you do have a steel to have rocks. It's just another option there. So this seems like a pretty solid pick. Anything else?
I think that's just pretty, usual Klefki. There's nothing new about it, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone quality over quantity.
Yes.
Is what we got here. 9-mon drafts, nothing under 9 points drafted. Is pretty big.
Yeah.
Some pretty useful defensive pieces. He's got some nice offense as well. I mean, it's just a good, well-balanced team, I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't look to be really much in the way of weak links. I think this is intelligent drafting.
Yeah. It seems like a very fun team. We'll see how well Kurt does this season.
Yeah, nobody can see his team as like, okay, this mon is not coming for sure, this mon is not coming for sure. This was a filler. Every mon has, a real chance of coming into any matchup. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Next, we got a standard picking up Terra Shaman. Have you guys ever seen this, or what do you guys think of Terra Shaman? Hundreds across the board. It's got to be pretty decent.
I've seen Terra Shaman used a bit. The Don Fanatic got some pretty good use out of it in one of the PPL seasons. It was one of his better performing mons that season. I am glad that Standard has taken this with Terra. I don't think Shaman is worth it without Terra.
I agree.
I don't think it's stood up to power creeps or anything like that. With Terra, it gets a new lease on life, both offensively and defensively. And I think pairing it with Terra Rhyperior as well is very nice. It's like it's really difficult to tell which of those is going to be the Terra outside of like really telegraphing the choice. So Standard can bring both of these with just like random Terra typings, and you're not going to know until they start doing it which one's going to start doing things, and the other one can always run an effective non-Terra set. I mean, like I say, I don't think it's worth taking Shaman without Terra, but it can still do a job.
Yep.
If it's not your Terra of choice for the match.
Yep. Totally agree.
Also, I think it gives him a second healing wish as well, right?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that's correct.
Yep. More Healing
Yeah.
Wish. Sounds good. Next, we got Dai using just about all his remaining points. He has 1 point left over, so he can get a 1-point Pokemon. But we got our Chaladon here, which is looking like a Rain team, but I don't know what you're getting for Rain that's 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, no way.
Hmm.
Is there
Blastoise.
a 1 point prankster rain user like
Volbeat or
something on
Illumise?
board?
Possibly. Yeah, I think that could
Are
definitely work.
they 1 point or like higher 2 points?
I think they're probably 1 point and maybe 2 points if they Terra or something like that. So I think that's definitely an option. He only has 1 point left to Terra anyway.
Okay,
right?
Volbeat is 2 points
Actually 0
without
points.
Terra.
Volbeat's 2.
Volbeat is 2.
What about
yeah.
Illumise?
Illumise, it is 2 as well,
It's
so
2.
I don't think so he
Okay.
can get.
Yeah. Maybe Murkrow, but I don't think you're getting Murkrow. I don't think you actually for 1 point. It's probably
Outside
not
we
worth it.
see, yeah.
But yeah, we got our Caledon. It's probably gonna just be a steel type. We don't have a steel type on this team, and the third rocker, so that's always nice to have. Pretty high special attack. What is the what is like? There's really not a special. I guess Greninja is the special breaker on this team for sure, and Basket Legion female can do it as well. So our Chaledon just has that option that it can go for like a Spexter, like very strong Draco and be fine. The stamina stats can be pretty annoying to take down because it has pretty good defensive resistances, so you can like get body presses up pretty well. Yeah, I think our Chaledon is just really solid. As like it probably has a lot of resistances that are going to be nice, and like I think it'll work.
We
fine
got
this time.
It's
Iono
interesting to look
asking
at
for Morgrim for the
Morgrim could work. Yeah.
Well,
For the
here's
weather
here's,
setter
here's,
as
he
well.
has rain.
here's,
Does
here's the
Morgrim
thing
has
with
rain
Dai's
down?
team. Like, on paper, it does look a bit like a team that was drafted meant for rain and then accidentally ran out of budget before you could grab Pelipper or Politoed, which, let's be real, it's going to be Pelipper because Politoed's bad.
Yeah.
But you look at the Mons, that function in rain here, and none of them need rain to function. Like, Basket Legion can just be an adaptability breaker, or Caledon can do all number of things outside of rain. Blastoise barely runs Rain Dish as it is. Greninja, yeah, sure, it gets the boost to its water stab, but you're running Protein Greninja, you don't really need rain on there either.
Yeah.
It actively harms Ogerpon and Landorus. Like, this team doesn't need rain. This is I think a team where we could see manual rain on a couple of things as an option, but Dai has drafted a team that it doesn't need rain. And SK, you did not disrespect Murkrow in front of me, did you? Tell me you didn't do that. Tell me you didn't do me like that.
No
Say
comment.
you wouldn't draft Murkrow.
No comment.
Sir, that is my favourite Pokemon of all time, and I will see you in court.
I mean,
In all
doesn't mean
seriousness,
good.
though, going away from the rain aspect, like one of the things that our Chaledon struggles with as a steel type is the neutrality to fairy,
Yes.
especially with that 65 Spadef of yours. Most fairies are clicking Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. However, you have a Pheasantipity at your disposal.
Yep.
So in that sort of sense, like it does fit on this plan, even without the rain aspect, simply because you have the Pheasantipity that is naturally Spadefy. Is that I just created a word, Spadefy. There we go.
Yeah, I like it.
Pheasantipity is Spadefy, and our Chaledon is Fizdefy. There we go. Done.
And I think seeing all the drafts, Prima has not been drafted, so Fez can switch into almost any fairies, and which does not have a good
Yeah, that's fair.
psychic coverage, except Prima, which has not been drafted. And I think it was one of the most costliest Mon which was allowed to Terra. I think high tier Mon.
Yeah, Terra Primarina.
It's
seems
the
pretty scary.
play roughing fairies that Fez struggles with, but then again, you have our Chaledon that's gonna take him on neutrally with the 130 Fizz Def and the stamina boosting. So they go hand in hand together.
No, I agree. Dapper got the Indeedee. Another second
Oh,
type.
it's time!
Oh my god, I did not guess it.
It
For
could
sure,
be-
I did not see that coming.
It could
Of
be the
course, I
both
did not.
forms. So you have Ndidi male and Ndidi female on this team. One of them
You're
is
going to be running male mostly.
Yeah.
You're going to be running male most of the time. However, I think the niche with female,
I think
like
it's
female
Healing
is
Wish,
more
right?
primarily seen in VGC thanks to Follow
Yeah.
Me.
yes.
Yeah,
But
it's
I don't
defensive,
know
right?
if both forms get Healing Wish. I don't know
I
if
think
both forms get
no,
Healing
the
Wish.
defensive one gets Healing Wish, the other one gets Expanding Force.
Yes.
I think people
Right,
do not
right. I
get-
know male
yeah.
gets Expanding Force for sure.
Yeah.
So,
let me see.
so guys, what ability do you think he'll be running on in DD?
I think Inner Focus.
I don't know, man.
Psychic Surge. It's gonna be my guess.
Could be any. Could be any of them.
It could be, but he's got a lot of strong Psi Spam abusers on the team. Armors is not that. It's like somewhat common depending on the VGC meta, but Hatterene is also good under Trick Room with Psi Spam.
Also,
Yeah.
I want to cut you off to add one thing. Both Entity gets a Healing Wish.
Nice. Okay.
Both,
There you go.
both. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice. Okay. Not too surprising with the Ndidi here. For 3 points, seems like a pretty good deal. Dashing Sceptile picking Terra Arbalova. This is another Joey special right here for 4 points.
Lord.
Really cheap
Lord,
for
do
4
I
points.
have a gripe
Yeah.
with this Mon. I can't
It's
break
Terra,
this
right?
Mon for the life
Yeah.
of me.
What's up?
Especially with
Oh,
Terra.
man.
Yeah, especially with Terra, this mon is crazy. Yeah.
Also gives the grassy
Unburdened.
terrain, so that way you could weaken all the earthquake weak mons that were picked in the first 3 picks, and also provides the unburdened support for Sneasler if it wants to, and also
And
snipes
also the-
cause because they also
The
wanted
best part
Arbalova.
about it, because it can, it can come in the same set as Sneasler, and like we talked, Sneasler does not need to run Drassy Seed to prop unburden or need to be unburdened because he has a very good natural speed. It can even run Scarf and Band with Poison Touch and stuff. And this, because it's Terra, it can solo survive and 1v1 a lot of mons with Harvest, especially,
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Harvest is also a pretty good ability. Gives you a lot of defensive versatility in addition to a strength app, just being a really, really nice
Yeah.
HP recovering move there.
God,
Next,
I can't stand this thing. I have lots and lots of games where I
PTSD.
cannot break this thing for the life of me. Good lord.
It's got good bulk,
Can't
good
stand
stats. Another Pokemon that has good bulk, at least on the special side, we got Chansey for 3 points. It's 3 points. That's really cheap. I'm definitely fine with this pick, especially like you have so much
Yeah.
offense. In those first 5 picks,
With
it seems like
Eviolite, yeah.
the last like picks are gonna just be like support and making sure all those 5 offensive Pokemon can like really excel. Maybe you bring like 2 defensive Pokemon, 4 really strong breakers or something like that. But yeah, if you have a special attacker, you have to like at least somewhat consider that like, okay, I have this Chansey. Am I gonna be able to break it or not?
I think this is the first rocker of the team.
Also the
This is
first
the
rocker.
first rocker of the team.
That's correct. Yes.
This team,
Holy smokes.
like, it all looked so fun. It all looked so, let's punch things really hard, and then he took Corviknight, Pex, and Chansey, and A12. Who hurt you?
That's
I
the,
think Raikou did. I think Raikou hurt.
this
yeah,
is the
essentially. Well,
Smogon
I mean,
team here, the stall team.
Speaking of Raikou against things, like, I do think this team is. I mean, he's probably running out of points at this point. This team needs like some ground typing like stat.
Yeah,
Right. That's
Volt
why I
ability,
was so like surprised that this is the first rocker on the team because you know the way to combat getting a stealth rocker is by getting a ground type normally.
Yeah.
Still haven't seen a ground type yet.
Mm-hmm. He's got 10 points, so we'll see if he picks it up in the last 2 picks.
Okay, he's got some stuff.
He has points.
Next
a lot of points.
Next we have a Kaz and Shiro's last Terra user here, but a Terra user that's seen some success in like a lower tier format. We have Terra Espeon. base 110 speed, the pair with the Ogerpon, but I guess you could Scarf the Espeon if you wanted to. Faster than the Zapdos, so more of a special attacker as opposed to a physical breaker with the Zapdos. Has Magic Bounce, so if you want to make sure screens don't go up, this is an okay option here. But Terra Fairy is probably going to be pretty common with the Espeon, or you could go like Terra Fighting, I guess, if you want to really deal with Steel types. So you do have Gouging Fire, Ogerpon, Zapdos, Excadrill. You're pretty fine into those typings. 130 special attack for a 4-point Pokemon with that much speed is, I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah, and
I think that's
Magic
good on the
Bouncing, hazards off. It takes pressure off of, Drill being the spinner, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, Drill is going to pack spin in its move set regardless, but having that extra option to Magic Bounce, not only hazards but also, status as well is always nice to have, because there's a lot of things on this team that don't appreciate T-Wave, Wisp, etc.
Yeah, no, definitely fair.
Also, I would like to add, I hate one thing about this team, they have two amazing defog users, Punishers, but not a single Ghost, which forces defog.
Yes.
Which is a big thing.
Yeah.
So either Espeon is supposed to run Terra Ghost, or that Gyarados is, but he needs something like that.
Yeah.
Terra Ghost isn't a bad idea on Espeon. It does, all of the evolutions get Shadow Ball to begin with, so that's not a terrible idea.
Yeah, and maybe they pick up a Ghost in the last 2 picks anyway. We'll see. But is there anything in his round 9 that really stands out to you?
I mean, I think Terra Espeon's underrated for what it is. The Annihilate, as one of the few non-Terras taken, is pretty big here.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Terra Arboliver 4. I don't remember the last time I saw a league where Terra Arboliver was above 6. I don't know when people are going to start pricing it up.
Yeah, it's 4 points. It's crazy in this league. That's
4 points
is
a bargain deal.
Yeah, it's a very steal, I would say.
Yep.
I'm excited to see the Terra Espathra from TJ the most, because not gonna lie, the Espathra kind of needs Terra to get itself going. I guess. I mean, it gets itself going with Speed Boost to begin with, but then Terra just makes it so that way. Oh, Dark type. Oh, you have Dark type? Well, I have Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, or Terra Fighting, Terra Blast. Bye-bye. So it'll be interesting to see how TJ uses the E move.
Of course. And then obviously, we figured the Indeedee was going to get picked at some point, so good was picked up now before it was sniped. Not that I think it was going to be sniped, but good he picked it up.
If it was sniped, it would have been a hate snipe, I think, because I don't want to face that team.
Yeah. So, low point Healing Wish is not bad either.
Yeah, but giving 3 points just to make yourself secure from a size spam team is not a bad thing. Indeedee was 3, right?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, 3 points.
Save yourself and others from a freaking size spam team, because his entire draft would have changed in grays if it was sniped.
Oh, for sure. You would imagine so. It could work without it, but I think the whole plan was to have
I mean,
the option.
he has Alucha, Iron Crown, and Ironwood. Everything on that, welcomes Psychic Terrain. So
yeah,
I think it would have made some changes.
For sure. Now we have Kaz and Shira picking up their Grounded Poison type, I guess. Because you can run a Neutralizing Gas or Misty Surge pretty consistently with this team. Levitate is probably the best ability on Weezing. You do have Levitate on the Vikavolt, which is fine. You have your flying types on this team, so it can work in that type of role. But Weezing is a defogger, so you got that with Espeon and Excadrill. Pretty good removal on this team. Toxic Spikes, which is nice. A very, very good physically defensive wall to pair with the special defensive wall of Empoleon and special defensive wall of Sylveon if you want to run that role. Not Entei. Gouging Fire is a pretty good physically defensive Pokemon, so Weezing can fulfill that role if you want Gadget Fire to be more of a speedier setup sweeper.
I think he needed both those typing, and I would say if he does not get a Ghost and Blast, Sylveon needs to go.
Yeah.
Sylveon needs to go, and Ghost type should come in
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah, no, definitely fair. Yeah, Ghost type would still be nice in this team.
Because
Maybe
we have doubled up on so many typings in this. We have doubled up Fairy, we have doubled up Flying, Water, Steel.
yeah,
So many double ups, and like one of the main things which are you are banking on Defiant and competitive, and you have a zero cost to force those in basically.
yeah, no, definitely agree with that. And like, I guess, yeah, well, you got like Treads and Great Tusks and Quaquaval as spinners. I think generally you can spin pretty easily on this team, right? Like, I don't think anything is punishing you too much to spin here, so we'll see. There's one more pick left, but you imagine if you get the Excadrill, you probably want the Hippowdon or the T-Tard to like boost it up to give it like the most power strings, so but we'll see. Next we have A12 picking up Mammoth Swine for 8 points. This is another
There's the ground type, folks. There it is. There we go.
Second Stealth Rocker too.
There you go. Love to see that.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
This is it goes with the trend of the first 5 picks, just getting powerful attackers. And now you have 2 of the
Crazy
strongest
wall breaker.
Ice Shard users in the
Crazy.
game right now.
Yeah, priority is at an all-time of importance. Like, it's never been more important to get priority than this gen, for sure. And Mammoth Swine packs Stab Ice Shard. I mean, I've been fooled trying to like get this thing to trailblaze up and stuff, but its best set at the end of the day is still going to be the never melt ice with the Ice Shard to pick things off. And for those that are willing, and for the slower mons, you can Icicle Crash flinch them. You have EQ, you have knockoff for item removal. Yeah, this team needed a ground type, and Mammal's gonna fit the bill for A12 for sure.
The AV is also a very viable set on Mamo, but you talk about the importance of priority. I mean, Ice Shard Mamo, Sucker Punch Grimmsnarl, Ice Shard Weavile, Jet Punch Palafin. This is priority central. This is strong priority central.
Yes. Strong
Yeah,
attackers.
revenge killing won't be a problem for A12.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. We got 1 point left for dashing. He can pick up a Terra Captain, so he goes with Dusclops. Very bulky.
For 1 point?
For 1
Oh.
point.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. If you need the spin block.
Yeah.
Is there a spike round? Yeah, you have Deoxys Spike, so you can compare Deoxys Spikes with Dusclops blocking that rapid spin and such. So it could work.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to come much, but it's an option.
It's not a terrible pick. It's probably got a few matchups where it's going to be decent. Like we mentioned before, low HP, high defense Pain Splitters. Dusclops is one of them too.
Yep.
Like, yeah. I'm sure there's.
Especially with Eviolite, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
very
got
well.
no issue with the Dusclops pick. I think this is a good final pick. Like,
Yep.
there's bound to be games where it has a matchup, and it will probably do some pretty good disruptive work, which is just what Dusclops does best.
Best ability in draft.
Yeah, it can spread status with Wisp. Nightshade is just, guaranteed chip on anything that isn't a normal type. And even then,
Frisk,
like,
yeah.
what normal type wants to come in on Sneasler? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, definitely fair. Azumarill.
And
we
he
got-
also has Frisk, which is very good
Yep.
on a defensive scouting mon.
Yeah, Frisk is good too. We got Azumarill with the next pick for Dapper. I don't know. It does it seem a little awkward with Psychic Terrain plus Azumarill. You're probably not going to run Psychic Terrain every week for sure. But it kind of seems weird to have like a really strong priority user that relies on it so much with Azumarill, plus already having Araquanid as like a slow, bulky, or slow, like hard-hitting physical water type. It kind of seems like a weird overlap with this pick. And you have like a fairy type anyway in Hatterene, so I don't really see what the role is with this Azumarill, to be honest.
I think it could be like if somebody's trying to, stop Psychic terrain with grassy terrain or something like that, maybe. But yeah, it could run Sapsipper sometimes if it wants to. It can be a like niche pick, I would say, not
Yeah.
always coming and being the power hitter it normally is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna be a defensive ball with maybe Sapsipper getting his attack up, blocking some stuff. Whirlpool, we can see Whirlpool, Perisson, Arrow, Wolfie.
That's all. You don't really run those sets. You just want to run. Zapzipper's not a real Azumarill set. It should be huge power.
Yeah.
That's the only set it should run, especially on this team. I mean, I guess you could utilize Trick Room Hatterene into
I think it is good.
Azumarill, but you have the Raccoon that hits like just as hard. So like, yeah, I'm not really seeing the vision with the Azumarill pick. Maybe.
This is a bit redundant, unfortunately. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's gonna hit like a truck, with huge power, liquidation and play rough and knock. Don't get me wrong, but like, we already have a hitter in Water Bubble Araquanid, so I'd like to see the points distributed elsewhere. It was what, 10 points?
10
yeah,
points.
It was 10 points. Huh.
It's not a bad point value for Azumarill, but yeah, I wanted to see something different there. We got a 1 point Hisuian Avalugg for Die. Doesn't get the Murkrow, unfortunately. Just a very defensive spinner with a terrible typing, but maybe in a niche matchup it has an okay typing just with that base 184 defense. Yeah, maybe get to Rapid Spin off.
Dr. Aim has put this thing on the map.
He kind of has, but that's with Terra, and this also has no Terra.
Yeah, that with Terra. Without Terra, it's very, very weak and like.
Yeah. Well, it has 127 attack. It's strong for sure, but yeah, the speed it brings it back. The special defense is tough. You have Sturdy, so you should be able to live a hit. So like worst case, you can run. I like Sturdy boots. That way you're guaranteed to do something, whether it's get a strong attack off or go for rapid spin. Like it's a fine failsafe option for 1 point. I'm good with this.
I'm pretty sure it gets counter as well. So like with the 184 Fizz Def, like it can take a physical hit and then just deal double damage that way.
Yep.
In a sense.
Things are not gonna try to hit him physically. That's the thing. But yeah, like it was mentioned before, he can go, with the Dr. Joey route and lead it with the Joy Scarf, I guess.
I don't think that's gonna happen too much, but we'll see. We got Hitmontop next. This is also the last Pokemon for Standard. This is his Rapid Spin user that he doesn't have, and a Intimidate user, that's always going to have that on the team. Priority, you have Scizor, but it has okay priority. For 4 points, I think this is a fine mon.
Yeah, this gets Technician Bullet Punch as well, even though Scizor is the better user of that. Yeah. But you also get Technician Triple Axle from Hitmontop as well. Rapid Spin is also Technician boosted, believe it or not. So there's that too. You have Sucker Punch as another priority option as well. Yeah, this team did need a spinner because without it, you're forcing Scizor to defog every week. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, it can also fake out and Sucker Punch if terrain is not up in front of Imanuch. Weak armor sets for the speed.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think this is coming too much, but it's fine for 4 points.
It's probably not going to do anything groundbreaking, but it's fine for what it is. It's kind of like when we talked about the importance of the priority. Obviously, you got powerful Bullet Punch Scizor, and then powerful Thunderclap Raging Bolt, and then Standard looked over at A12's team and went, "He's got more than me. What if I drafted all of the priority on one mon and then got Hitmontop?
Yep.
Who just gets everything."
Yep.
Really Hitmontop's a fine pick. Like, there's nothing ostensibly wrong with it. It'll come to several games. It will do a pretty good job on hazard control, I would imagine. So yeah, I think this is pretty much a fine pick.
Sure. We got the Hisuian Zoroark here because we skipped over Kurt because Kurt is finished with the draft. So we're going to D-Ray with a 8-point Hisuian Zoroark. What do you guys think of this pick?
I
This is
love
fun.
this pick. I love
This is
this
fun.
pick. The things you can disguise Zoroark with are at an all-time high. I think my favorite disguise out of all of this, actually, it's like a tie between like Serp and Mienshao for being the best
Yeah, I would agree.
disguises on this team. I could be wrong, but like, this. What was the other mixed attacker? Did we have a mixed attacker before this pick? I don't think so.
I mean,
So
yeah, I don't
being
think so.
able to.
Garchomp is okay.
Oh yeah,
in that role.
you have Chomp. You have Chomp in a sense, yeah. But with the 100 attack, you get access to Sword Stance and Shadow Sneak, and Poltergeist for for stab options. 125 special attack, so your Hyper Voices, your Shadow Balls are going to hit hard like a truck. And then the 110 speed is always nice to have. It has momentum in U-turn. This is a really, really good mod for D-Ray to have. D-Ray's going to have
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
I think it's going to be less about him trying to get cheeky and disguise it as something, as it is just getting it in and not caring if it's telegraphed, because what D-Ray's team does very well is not invite a lot of pressure from fighting type moves, which is what Hisuian Zoroark really enjoys.
Yeah.
To get the most out of the illusion. But at the end of the day, it is still a Hisuian Zoroark that can attack mixed and set up and be very dangerous. So I think for D-Ray, it's going to be more about just getting big hits off with it. You don't necessarily care if they see through the disguise and be like, oh, this is so obviously the Hisuian Zoroark. D-Ray's sitting there going, yeah, so what? I'm just about to kill half your team with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this pick. I think he will have a lot of fun with it.
And the biggest gripe that Hisuian Zoroark has is the one weakness to dark type moves, specifically knockoff, because that's the most spammable move in the game. But you have very good knock switch-ins in Tankaton, Mandibuzz, Garchomp to an extent, Dondozo to an extent. So Hisuian Zoroark also fits on here as well. Like, it's a good fit. It's a good fit.
Yeah.
It's a good mon, fun mon. Like, it checks all the boxes.
Yep. Next we got a I don't know how this Pokemon, I guess we overlooked it maybe, but like 2-point Terra Rhydon seems pretty nutty for Nova.
That is
Can we like copy and paste like whatever Shroom said about Rhyperior? We'll just use that bit
Yeah.
and copy and paste it for the Rhydon bit.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Like-
Terra Water, Terra Fairy, or even you can make it a bulky. You can make it the
Flying is
secondary spin blocker as a Terra Ghost guy. Because look at the 105 HP with the 120 Fizz Def. Like, imagine this being your spin blocker, as if Annihilate wasn't good at spin blocking already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. A great pick.
Yeah, I mean, Terra Rhydon has proven itself so often at much higher.
I think somebody
Terra
won
levels.
6-0 in the finals, right? In the community.
Yeah. Yeah, Rhydon just kind of one off rip for Boff.
Yeah.
PPL.
Yep, that was great.
There's the argument there. A 2-point one, just saying.
Yeah.
Who won 6-0 in a finals.
Yep, that's seems like good value here. Next we got TJ with a Pokemon I really like for 2 points. I know this is also a Smogon Darling Boy pick here, but this is Carbink.
Mm.
Carbink has really nice matchups into some specific top tier threats, like Tornadus T. Like, it's a really good answer too. Even like Iron Valiant is like a pretty good answer too, because it's neutral to close combat, so you're not taking that much from it, and then you just go for Moonblast and get the kill. Even with 50 special attack, like after like a close combat drop, like you're dealing a lot of damage. Darkrai, it's a very good answer too, because it's neutral into Sludge Bomb. Roaring Moon, it forces, I guess, you to have Iron Head coverage. Are you gonna run Iron Head on your Roaring Moon to make sure?
But look at the Iron Head switch-ins on this team. You have the Double Waters, you have the Rotom Spook, you have Rachi, right? This team can take on steel moves, no problem.
And worst case, it has Sturdy, so you can guaranteed live a hit and then kill in return with a Moonblast. So you can just run Boots plus Sturdy. So like, that's also an option.
Does Carbink get paid split? Because I'm looking at the
I don't
50,
believe so.
150, 150.
I think
Like,
I would have
that
ran
might
it if
be-
it did have it.
I don't think so. He does.
No, unfortunately.
No.
you,
this-
you have to usually run rest, which is like, yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to run it for that
Yeah,
reason. But
Iron Defense Chesto Berry, I think, yeah.
Rest of
This is kind of
Chesto. Okay.
Carvink's kind of the prime example here. Looking back, the pick like Carvink for 2 points, that is pretty good value. It has some very good niche matchups against a few big threats, but Carvink and Terra Rhydon are not the same.
Yeah.
No,
if
there's
it was
levels to
Terra
this for
Carving,
sure.
So maybe if it was Terra Carving, it still wouldn't have been same level of Rhydon, but
No,
at least
I
came close.
would agree.
I like
At least it
I
would
like
have came
Carbink,
close,
is
yeah.
all I'll say about that. I like Carbink.
No, Carvink's a good mod. It's a good final pick, yeah.
Mhm.
I
Well,
like it.
another pretty good final pick is Talon's last pick. Are you here, Talon? Unmute yourself. Let's see it. You're around, right? I want to make him get the grand finale, but he has 14 points, so he has a lot of points to make a final pick here. And in round 10? It's pretty
Yeah.
crazy. But
Yeah.
I think at
Round
this
10.
point, like, our thought process was we pretty much covered all of like our bases at this point in this draft. So like we could make the last 2 picks like basically whatever we wanted. Like it would have been nice to have like a Defiant or competitive user on the team to kind of punish Defog with the webs. But there wasn't any really great option that was left. Maybe the Annihilate, but I was picked the round before. So that wasn't an option. Braviary would have been okay over Delphox, but I was picked. So it's like, yeah, we also, the one thing that this team didn't really have was a strong priority user. You have Samurai. Okay, Samurai's a pretty good priority user, but that's really going to just be spamming ceaseless edges. So like it's okay in that role. But we are going to pick up Baxcalibur with the last pick. Just casual, 14 points. last round.
Pretty good round 10 pick. I'd
Not
say.
bad,
It's-
not
yeah, it's
bad.
It's not bad. It's not
Just
bad. Not bad.
Another just, we have high attack and we're going to do a lot of damage. You have Great Tusk that does that already. Hydreigon is a good breaker. Gengar is a good breaker. And yeah, now you got a Baxcalibur here too.
If
It
you
has
don't bring a good fairy, if you don't bring a good fairy and scale shot loaded dice, it's just gonna triple your team
oh yes,
because
Yeah.
it cannot be burnt. Yeah.
And like banded Glaive Rush under webs. That's gonna do.
Oh
bits.
yeah.
that's gonna do.
Or even
Damage.
That's doing a lot of damage. And then you got Baxcalibur plus Hydreigon. So if you have your fairy type, you're gonna have to deal with Icicle Crashes or Icicle Spears on the physical side from Baxcalibur, and then you're gonna have to deal with Terra Steel, Flash Cannon, Hydreigon on the special side. So it's gonna be pretty tough for fairies to come in, and then if your fairy's dead, then it's gonna open up your Great Tusk and your Samurott to do more damage. So
Yeah.
I really like just the raw power of this last pick here. And then the last Pokemon of round 10, and also the last Pokemon for Lax, is Skarmory. 9 points. Yeah, I don't know. Like this is fine pick. Nothing.
This is a showdown staple for sure.
Is
As if the Suicune wasn't, showdowny enough. God, I'm making words on the fly as we speak. Yo, Merriam-Webster, hit me up. I got new words for y'all.
Hey,
I got
look
new
at that.
words for y'all. But listen, Skarm, I swear, like, the difference between Corv and Skarm is absolutely insane. Like, the passivity that Corv has, right? Like, I think that's the one thing, the difference between Skarm and Corv is like Skarm has actual damage output with that 80 attack over there, okay? And the 140 like Fizz Def, the body presses are gonna be pressing harder than Corviknights, okay? So yes, it lost Defog. Yes, it cannot U-turn, but what it lacks in those, it makes up for in its actual damage output,
I'm not sure about
and
this.
actually setting both rocks and spikes on top of that. So I'm a big Skarm believer over Corv. They're both very good birds, but at the end of the day, the OG is still number one in my heart.
You know that Corviknight has a higher base attack than Skarmory, right?
Then why does it feel? Then why does it feel like it doesn't feel like it though?
The
It doesn't
vibes of
feel like
Skarmory are
it, though.
higher attack.
It's not much higher. It's 87 compared to 80.
87. Man, it feels
Yeah.
like 67. Whenever I use that.
It does.
6-7.
I swear.
Oh, come on, we can't be doing this here.
Anyways.
All right, that's the end of round 10. What do you guys think here? I mean, the 2-point ride-on is
Yeah,
that seems
it's
pretty
Terror Ride-On.
Yeah.
That's the story. It's
Yep.
Terror Ride-On for
That's
2
a good
points.
start.
No,
It's
I thought the
crazy.
story was that Pokeball that Kirby got over there. I
Not
thought that was
bad.
the story.
Yeah. Gotta catch them all.
Yeah, you do.
All
You
right.
do.
So for the last round, we're skipping over Lax, we're skipping over Talon, we're skipping over TJ because they got their max. We got a Nova with you have 3 points left, and you have 7 points left of Terra, which you can't get a 7-point Pokemon. You can get at most a 3-point Terra option here. So you decide to go with Blossom. This is the chlorophyll abuser on the Sun team, I guess.
Yeah, and like is Terra's Quiver Dance, Strength Snap set is broken, especially it can sweep teams. I've seen it sweep teams a bit, not
Oh, yeah.
every week, but 1 or 2 weeks. That's the best you are gonna get from a 2 or 3 point Terra captain, I would say.
Yeah, like Blossom's going to have a couple of matchups where it could go pretty hard. It's probably not going to be brought every week, but we've seen that Terra Blossom can do a bit of work. It can become very frustrating to deal with, like Val said, between Quiver Dance and Strength Stat, Giga Drain, getting back health, all that kind of stuff. It can be tricky. Like it won't be in every game, but there'll be 1 or 2 where it can probably do a bit of work. Which, like you say, what more can you really ask for the most part? Your 2-point Terra Cap, your tertiary Terra Captain,
Yeah.
basically.
This is
Yeah, I love the fact that like this is the chlorophyll guy as opposed to because when we were talking about Nova's earlier picks, it looked like that Venusaur was gonna be the chlorophyll on this team, but instead we have a pure grass in Rillaboom, and then we have a Terra grass in Blossom now. So Nova is actually really conscious about the ground weakness that most Sun teams have, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
good on Nova
And-
for that.
And I think he has one of the 2 of the best low tier Terra captains, and which both
Very,
are
very low tier.
really usable and not just a filler, I would
Mhm.
say.
Mm.
So prop to him for that, I would say.
I mean, I think the Rhydon's gonna come more than the Shocks as a Terra Captain.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah,
We'll see.
That's a bold statement, SK. I can't lie. That's
I'm,
impressive.
I mean,
I'm
like-
still not feeling the Shocks Terra pick, but that just might be me.
Only 121 special attack is good. I think it can come with offensive specs or scarf sets and double stab and because Sandy is hard walled in 3 of the matchups without Terra. I mean, the Glycos and Landos,
Hmm.
it cannot hit them with his dual stabs. So maybe Terra Ice versus them, I guess.
That's definitely fair. Speaking of ice types, Alolan Sandslash. I think this is a really cool pick here at the end here. We got the Galarian Slow
Or
King
Sand
with the snow to
Yeah.
go into Alolan Sandslash with Slush Rush. Gives you a Rapid Spinner that you didn't have on the team, so gives you an option outside of just running Mandibuzz. Steel type as well.
Yeah, it gives him another viable mode like Alolan Sandslash. Again, it's not going to come to every game,
Nope.
and more often than not, probably it's going to be pressured to do a bit of spinning, but gives you another recipient of that cheer reception from Glowking. It's not weak. It can do a good amount of damage, especially once you get some boosts up with it. And there is that fighting type lure as well.
Yeah.
For Hisuian Zorok.
Yep. No, that's definitely fair.
Also, I think I would like to say that on that, like, illusion lead are not the main thing, and he can also, bring in the snow chili and then the illusion as a sand flash and go from there. Like Scar, like if he's thinks okay, he's gonna go for the slush rush right now because it's the perfect movement.
Mhm.
Wait in the perfect fighting move, be immune and just do damage.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good pairing with the Hisuian Zoroark for sure. Yeah, I like that. We got Dragalge from Dapper side. So I guess this is the grounded poison type, which is definitely something you want on the team. I mean, maybe this plus Azumarill then to having just like Trick Room is like a very viable option that could be brought. It's usually not the best strategy in singles for sure, but this is a very, very strong adaptability boosted special attack user. So you got like Tinglu, you got Hatterene, you have even Crown can work in Trick Room, Armarouge can work in Trick Room, then you have Araquanid in the last two Pokemon, so it's definitely interesting options here. I don't know if that is the route to go Trick Room into like the last two picks, but what do you guys think of the Dragalge here?
I think Dragalge, like at first glance, you're thinking, oh, like why is a poison type on a psychic terrain team, right?
You need a ground poison type.
In its defense, right? Like in its defense, I mean, you could kind of again, it's a grounded poison type that can set T-spikes itself if it wants to. Adaptability. So like, the Dracos are gonna hit, the Sludge Waves are gonna hit. Actually, I lied. The Dracos only hit 90% of the time, and as we said before, anything that isn't 100% accurate is really 50% accurate when you break it down. But Poison Point and Poison, specifically Poison Point, Poison Touch, is like whatever. It's only 75 base attack. You're not really going to be using it that much, but Poison Point is an interesting one because it punishes, U-turners that want to go in, that want to U-turn on all the psychic types, and now they're going to be put on a timer now thanks to Poison Point. It punishes U-turn in a sense-ish, but realistically, you want to be hitting the adaptability high-powered buttons.
Yes, you want to use adaptability. It just deals way more damage than that 97 special attack. It makes it definitely not passive. Yeah, I'm a Dragalge believer. 7 points seems, I don't know, a little expensive, but you had 8 points left over. I don't know what other poison types are left if you wanted to grab a poison type, but it's probably the hardest hitter out of all of them. So you could have gotten Galar Slowbro. I don't think that was drafted. And that was that's a little bit cheaper, but that's a cool option. Oh, Hoopa Unbound was undrafted at 8 points. I mean, you already have so many psychic types.
Hoopa Unbound was undrafted at 8.
But that could have been another psychic type from the team. But no, you wanted a ground poison type. You definitely want that.
I mean, I wonder how important the dragon typing was to Dapper to have along with that poison, because it's like we said with the slight confusion of drafting the Arzu, when you've got so much psychic terrain potential, looking at the price points, that it's baffling to me that this mon wasn't drafted. I know it's been mentioned before that Azumarill could have been Primarina. And then extra point like that, Dragalge could have been something like Muck or Weezing.
Yep.
Both of whom are very viable. So, I mean, it depends on how important to Dapper and the team the dragon typing was. It's a type he didn't have, and, Dragalge is not a bad mon by any stretch of the imagination. Like I said, that adaptability makes it pretty demonic to try and switch into. Very good, spammable offensive typing. So, I don't have anything against the Dragalge pick, and I personally love Azumarill in draft, so I'm hoping that he'd get the best out of it.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to watch his take of things and see how important those typings and those roles were in the last couple of picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Second to last pick, because we're skipping Dashing Sceptile here, because his draft is done. Did we skipped the slide? We don't have a slide. That's the very, very last pick in Tyranitar. So we'll talk about that. So Kazun Shiro's last pick is Tyranitar. Not surprising there, right? You wanted the Sand User with the Excadrill, and probably Tyranitar is going to be better than Hippowdon. Gives you a Dark type as well on the team that you didn't have. Really, really good special defensive wall, thanks to the Rock typing with Sand. That the team, I guess you have Sylveon, you have a couple of special defensive Pokemon, but Tyranitar is just another one. But it can also just be itself, just run Dragon Dance or Agility, and I think it has Agility still, right? And just be a pretty good, just standalone Pokemon that doesn't need Excadrill. to like still be
Pairs
a
well
fine Pokemon.
with Wheeze and Galar actually. With the quad weakness to fighting.
Yep.
Wheeze and Galar quad resists fighting. So there's that aspect.
Earthquake
of
as
the,
well. Galar Weezing's
Earthquake
an immunity. to
immunity as
Earthquake.
well, yeah.
Tyranitar takes on psychic types that could be annoying for Galar Weezing. So yeah, you had a lot of points at the end
Last
here, but
two
this is
mons
a
were perfect,
cool
yeah.
combination here.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of the things that made Tito Extra Drill so good. Was we talked about like Dai's team and whether they need rain to function. Like you said, Tito doesn't need Extra Drill to make it good. Extra Drill doesn't need Tito to make it perfectly viable either. Like
Yep.
you can run non-sand mold breaker sets, get your speed up with spin anyway. So
Mhm.
those, it gives him the sand mode, which is just another thing that opponents need to think about outside of this glorious offense.
Yeah, as if the top 5 wasn't already threatening
Yeah.
enough, you also have sand to deal with. So yeah,
Yeah.
have fun prepping for that.
What was it? Torn Sand was also like a pretty popular mode back in like Generation 6. So it's
Yeah.
Yes.
It's nice to see the
yes.
chat out
Yes,
there.
it was.
It seems it might clash a little bit with Sand Tyranitar plus the Morning Sun on the Gouging Fire and the Espeon, but like you plan around that. I don't think that's gonna be that big of a deal. And not all Gouging
Put
Fires.
some goggles on.
Yeah,
There, problem solved.
there you go. Easy
Put some
enough.
goggles on.
Pretty good removal
There
on
you
this
go.
team with Excadrill, Weezing, and Espeon.
Yep.
And so A12, I guess we skipped over his slide. It's a very important Pokemon with his 2-pointer, but he picked up Jolteon here, so we can let me.
Does it go in the?
I think you
slide
can go
after?
into team recap, I guess.
Yeah, so you could see.
Yeah, you can go into team recap. I
You
was
can
gonna
go with
ask.
the Jolteon with this team, so you can just see how it all matches up. I know. I think his electric type weakness was like pretty prevalent between Palafin, Corviknight, and Toxapex. So picking up the Mamoswine and picking up the Jolteon at the end is like just an insurance to make sure electric types aren't an issue. And having the elite
Well,
speed
I
tier,
think that's why the Chansey was here,
that too.
right? Because
Yeah.
like that's probably the best electric type check that you got
Yes.
in Chansey. But now you really assured it and guaranteed that you won't auto lose to electric types with the Mamo being your electric immunity. Actually, now you have 2 electric immunities in Mamo and Jolteon, to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I don't know how well. It's only 2 points, but I don't know how well non-Terra Jolteon is gonna do. It seems kind of tough.
But it has additional coverage now with Alluring Voice.
Alluring voice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, like it lost Signal Beam, but like it wasn't really running Signal Beam to begin with back in the day. So
it was okay.
your coverage on non-Terra Jolteon is Stab plus Shadow Ball plus Alluring Voice. Not bad.
It's
It's
pretty bad.
usable-ish.
I don't know. I don't think it's usable. But like if there's probably some niche matchups where Jolteon can be fine. Like let me see. We got I guess Greninja it outpaces and Gouging or Tornadus T it outpaces and
At
hits
least
pretty
it
well.
forces prep, I guess.
It forces a little bit of prep, so like you have that option for Jolteon. But that is the end of the draft. We'll show you the overall round 11 slides here. The Blossom, I think, is pretty cool for 2 points. I mean, we have a lot of cool Pokemon here, including the Jolteon for A12.
No, it's the Tyranitar that sticks out the most for me.
Yeah.
Like this was supposed to be the king of OU for how long? And we're now it's now
Final pick in the draw.
it's now Mr. Irrelevant
That's tough.
for a Gen 9 draft. Like hello?
Yep.
What?
Also,
Weird times.
Final pick in the draw. Man.
SK told you guys that Hoopa Unbound was undrafted. But did he told you that it was, allowed to even Terra and still went undrafted? And
Mhm.
was not even
Wait,
the
wait.
first
It wasn't Terra banned?
It was not. It was
It
12
wasn't
points.
Terra banned.
12 points.
It was just 12 points.
It could have worked,
And
but
it,
I would have
yeah.
picked it. I would have picked the Terra Hoopa Unbound. We saw how well Amel did within in the VGC League. I understand why Dapper picked Hawlucha and Armarouge, as opposed to Hoopa, but it seems like a good pick. There's some good picks. We could maybe talk about a couple of picks that were what are the highest Terra Pokemon allowed? Primarina was at 15 points with Terra. Gothitelle was 15 with Terra. Crocodile was 14 with Terra. You don't really see that as a Terramon, I guess, but like, it's strong and it's a Crocodile.
Hysterian Iconite was not taken with Terra, but for 12. It's amazing breaker, I would say. And one more mod, I think the Sun team would have used was Hysterian Lilligant, Terra for 12, I guess.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick.
So, yeah, Chlorophyll, it can use Sleep Powder, it can use, the setup, unique setup it has, many things like that. Yeah, it was surprising to see.
I've seen Galar Moltres, we definitely considered on some of these teams. We just didn't pick it. Hisuian Arcanine, I think, was originally drafted and then dropped in like the 24-hour transaction period. So that was on a team at one point. Other than that, there's not that much. Diancie is a pretty well-known, reliable Terra user, and that didn't get picked. Cresselia is a pretty decent Terra user. Manaphy was also something we considered for 12 points. Being able to Terra that with Tail Glow, it seems pretty tempting.
Yeah.
I mean, on the low tiers, on the lower price of Terra, like stuff in the 5-point tier that goes up, like Gyarados for 9, Low Kicks for 8.
Low Kicks is great.
Pretty big.
Bellibolt for 8.
Bellibolt a good Terra user too.
Bellibolt is an underrated Terramon.
Yeah.
Bellibolt went undrafted. That's right. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
A lot of good Terra users.
Crazy.
Someone like
highest point mons that were not picked were 15-point Urshifu Rapid and Urshifu Single Strike. But I have seen those I have seen those like be undrafted at times. I thought 15 points was fair for these Pokemon, but I guess it was too much.
Does that mean Keldeo? Wait, I haven't. Did anyone pick Keldeo?
Keldeo was not picked. 13 points.
Terra Band. It was Terra Band.
Yeah, Keldeo's Terra Band, but it's still Keldeo's Keldeo. It's still pretty good at what it does. The Kyurem was at 13 points. Also, I thought that was a pretty good value. Not picked.
Also, I thought a very good value for defensive mod was Wild Bloom for 5 because it forces so much. Because like FX Spore is just too strong, and it can run Helmet. It can punish physical attackers, switches. So it's a good mod.
It was, what was it? Politoed was 3 points. So if Diatite wants to get Politoed, it's only 3 points. That's pretty cheap. Another one is Speed Boost Blaziken for 11 points, being undrafted, continuing to show how much of a fraud the Pokemon is.
Oh man. Well,
I've
don't
been
worry.
calling it for
we
like
have
2
TJ
generations.
and Terra Espathra to fill its place for the speed boosting sweeper of the league.
I think if the Terra Espathra doesn't work, I think he should go to Hoopa and Bound, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always a Terra Hoopa Unbound for if the Espathra does not cook.
Or go for the Gothitelle. Go for trapping.
Or the Gothitelle.
Terra with trapping seems pretty good. But yeah, that's that's gonna be the end of the draft. Again, you can go exclamation point and the name of any of the coaches, and that'll get you to their YouTube channels. You want to subscribe to them, you can go for exclamation point SPL, and you can make sure you're in the SPL server, where you'll get all the updates and information about any of the games that are happening, any of the analysis that's being done for these games or for this this draft stream. You can check out all the analysts as well by tagging them in the chat. Yeah, in terms of content, next Sunday will be week 1. I don't know what, in terms of what analyst content's going to come out between this next coming week as a preview to the season. I'll be doing draft watch throughs on Sunday nights, so that'll be fun. I think this stream went pretty long, so I'm not going to do any draft analysis tonight. Tomorrow, maybe a possibility, but I think I'm gonna probably stream continue streaming ZA tomorrow night. But
it's been a long stream, but it's been fun though. It's been fun.
It's always fun. Always fun to talk Mons.
talking
For
about like SK said about the endless content, I will try to get the matchups one by Friday. If not, like it's the first week. Maybe it goes by Saturday, but it will be before the week one matchups, and you guys can participate in the pick'ems, which will be hosted in the server as well.
Yep.
So
Mhm.
have we told them about the first week matchups, by the way?
No,
we
I don't think
haven't,
so.
because we don't have a doc yet. So it's it'd
I
be easier if we
think
just
we
put
can
it into
just
the doc. But we can
the one which I shared you,
yeah.
it does not leak anything,
Oh yeah,
so you
sure.
can do that.
Does it have
It does
the?
not wait. Yeah, it has that. Let me just unhide it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna
Can you
have
see
to.
now?
Yeah, I mean, I can just pull up the regular doc. I'm not gonna spoil what the matchups are. I'm not gonna pull it up on the
You
screen.
can just show, I guess, like take a screenshot and post it, I guess, on the screen.
Let's see. This is
I'm
the schedule.
giving you a screenshot, I guess.
Yeah.
That's much easier.
I mean, this works. We can you can just take a look at this. Zoom in.
Yeah. Send you a screenshot.
It's a little too much. All right, so this is you can see the week one matchup here. So we got we figured it was easiest for the setting up the matchups that like all the Head Honcho is gonna play a Head Honchos team. So like my team is gonna be facing off against Leo's team in week one, and then Cal's gonna be facing off against Viz. And in week two, it's going to be a different matchup. So I am facing off against Viz's team this week, and then it'll change by week. But yeah, so first week, it's of course it had to be me against Leo's team. So it's going to be what is it? It's Shiro and Kaz against Kurt. We have Town against Dashing, and we have Dai against Lax. That's gonna be a pretty hype matchup. Dai is like one of the best Wi-Fi battlers out there. Doesn't play a ton of Showdown, and Lax is like known as a really good Showdown draft league player, maybe the best out there, but not a lot of Wi-Fi experience. So
Dai is on an absolute tear right now.
yes, yeah, he's looking really well. And then we have Cal and Viz's team with TJ. That's also his first Wi-Fi experience against Dapper. We have Nova against A12, and then Standard VR against D-Ray. So a lot of fun games, and they've already all been played, and I've heard some cool things about some of the games. So, but you guys will find that out next Sunday. Do you guys have anything else you want to plug or mention before we log off?
Nah, just make sure to follow up on as many of these matches as you can. We got like the coaches are really high caliber. They've got some fantastic matches to come your way. And yeah, keep an eye out for the analyst content too. Like we say, hoping Val might be able to get one up before this weekend, but if not, then we're looking at probably an upload schedule of Monday/Tuesday for the summaries, then Wednesday for the Heat of the Week, and then Friday before the uploads go live for the look ahead to the matchups. So a lot of content coming your way. It's going to be on the analysts' individual channels, as with the matches being on the coaches' individual channels. So yeah, make sure you go check out as many people as possible.
Yep, and shout out to Shihir for tagging everyone.
Yeah, and guys, do join the Discord server because there's a section and it will be easier for you to follow all this SPL content in one roof, and everything will be like and much easier for you all to watch.
Yep, and you can go in the Discord server. You can click on the welcome section under roll call, and also click on the coach emoji, and that'll give you pings to whenever coaches upload their future content, whether it's draft summaries, which some have already been posted, or their week 1 and beyond games. So definitely make sure you check that out. But any last words, or are we good locking off here?
Good night for me is like 4:45 a.m. So I better go to it's 4:45.
Yeah,
and it's about 11:15 at night, and I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm gonna do that.
A scoop of peanut butter.
Yeah, this happens when you are an Asian or European playing an American game, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But all right, thank you so much for watching the stream. It seems like it went well, considering like I don't do anything this complicated for the most part. So, and shout outs to Valken and cbmarcus for helping set up everything. But yeah,
Mike is the goat, guys. Everything, it was single-handedly handled by him, and he was asleep the entire. He did not sleep the entire night with Storm.
yeah,
So big shout out to him.
yep, for sure. But
Yeah.
all right, I think that'll be it. I'll probably stream Legends EA tomorrow if you want to check it out. I'm rank B right now, about to face who I'm assuming is going to let me go into rank A. So maybe I'll finish the game tomorrow night. We'll see. But
I have completed. The ending is so beautiful in the way, like the graphics.
I've
Not
heard a lot of
saying
exciting
anything.
things about it. I've tried to avoid as many spoilers and playthroughs as possible.
I'm not
and-
giving spoilers. Like how the visual, the graphics looks.
Yeah,
It's so beautiful.
nice. I'm excited to see it. Yeah. All right. Yep. Until next time. Later, guys.
Laters.